प्लास्टिक क्यों रहती है?
Why to spoil it?
I keep saying all night long. Single use plastic ban, poly ban, single use plastic ban. घर से थैला लाओ man हो.
Nature है सबसे बोली, say no to poly.
नेचर की बेबसी है, that's why ये पॉलिसी है. प्लास्टिक को ना है कहना,
भारत को स्वच्छ है बनाना.
सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक वाले ग्लास, चम्मच, कांटे सब बैन. अब जाके मिलेगा जरा नेचर को चैन. सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन, पॉली बैन, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन. घर से थैला लाओ मैन हो.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. After 24 hours of grilling, Enforcement Directorate arrests TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and detains close aide Arpita Mukherjee. 21 crore rupees and 20 mobile phones recovered. Enforcement Directorate claims both Partha and Arpita did not cooperate. Smiriti Irani slams Congress over the Goa bar controversy, says her daughter's character is being assassinated, challenges Rahul to fight from Amethi once again. Violent protests rocked the national capital over Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. BJP workers hit the streets outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. The last rites of the 17-year-old Kalakuruchi girl student performed at her native village in Cuddalore district amid heavy security. Parents remain inconsolable, demand justice. NIA takes charge of Patna PFI terror module probe. Sensational Ghazwa-e-Hind link to accused emerges. At least 28 accused have been arrested, identified. 3 arrests have been made. Another Kali controversy in Bengal surfaces. Goddess Kali seminar to be held at Vishwabharati University. Teachers Association and alumni object to seminar on social media. Breaking news that's coming in right now. Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita has been arrested from Kolkata. Arpita Mukherjee has been charged under PMLA. Enforcement Directorate said that searches were conducted in 14 locations. An Enforcement Directorate's lawyer, in fact, said that the search was done in 14 locations. Documents recovered from Arpita's house show direct link and exchange of money between 2 parties. So far, 2 people have been arrested in this ongoing investigation that includes Partha Chatterjee, TMC Minister, and Arpita Mukherjee, his close aide. My colleague Anupam Mishra is now joining me live on this. Anupam, give me more details about this arrest now that the Enforcement Directorate has made.
Exactly, Paulami. This was only the formality when ED will announce that Arpita Mukherjee will be placed under arrest. So now ED has already, through sources we are getting that ED has arrested Arpita Mukherjee under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And we are standing just in front of Arpita Mukherjee's residence. I can show you the central forces deployed just beside the apartment where Arpita Mukherjee is staying. And ED raid is still ongoing. We have seen a few minutes back that a few more trunks have been brought inside the premises. So now it comes that more than 21 trunks have been brought inside the residence to fill the cash which were recovered from Arpita's residence. So the last moment of action is going on here. The seizure list is being prepared here. The arrest memo is being prepared here, and then she'll be taken out along with the articles and money seized from her residence. Follow me.
Right. Anupam, thank you so much for joining us. Indrajit Kundu is also joining me live from, in fact, outside the court premises where Partha Chatterjee is being produced right now as we speak. Indrajit, what is happening in that matter in the court right now, and also how is the Enforcement Directorate likely to proceed now that they've arrested Arpita Mukherjee as well, something which was imminent, which was anticipated, the process was underway, and now they've formally arrested her and charged her under the PMLA?
Well, Paulami, the court proceedings have just ended, and Partha Chatterjee has been remanded to 2 days, ED custody. So he will have to be produced before the same court once again on Monday before the PMLA court, because, the cases have been registered as per the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So clearly, both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee both have been booked under the same provisions. As we are breaking right now that Arpita Mukherjee has also been shown arrested, so she will be produced before court later. But Partha Chatterjee was produced before court some time back in Kolkata at the Mankshaw court, and he has now been given 2 days ED custody. So he will remain in the custody of ED for 2 days, and then again he will have to be produced before the court on Monday, is what we are getting to learn from the Mankshaw court here in Kolkata. In fact, any time now, Partha Chatterjee will be brought out from inside the court, and we are waiting for his arrival. And it would be interesting to see what he has to say this time around. Paul.
Of course, we'll stay with you over there, Indrajit, because you're expecting Partha Chatterjee to step out of the court premises as well. As we speak, Partha Chatterjee, viewers, has now been sent into ED custody till Monday. Monday, he will be produced at a PMLA court as well. So he's going to spend 2 days now in ED custody. Also, Indrajit, how is the TMC reacting to these developments? Because this is no low-key minister. This is a very senior minister, considered to be extremely key in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet. And also, as you had reported earlier, it was very surprising to learn that after the arrest, Partha Chatterjee tried to call the West Bengal Chief Minister, his party boss, Mamata Banerjee, but he was unable to reach her.
Well, that's right. We will ask Partha Chatterjee once again, but what we are hearing from Trinamool Congress sources, and in fact, I spoke to a Trinamool Congress leader who was present here, a leader who is also an advocate who was present here at the court premises. I did speak to him off record, and he said that, this is true. Partha Chatterjee has not been able to, speak to Trinamool Congress Supremo Mamata Banerjee. So that is something that the Trinamool Congress sources are telling us. And Partha Chatterjee himself has claimed while he was at the hospital this morning. So Partha Chatterjee will be staying, and he will be questioned in ED by the ED in their own custody for the next 2 days. And as I have been reporting since morning, and we've seen how this marathon process that was conducted at Arpita Mukherjee's residence, now she has also been arrested. So what's going to happen is that Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will be questioned face to face. That is what the ED wants to do, precisely why they have taken Partha Chatterjee in remand right now. What has also happened at this very court is that, since it's the second Saturday, there wasn't any permanent judge who was sitting here. So there was a temporary judge. So there are 2 days of, ED remand that has been given by the judge here. So once again, Partha Chatterjee will have to appear before the permanent judge at this court when the court reconvenes on Monday. And then the Enforcement Directorate might seek further remand, which is most likely to be the case.
So, Indrajit, could you tell us what exactly did Partha Chatterjee's advocate tell the court? We believe he said that no money was recovered from my client's residence. So, in that way, Partha Chatterjee is trying to distance himself from Arpita Mukherjee and the seizures and recoveries which have been made from her residence, clearly implicating her, but he's saying it was not recovered from my residence, so I have got nothing to do with this.
Well, that's, Poulomi, that's on expected lines, because Partha Chatterjee's counsel, of course, said that no money has been recovered from his premises. When search was conducted at his house, they are trying to distance themselves from Arpita Mukherjee. At the same time, what Speaker of West Bengal Legislative Assembly, Biman Bandyopadhyay, has said that there was no intimation that has come in when he was... when he spoke to the media this morning, no intimation had come in from the Enforcement Directorate. He said that it was a constitutional lapse because, Partha Chatterjee is a member of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, and the Speaker ought to have been intimated by the central agency before initiating any such move to arrest him. That didn't happen is what Biman Bandyopadhyay has claimed. So, these are the things that have been placed before the judge by Partha Chatterjee's lawyers, but clearly he has now been given 2 days of Enforcement Directorate custody. He will once again be appearing before court. He will be reproduced on Monday. We'll have to see what happens then.
Indrajit, as we wait, of course, for the police to bring Partha Chatterjee out where you're right now, and so that we can bring those visuals live to our viewers, give everyone a sense of this alleged teacher recruitment scam that is being spoken about, the SSC and the West Bengal PEB scam.
Well, this has been going on for some time now, and these allegations are not new. These allegations have had surfaced over the past several years now. In fact, we've seen a lot of protests that have been taking place across West Bengal by all those people who were deprived, rightfully deprived of a government job through the SSC recruitment case, and they have been protesting for a long time. The allegation, of course, is that those undeserving candidates, those who did not make the cut in the entrance of the SSC recruitment procedure, they were given government jobs. Their names featured on the list of government jobs as school teachers, and money was taken in lieu of that favor. So those who actually cracked that examination, they were the ones who have been deprived. In fact, a lot of people are telling us, I've been speaking to a lot of people, they're saying that, it is the poor people who have actually suffered in this entire process of irregularity, not just those who have not received a government job despite cracking the exam, but even those who have received a government job right now through illegal means by paying up some amount of money, and that runs into lakhs. Now even their job is under scrutiny, and a lot of jobs, the High Court has ordered that those jobs be returned, be taken away. So, it's not just those who have been initially deprived, but those who actually paid the money to get a job, to buy that, seat. Even they now face scrutiny, and they will be in a lot of trouble, legal trouble, as per the court's order. So clearly, the SSC recruitment scam has blown up on the face of the Mamata Banerjee government suddenly into this huge controversy. And I can see some lawyers coming out. They're not the counsel of any of the sides, but they're basically practicing advocates at the court who were there at the hearing today. So these are some of the advocates who were there attending the hearing today, and they're just trying to brief the media as to what exactly transpired inside the court. But as I said, what has happened, Poulomi, what happens, I'll just try and give you a look of the Chief Metropolitan Magistrates Court, if my camera person Kiranjit can show you. So this is the Bankshal Court. It's quite a historic structure actually, and this is where a lot of high-profile cases come up most often. High-profile crime cases and high-profile cases that come up whenever there is such a case. And at the Bankshal Court, of course, at the Chief Metropolitan Magistrates Court, Partha Chatterjee was produced just a short while back. He was brought here at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and since then you can see an enormous amount of media presence. You can understand that. It's quite understandable, because Partha Chatterjee is a massive personality. He is not just the Secretary General of the Trinamool Congress, he is one of the senior most members of the party, who has been with the party since its very inception in 1998, a very close confidant of Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee herself calls Partha Chatterjee Partho Da, as an elder.
Absolutely,
as
and that makes it even more surprising that he has still not had the opportunity to speak with her. He claims that he tried to call her but couldn't get through. Indrajit, keep an eye on those developments. We'll of course come back to you as soon as Partha Chatterjee steps out of the court premises. He has been sent into ED custody for 2 days. Now, in a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Partha's aide, Arpita Mukherjee, has also been arrested. India Today exclusively accessed video footage of more than 21 crore rupees cash recovered from Partha's aide, Arpita's residence on Friday during raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The envelope clearly mentions that the stash of cash was for the Department of Higher Education, giving the clearest indication of Partha Chatterjee's alleged involvement in the teacher recruitment scam. The Enforcement Directorate has also so far recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees, and of course 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. In fact, after arrest and amid the Enforcement Directorate heat, BJP mocked the TMC, saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." Meanwhile, in Hooghly, BJP workers clashed with cops in protest against Minister Partha Chatterjee. TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents.
आज भारत की मान्यता विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रही है और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस व्यक्ति के बारे में वहाँ के
সোমবার আবার প্রডিউস করা হবে এবং আজকে একদম পরিষ্কার ওনার এখন শারীরিক অবস্থা খারাপ হচ্ছে, ক্রমশ উনি প্রচণ্ড ভেঙে পড়েছে। আমরা ওনার সাথে দেখা করেছি। আমরা ওনার স্বাস্থ্য দিকে নজর রাখার জন্য সমস্ত লোকের কাছে আপনারা আদালতে কি হলো? আদালতে ঠিক হচ্ছে সোমবার দিন ওনাকে বিএমএলএ কোর্টে আবার প্রডিউস করা হবে। আমরা বেল পিটিশন করে ওটা বিএমএলএ কোর্টে কনসিডার করা হবে
Under PMLA. He will stay in ED custody for 2 days. Now let's listen in to the reactions that have been pouring in since yesterday after this sensational arrest by the Enforcement Directorate.
Teacher recruitment is one of the sacred thing in our system. If somebody is boggling in all this area, this is very unfortunate. Law should take its own course up to the logical end. This is very unfortunate incident in the land of Ma Saraswati.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রীর অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
What do you have to say about the 21 CR which has been confiscated from the ladies' house who is very close to Mr. Partha Chatterjee? He didn't go and keep that 21 crores over there. He didn't go and keep the diamonds and ornaments and hundreds of envelopes, having a lot of money inside those envelopes, and it is written on top Government of West Bengal Education Department. He didn't go and keep those in her house, right? Another lady, another girlfriend of Mr. Partha Chatterjee, whose name is Mona Lisa, on whose name we are seeing there are 10 flats. So he didn't go and keep those flats in her name, right?
That is what the BJP is, of course, saying. The BJP is saying ये तो बस ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. This is how the TMC is of course experiencing turmoil since yesterday after one of their senior most ministers, Partha Chatterjee, has now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate and sent into 2 days custody. He will be produced in court again on Monday. News coming in right now. Smiriti Irani slams the Congress over the Goa bar controversy. Smiriti Irani says she will be sending a legal notice to Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera. Notice also to be sent by this evening. Smiriti Irani has said that she will be taking the Congress's Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera to court for defaming her daughter and alleging that she was running an illegal bar in Goa. My colleague Milan Sharma is now joining me live on this. Milan, you were at that press conference and Smiriti Irani looked visibly upset with the allegations that were made against her daughter. How is she now preparing to tackle this? She of course said in that press conference that I'll see you in court.
Yes, well, Paulumi, Smiriti Irani there, as soon as she heard the news, and perhaps that was why this press conference was done at her residence. She was flanked by Anil Baluni as well from the BJP, and Mr. Prem Shukla was also there from the BJP party with other members. However, she has said that the entire controversy about her 18-year-old daughter and her owning and running a bar is incorrect. She's an 18-year-old girl, she's a student, she does not run a bar, and she has challenged Congress to show them the name of her daughter in any of the documents that they have accessed through an RTI reply, or even the excise commissioner's notice that is being said was sent to the owners of the Silly Soul bar. At this moment, there's also a video that's doing a rounds from the Congress's Twitter handles, the official handles, that Smiriti Irani's daughter is seen promoting that particular bar, to which Smiriti Irani has replied there that that doesn't imply that she owns the bar there. But clearly she was visibly upset, and she said her only crime was that she speaks against the Gandhi family, the Rahul Gandhi, as well as Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, and that's why her daughter is being targeted, which is why she has said, Paulumi, that she will be demanding answers in the court of law now. She has said that a legal notice will be sent to Jairam Ramesh as well as Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza, who were part of that press conference in the morning from the Congress, and they will have to approach the court to reply why a character of an 18-year-old girl was assassinated like this within the politics of the Congress party there.
Right. Milan, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, Silly Souls Cafe in Goa's Asagaon has landed in a controversy for allegedly holding an illegal bar license. Goa Excise Commissioner has issued a show cause notice to Silly Souls Cafe owners for flouting Goa excise norms. The notice alleges that the owners of the restaurant got the license in an illegal and fraudulent manner by providing fabricated documents. The show cause notice further alleges that the liquor license was renewed last month despite the license holder having passed away on May 17, 2021. Congress fired a fresh salvo at Smiriti Irani, alleging that the bar is owned by the Union Minister's family. The Congress spokesperson, Pawan Khera, said that Smiriti Irani's daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. He went on to further say that the restaurant had 2 liquor licenses under one name and no restaurant license. Khera, in fact, also said that the BJP should fire Irani as the children are involved in corruption under her patronage, allegedly. Meanwhile, Smiriti Irani fired back at the Congress, saying that her daughter is a college student and there is no need to drag her into politics and malign her character.
फर्जी लाइसेंस लेने का आरोप है। वो लाइसेंस एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के नाम पर है जिनका देहांत मई 2021 में हुआ और लाइसेंस जून 2022 में एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के नाम पर लिया गया जिसकी मौत हुए 1 साल 1 महीना हो चुका था। 13 महीने पहले जिसका देहांत हो गया हो, उसके नाम पर गोवा में स्मृति ईरानी जी की सुपुत्री, मैं उनका नाम नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि जैसा कि मैंने कहा वो राजनीति में नहीं है, उन पर टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन स्मृति ईरानी जी की पुत्री ने वो लाइसेंस लिया।
मैं पवन खेड़ा से कहना चाहती हूं मेरी 18 साल की बेटी कॉलेज में पढ़ती है। मेरी 18 साल की बेटी कोई बार नहीं चलाती। पवन खेड़ा ने यह कहा कि मेरी बेटी को शो कॉज नोटिस दिया गया और अपने हाथ में 2 कागजात दिखाए। मैं आज पूछना चाहती हूं उन कागजों में मेरी बेटी का नाम कहां है। जयराम रमेश ने कहा कि वो आरटीआई के आधार पर मेरी बेटी पर, जो 18 साल की है, राजनीति में नहीं है, कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट है, आरटीआई के आधार पर वो मेरी बेटी पर आरोप मढ़ रहे हैं कि क्या आरटीआई की उस एप्लीकेशन में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? क्या उसके जवाब में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ताओं ने कटाक्ष करते हुए, हंसते हुए ये कहा कि मैं सोनिया और राहुल के खिलाफ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती हूं। हां, करती हूं, करती रहूंगी। जवाब मैं मांगूंगी कोर्ट में, इन द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ एंड इन द कोर्ट ऑफ पीपल। और जिस गांधी खानदान के आदेश पर यह प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की गई, उनकी सरगना से कहना चाहती हूं, साल 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव में दोबारा भेजे राहुल गांधी को अमेठी। हम फिर अमेठी में राहुल गांधी को धूल चटाएंगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते मेरा वादा है।
Shifting focus, the Samajwadi Party alliance with the Shivpal-led Pragatishil Samajwadi Party and OP Rajbhar-led SB-SP is on the verge of collapse. After Shivpal and Rajbhar sided with the BJP during the presidential polls, Samajwadi Party has said that the leaders are free to leave the alliance if they feel they can get more respect elsewhere. Now, this comes amid constant friction between the alliance members since the assembly polls earlier this year. Samajwadi Party has accused OP Rajbhar of doing the BJP's bidding and of helping the ruling party. The SP-SB chief has hit back, saying that he has always praised UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
की राजनीति जो है, आजकल की जो राजनीति है, वो राजनीति है चमचागिरी, मस्का पालिश, जी हजूरी, वही टिक सकता है राजनीति में। ओम प्रकाश राजभर ये सेट नहीं होते हैं। नीचे उतरो, अखिलेश जी कुछ किए हैं, आप चले जाओ चारबाग स्टेशन कांग्रेस ने किया है। ये कौन सी बुरी बात है? सच कहता हूं। अब ये अखिलेश जी कहें कि आप मायावती की बड़ाई न करो, उनके काम की प्रशंसा न करो, कांग्रेस के काम की प्रशंसा न करो, खाली तोहरे करी, जो आप किए वो आपकी करता हूं।
Abhishek Mishra is now joining me live on this. Abhishek, is this alliance over?
Absolutely, Polomi, and there is no doubt of the fact that now there is no question whether SP-SB or the Pragatishi Samajwadi Party leader Shivpal Yadav will anymore with the Samajwadi Party. This is not happening just for the moment. Gradually it has been developing from past couple of days by with the fact that how OP Rajbhar voted for Draupadi Murmu. At the same time, Shivpal Yadav also voted for Draupadi Murmu, and there has always been a lot of accusation from his side that Akhilesh Yadav is not serious about the alliance. There are people around surrounding him who are guiding him. He was very vocal about the fact that he has not done any campaign in Rampur and Azamgarh by-election, and that had resulted in the result how miserably Samajwadi Party lost the election. So all these things are very indicative now. One more thing, that Rajbhar has indicated that he will be going with the BSP now, and that's going to be his new alliance. He said that we will be doing the talks, but it is very clear now that the alliance which was formulated just before the elections is formally over now, and the way to split, it's already been clear by Samajwadi Party. As Rajbhar has said, it is a talaq which has been given, and he has said Kabul hai to this talaq, which seems like there is no way that now there is anything left within the alliance. Yes.
Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. And with that, that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
Esports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Who is India's most valued celebrity? Nope, not her and not him either. Hrithik Roshan has retained his spot in the latest rankings at number 10 with a net worth of 368 crores. Their worth has been derived from their endorsement contracts. Ayushmann Khurrana has come a long way from his roadies days and developed an amazing brand value for himself, but in this list, he has dropped to the 9th spot from 6th where he was in 2020. There is hardly a tops list which doesn't feature his name. Salman Khan's name features on this list at number 8. Deepika Padukone continues to rule the Indian film industry and her brand value continues to grow. She is tied with Salman Khan in brand value but is 2 places lower than her position in 2020. Big B climbed up in the rankings from 9th place in 2020 to 6th position with a brand value of 411 crores. Dhoni continues to enjoy a huge following and has brilliantly transitioned himself out of his pure cricketing image. Even after his retirement from international cricket, Dhoni continues to boast more than 25 brands in his portfolio spread across different industries. There was a huge spike in his value from 36.3 million in 2020 to 61.2 million.
You're watching this India Today special report. I'm Nabila Jamal. India Today has the biggest news break in singer Sidhu Moosewala's assassination. A 1-minute 38-second call accessed exclusively by our channel exposes the real face of the mastermind of Sidhu Moosewala's murder. The audio tape accessed confirms the role of Canada-based gangsters Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi. Here's what we found.
The chilling murder tape that will make your blood run cold. The biggest clincher yet in the Sidhu Moosewala murder investigation is with India Today alone, and it confirms beyond doubt the role of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's first play out for you the full 1 minute 38-second phone tap in which the murderer, the man who killed Sidhu Moosewala, calls his boss Lawrence Bishnoi to say yes, the job is done.
हेलो हेलो हाँ जी जी बोलिए बात हो सकती है हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है करवाना ही जरूरी है हाँ जी एक मिनट हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता ऐसी लगे ओल्ड भी चलो लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो हाँ मैं ठीक मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ा था गड्डी ज्ञानी चढ़ा था गड्डी की करता मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ा था गड्डी उससे वाला मारता मारता
Okay. This is the biggest breakthrough yet in the Moosewala murder investigation. Moments after killing the world-famous singer, one of the killers called Bishnoi while he was behind bars, while he was inside Tihar jail to confirm that yes, हमने Moosewala को मार दिया. It also confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. Listen carefully to the tape. You can hear the mention of Goldie's name.
स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो
India Today's Arvind Ojha had even confronted Lawrence Bishnoi over his murder Moosewala plot, and here's how the gangster had responded to repeated questions at the time.
बिश्नोई सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया बिश्नोई
Every update, every lead was being sent across to Lawrence Bishnoi, and it's clear that the Don plotted the murder of Sidhu Moosewala while seated in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. He had access to his aides, he had access to a phone while behind bars, and that's how Bishnoi with ease pulled off this high-profile murder 300 kilometers away from Delhi in Punjab's Mansa.
इंडिया टुडे के हाथ लगा सिद्धू
सभा में मौजूद सभी गणमान्य एवं विशिष्ट जनों को सादर नमस्कार। फेयरवेल, विदाई, ये शब्द सुनते ही मन भर उठता है, लेकिन कर्तव्य पथ पर निरंतर अग्रसर रहने वालों के लिए यह जीवन की किताब का एक अहम पन्ना बन जाता है, जहां ठहराव नहीं, नया आरंभ होता है। आज ऐसे ही एक सुनहरे पन्ने को संसद की इस किताब में स्वर्ण अक्षरों से अंकित करने और यादों को संजोकर यहाँ से कदम आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सभी संसद के ऐतिहासिक केंद्रीय कक्ष में एकत्रित हुए हैं। आप सभी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन। अब मैं भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी एवं राज्यसभा के सभापति श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी। अब मैं अनुरोध करती हूं माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी से कि वे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अभिनंदन करें। धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब मैं आग्रह करती हूं लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी से कि वे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी के सम्मान में संसद सदस्यों की ओर से विदाई संदेश प्रस्तुत करें।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्रीगण, संसद के दोनों सदनों के माननीय सदस्यगण, अतिथिगण, माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी के प्रति हम सबके भावों की अभिव्यक्ति करने वाला एक सम्मान पत्र मैं अब आपके समक्ष पढ़ना चाहता हूं। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, भारत की संसद के दोनों सदनों के सदस्यों के लिए आज गर्व का अवसर है कि जब वे राष्ट्र की ओर से आपके प्रति कृतज्ञता, सम्मान, श्रद्धा और साधुवाद व्यक्त करने के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं। भारत गणराज्य के राष्ट्रपति के रूप में 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल के दौरान आपने इस सर्वोच्च पद की गरिमा और शालीनता को नव उत्कर्ष प्रदान किया है। इसके लिए हम सब हृदय से आपका आभार प्रकट करते हैं। महोदय, उत्तर प्रदेश के कानपुर जिले के एक छोटे से गांव परोक्ष से भारत के राष्ट्रपति के शीर्ष पद तक पहुंचने की आपकी यात्रा हमारे लोकतंत्र की एक अद्भुत एवं प्रेरक उपलब्धि है। सुदीर्घ सार्वजनिक जीवन में राष्ट्रहित तथा जन सामान्य के कल्याण को लक्षित करके लिए किए गए कार्यों से आपने ये सिद्ध किया है कि आप एक बहुआयामी संवेदनशील जनसेवक हैं। वर्ष 1971 में दिल्ली बार काउंसिल के एक अधिवक्ता के रूप में अपने करियर की शुरुआत करने के बाद आपने दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय और भारत के उच्चतम न्यायालय में अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान करते हुए निर्धन और वंचित लोगों की पूरे समर्पण के साथ मदद की है। उसके उपरांत राज्यसभा के सदस्य के रूप में अपने 2 कार्यकालों के दौरान आपने संसदीय समिति के सदस्य के रूप में तथा राज्यसभा की आवास समिति के सभापति के पद पर रहते हुए देश को अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। महोदय, आपका दृढ़ विश्वास है कि शिक्षा सशक्तिकरण का सर्वश्रेष्ठ साधन है। इसी भावना से संसद सदस्य के रूप में आपने ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में शिक्षा के प्रसार के साथ साथ उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बुनियादी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराने और उनकी गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने पर बल दिया है। आपने राष्ट्र निर्माण में महिलाओं की अधिक से अधिक भागीदारी और समाज के वंचित वर्गों, विशेष रूप से दिव्यांगों और अनाश्रितों के लिए अधिक अवसरों के सर्जन के लिए आपने निरंतर प्रयास किए हैं। जनहित के महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों के लिए आपकी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता लोक सेवा के प्रति आपके समर्पण का प्रमाण है। महोदय, वर्ष 2015 में बिहार के महामहिम राज्यपाल के पद पर आसीन होने के बाद आपने संवैधानिक मूल्यों को संरक्षित रखते हुए शांतिपूर्ण तरीकों से और संवाद के माध्यम से अनेक मुद्दों का समाधान किया, जिसके लिए एक स्वर से आपकी सराहना की गई। कुलाधिपति के रूप में अपने राज्य के विश्वविद्यालयों के क्रियाकलापों के सुधार के लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए गए। इसके अतिरिक्त आपने कुलपतियों की नियुक्ति में पारदर्शिता लाने एवं विश्वविद्यालयों के बेहतर विनियमन के लिए एक न्यायिक आयोग का भी गठन किया। महोदय, जब आपको वर्ष 2017 में भारत गणराज्य के 14वें राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भारत के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष का दायित्व मिला, तो आपने अपने पद की अपेक्षाओं एवं चुनौतियों को गरिमा एवं विनम्रता से स्वीकारते हुए पदभार को ग्रहण किया। आपके विनम्र स्वभाव तथा कार्यशैली ने हम सभी सांसदों के मन में एक विशिष्ट स्थान बनाया है। संसद में दिए गए आपके अभिभाषण, आपकी दूरदर्शिता देश के समक्ष उपस्थित राजनीतिक एवं सामाजिक विषयों की गहरी समझ एवं उनके समाधान हेतु आपकी स्पष्ट सोच को प्रदर्शित करते हैं। आपके अभिभाषण ने सभी दलों के लोगों को समान रूप से प्रेरित किया है और उनके दायित्वों के प्रति भी जागृत किया है। यही कारण है कि आपको सभी दलों के नेताओं का पूर्ण सहयोग मिला है तथा हम सब आपको संवैधानिक मूल्यों एवं आदर्शों के संरक्षक के रूप में देखते हैं। हमें स्मरण है कि पद ग्रहण करने के बाद जब आप पहली बार अपनी जन्मस्थली गए थे, तब आपने भाव विभोर होकर वहां की धरती को नमन किया था तथा कानपुर की अपने शिक्षण संस्थान में आपने मंच से नीचे उतरकर शिक्षकों का चरण स्पर्श किया था। आपकी इन्हीं विशेषताओं ने नागरिकों का दिल जीता है और वे आपके साथ विशेष जुड़ाव महसूस करते हैं। महोदय, राष्ट्रपति के रूप में आपके कार्यकाल को अनेक मधुर और स्मरणीय पलों के कारण सदैव याद रखा जाएगा। स्वतंत्रता दिवस पर राष्ट्रपति भवन में आयोजित उस एट होम रिसेप्शन को आज भी याद किया जाता है, जिसमें आपने असंख्य लोगों का जीवन बचाने वाले कोरोना योद्धाओं को सम्मानित करने के लिए उन्हें मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आमंत्रित किया था। भारतीय सेना के सुप्रीम कमांडर के रूप में मई 2018 में सियाचिन में सबसे ऊंचाई पर स्थित युद्ध क्षेत्र कुमार पोस्ट में तैनात सैनिकों से आपकी ऐतिहासिक मुलाकात, पीएम केयर्स निधि में 1 माह के वेतन का दान करने का आपका अनुकरणीय योगदान, कोविड-19 के विरुद्ध संघर्ष के दौरान अधिक धनराशि उपलब्ध कराने के लिए मित्रता के उपायों के साथ 1 वर्ष के लिए अपने वेतन के 30% भाग का परित्याग करना, ऐसे कई उदाहरण हैं जो देश की सामूहिक चेतना में स्थायी रूप से अंकित रहेंगे। भारतीय संविधान के सिद्धांतों का अक्षरशः पालन, राजनीति निष्पक्षता के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता और राष्ट्रपति भवन को आम नागरिकों के लिए सुलभ बनाने जैसे आपके अनुकरणीय कार्य आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सदैव प्रेरित करते रहेंगे। महोदय, आज जब राष्ट्र अपनी स्वतंत्रता के 75वें वर्ष में है, हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हम आपके दूरदर्शी एवं अनुभवी मार्गदर्शन में अमृतकाल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। आप राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी, बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी व पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जैसे महान नेताओं से प्रेरित रहें। आपकी सरलता, विनम्रता तथा परहित को स्वहित से अधिक महत्व देने के स्वभाव से ये स्पष्ट है कि आपने इन महापुरुषों के विचारों और शिक्षाओं को अपने जीवन में अनुसरण किया है। हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है आपके विचार तथा आपका व्यक्तित्व वर्तमान के साथ भावी पीढ़ी के लिए भी प्रेरणा स्रोत बने रहेंगे। हम आपके स्वस्थ जीवन और दीर्घायु होने की कामना करते हैं। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष जी। अब मैं आपसे अनुरोध करती हूं कि आप माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी को विदाई संदेश भेंट करें। धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब मैं अनुरोध करती हूं माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति एवं राज्यसभा के सभापति श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी और लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी से कि आप दोनों संयुक्त रूप से माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। अब आप दोनों से अनुरोध है कि आप माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी को हस्ताक्षर पुस्तिका भेंट करें। सादर धन्यवाद। अब मैं विनम्र निवेदन करती हूं माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी से कि वे विशिष्ट जनों की सभा को संबोधित करें और हम सभी का मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
राष्ट्रपति श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी, राज्यसभा के उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी, सभी सम्मानित सांसदगण, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, देवी और सज्जनों, आज आप सबसे जब मैं विदा ले रहा हूं तो मेरे हृदय में अनेक पुरानी स्मृतियां उमड़ रही हैं। इसी परिसर में, जिसे सामान्यतया सेंट्रल हॉल के रूप में जाना जाता है, वर्षों तक एक सांसद के रूप में मैंने ना जाने कितने सहयोगी सांसदों के साथ यादगार पल बिताए। 5 साल पहले इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में मैंने राष्ट्रपति के पद की शपथ ली थी। सांसद होने के नाते आप सभी का इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में एक प्रतिष्ठित स्थान है और मेरे हृदय में भी आप सबके लिए एक विशेष स्थान है और सदैव बना रहेगा। आप सबके लिए ये विशेष गौरव की बात है कि आप सब भारत की जनता के निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधि हैं। भारत की जनता ने आप सब के माध्यम से मुझे राष्ट्रपति के रूप में चुनकर देश की सेवा करने का अवसर प्रदान किया। इसके लिए मैं देशवासियों का सदैव आभारी रहूंगा। सर्वशक्तिमान ईश्वर की कृपा से जिस दायित्व को निभाने का अवसर मुझे प्राप्त हुआ, उसका निर्वहन आप सभी के सहयोग के बिना संभव नहीं था। इसके लिए मैं आप सबका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। अपने कार्यकाल के दौरान मैंने अपनी पूरी क्षमता से अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन करने का प्रयास किया है। आप सबने मेरे प्रति जिस अटूट विश्वास का परिचय दिया, उसके बल पर मैं अपने कर्तव्यों को भली भांति निभा सका। मेरे सभी पूर्ववर्ती राष्ट्रपति मेरे लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत रहे हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, राष्ट्रपति और सांसदगण उसी विकास पथ के सह यात्री हैं जो हमारे देश को प्रगति की उच्चतर उपलब्धियों की ओर ले जा रहा है। इस पथ को प्रशस्त करने वाली महान विभूतियों ने हमारे संविधान की रचना करके हमारी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था की नींव रखी। यद्यपि संविधान सभा के सदस्यों को ही हमारे संविधान की रचना का श्रेय जाता है, लेकिन वह ऐतिहासिक कार्य उन्होंने भारत के लोगों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में किया था। इसीलिए हमारा संविधान हम भारत के लोगों द्वारा अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित किया गया। भारत के लोग ही अपने प्रतिनिधियों अर्थात आप सभी माननीय सांसदों के माध्यम से अपने गणतंत्र की यात्रा का मार्गदर्शन करते हैं। इसीलिए संसद को लोगों के तंत्र यानी लोकतंत्र का मंदिर भी कहा जाता है। देवियों और सज्जनों, हमारे संविधान के अनुच्छेद 79 के अनुसार संघ के लिए एक संसद होती है जो राष्ट्रपति और दोनों सदनों से मिलकर बनती है। इस संवैधानिक प्रावधान के अनुरूप अपनी भावना का समावेश करते हुए मैं राष्ट्रपति को संसदीय परिवार के अभिन्न अंग के रूप में देखता हूँ। जैसा कि किसी भी परिवार में होता है, संसद में भी कभी कभी मतभेद होते रहते हैं। आगे का रास्ता कैसे तय करना है, इस विषय पर विभिन्न दलों के विचार अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन हम सब संसद रूपी परिवार के सदस्य हैं जिनकी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है राष्ट्र रूपी विशाल संयुक्त परिवार के हित में निरंतर कार्य करते रहना। राजनीतिक प्रक्रियाएं राजनीतिक दलों के अपने तंत्रों के माध्यम से संचालित होती हैं, लेकिन पार्टियों को दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठना चाहिए और राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि की भावना से यह विचार करना चाहिए कि देशवासियों के विकास और कल्याण के लिए कौन कौन से कार्य आवश्यक हैं। जब हम पूरे राष्ट्र को एक विशाल संयुक्त परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं तो ये समझ में आता है कि पारिवारिक मतभेदों को सुलझाने के अनेक रास्ते हो सकते हैं जो शांति, सद्भाव और संवाद पर आधारित होते हैं। विरोध प्रकट करने के अनेक संवैधानिक रास्ते राजनीतिक दलों और नागरिकों को उपलब्ध हैं। राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी ने अपने उद्देश्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए शांति और अहिंसा पर आधारित सत्याग्रह के अस्त्र का इस्तेमाल किया था, लेकिन वे दूसरे पक्ष का सम्मान भी करते थे। हमारे नागरिकों को अपनी मांगों के लिए दबाव बनाने का तथा विरोध करने का संवैधानिक अधिकार उपलब्ध है, लेकिन मेरे विचार से इस अधिकार का प्रयोग हमेशा गांधीवादी तौर तरीकों के अनुरूप शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से ही किया जाना चाहिए। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरे कार्यकाल के दौरान 2 अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक आयोजन किए गए। राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी की 150वीं जयंती के उपलक्ष्य में अनेक यादगार समारोह पूरे देश में आयोजित किए गए। इस संदर्भ में मैं स्वच्छ भारत अभियान की परिवर्तनकारी उपलब्धियों का उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा। यह कहा जा सकता है कि स्वच्छता का यह राष्ट्रीय अभियान सरकार और देशवासियों की ओर से महात्मा गांधी के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि रहा है। दूसरे ऐतिहासिक आयोजन के रूप में भारत की स्वाधीनता के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने के उपलक्ष्य में देशवासियों द्वारा आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव उत्साहपूर्वक मनाया जा रहा है। मैं इन दोनों ऐतिहासिक अवसरों से जुड़े अत्यंत प्रभावशाली आयोजनों के लिए देश की जनता व सरकार को बधाई देता हूँ। इन कार्यक्रमों में युवाओं से लेकर वयोवृद्ध नागरिकों तक सभी के द्वारा समान उत्साह के साथ भागीदारी और देश के गौरवशाली इतिहास से उनके जुड़ाव को देखकर मुझे हार्दिक प्रसन्नता हुई है। माननीय सदस्यगण, वर्ष 2020 में देखते देखते हमारी दुनिया बदल गई। लगभग 100 साल बाद एक वैश्विक महामारी ने मानवता को झकझोर कर रख दिया। कोविड-19 की त्रासदी के दुष्परिणामों से पूरी दुनिया अब तक जूझ रही है। वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम सब ये आशा करते हैं कि पूरा विश्व समुदाय इस महामारी से भविष्य के लिए उपयोगी सबक हासिल करेगा। पहला सबक यह है कि मानव समाज ये भूलने लगा था कि वह प्रकृति का ही एक अभिन्न हिस्सा है। वास्तविकता ये है कि वह न तो प्रकृति से अलग है और न ही प्रकृति से ऊपर है। महामारी का प्रकोप कुछ हद तक पर्यावरण में हुए असंतुलन से भी जुड़ा है। पिछले 2 वर्षों की विभीषिका ने यह भी याद दिलाया है कि पूरी मानवता वास्तव में एक ही परिवार है और सभी का अस्तित्व आपसी सहयोग पर निर्भर करता है। कोविड का सामना करने में भारत के प्रयासों की विश्वव्यापी सराहना हुई है। सबके प्रयास से हमने केवल 18 महीने में ही 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन लगाने का लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया है। कोरोना काल में हमने 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त राशन भी पहुंचाया। यदि हम अपनी नीतियों के निर्धारण में इस वैश्विक महामारी से प्राप्त शिक्षाओं को अपनाते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि भविष्य में किसी गंभीर आपदा के आने पर उसका सामना हम अधिक दक्षता और आत्मविश्वास के साथ कर सकेंगे। जलवायु परिवर्तन अब वाद विवाद का विषय नहीं रह गया है, बल्कि इसके परिणाम हमारे जीवन को सीधे सीधे प्रभावित करने लगे हैं। प्रकृति के प्रति सम्मान का भाव तथा मानवता की साझा नियति में विश्वास पर्यावरण की रक्षा करने में हमारी मदद कर सकता है। इस संदर्भ में ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट एक्शन में भारत की अग्रणी भूमिका तथा ऊर्जा के वैकल्पिक स्रोतों को बढ़ावा देने की पहल विशेष रूप से सराहनीय है। माननीय सदस्यगण, जब मैं जन सेवक के रूप में अपने और सरकार के प्रयासों के बारे में सोचता हूं तथा अपनी पूरी पीढ़ी की ओर से विचार करता हूं, तो हमें यह स्वीकार करना पड़ता है कि समाज के हाशिए पर जीवन यापन करने वाले लोगों के जीवन स्तर को बेहतर बनाने के लिए हालांकि बहुत कुछ किया गया है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत कुछ किया जाना बाकी है। हमारा देश धीरे धीरे ही सही लेकिन सधे हुए कदमों से डॉक्टर आम्बेडकर के सपनों को साकार करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं मिट्टी से बने एक कच्चे घर में पला बढ़ा हूँ, लेकिन अब ऐसे बच्चों की संख्या बहुत कम हो गई है जिन्हें आज भी उन कच्चे घरों में रहना पड़ता है जिनमें छत से पानी टपकता हो। आज बड़ी तादाद में हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों के पास भी पक्के घर हैं। यह बदलाव काफ़ी हद तक सरकार के विशेष प्रयासों से संभव हो सका है। अब हमारी बहुत सी बेटियों और बहनों को पीने का पानी लाने के लिए मीलों पैदल नहीं चलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हमारा प्रयास है कि हर घर नल से जल पहुंचे। हमने घर घर में टॉयलेट्स भी बनवाए हैं, जो एक स्वच्छ और स्वस्थ भारत के निर्माण की नींव डाल रहे हैं। सूर्यास्त के बाद लालटेन या दिया जलाने की यादें भी पुरानी हो रही हैं, क्योंकि लगभग सभी गांवों तक बिजली का उजाला पहुंच गया है। जैसे जैसे हमारे देशवासियों की बुनियादी जरूरतें पूरी हो रही हैं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं में भी बदलाव आ रहा है। इस बदलाव का बड़ा रोचक एहसास पिछले महीने ही मैंने अपनी वृंदावन यात्रा के दौरान देखा, जब वहाँ एक वृद्धा आश्रम में रहने वाली एक महिला ने मुझसे हेलीकॉप्टर की सवारी कराने का अनुरोध किया। आज सामान्य देशवासियों के सपनों को उड़ान मिल रही है। यह बदलाव भेदभाव रहित सुशासन द्वारा ही संभव हो सका है। सामान्य जन के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने वाली ये समावेशी प्रगति बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर की परिकल्पना के सर्वथा अनुरूप है। महिलाओं में सशक्तिकरण की भावना को निरंतर मजबूत होते देखकर मुझे विशेष संतोष का अनुभव होता है। यह सशक्तिकरण युवा पीढ़ी की हमारी बेटियों को और आगे बढ़ा रहा है। मैंने जितने दीक्षांत समारोहों में भाग लिया है, उनमें से अधिकांश संस्थानों में मैंने देखा है कि बेटियों का प्रदर्शन लड़कों से बेहतर रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 इस बदलाव को और तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएगी। मेरा मानना है कि आने वाले वर्षों में महिला सशक्तिकरण से हमारा समाज और अधिक मजबूत होगा। स्त्री पुरुष के बीच समानता के इस अभियान का प्रभाव अन्य क्षेत्रों में हो रही प्रगति में भी परिलक्षित होता है। माननीय सदस्यगण, अपनी बात समाप्त करने से पहले मैं राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए नवनिर्वाचित श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर उनका चुनाव महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ाने के साथ साथ समाज के संघर्षशील लोगों में महत्वाकांक्षा का संचार करने वाला है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उनके अनुभव, विवेक और व्यक्तिगत आदर्श से पूरे देश को प्रेरणा मिलेगी और मार्गदर्शन भी। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सबके साथ काम करने का मेरा अनुभव अविस्मरणीय रहा है। आप सबने संसद के अंदर और बाहर देश की जनता के हित से जुड़े अनेक कार्य किए हैं। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको साधुवाद देता हूं। अपने कार्यकाल के दौरान मैंने आप सबके साथ विभिन्न आयोजनों में विचारों का आदान प्रदान किया है। मैं समय समय पर सांसदों के तथा अन्य क्षेत्रों में कार्यरत लोगों के अनेक प्रतिनिधि मंडलों से भी मुलाकात करता रहा हूं। राष्ट्रपति के पद को आप सब ने जिस प्रकार निरंतर सम्मान दिया है, उसकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। इस दौरान मुझे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी व उनके मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्यों के साथ काम करने का भी अवसर मिला है। उन सब ने मुझे जो विशेष सम्मान दिया है, उसके लिए मैं उन सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं उपराष्ट्रपति जी श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू को उनके सतत सहयोग के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। वेंकैया जी ने राज्यसभा के सभापति के रूप में और ओम बिरला जी ने लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष के रूप में जिस तरह संसद के कार्यकलापों को संचालित किया है तथा देश की महान संसदीय परंपराओं को आगे बढ़ाया है, उसके लिए आप दोनों बधाई और सराहना के पात्र हैं। मुझे राज्यों के राज्यपालों व मुख्यमंत्रियों तथा केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के उपराज्यपालों व प्रशासकों से भी पूरा सहयोग मिलता रहा है। उन सबके प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सभी सांसदगण हमारे सभी देशवासियों, विशेष रूप से जो विकास यात्रा में पीछे रह गए हैं, उनकी सेवा करने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास करते रहेंगे। साथ ही आप सब हमारे महान संविधान के अनुरूप सर्वोच्च लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं को और भी मजबूत बनाएंगे। मेरी शुभकामना है कि आप सब समाज व राष्ट्र को और अधिक मजबूत बनाने के अपने प्रयासों में सफलता प्राप्त करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Of course, outgoing President Ramnath Kovind there addressing members of Parliament from both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. course, the farewell ceremony concluding in the Central Hall of Parliament, where you heard from outgoing President Ram Kovind. His tenure officially ends tomorrow. On July 25th is when President-elect Draupadi Murmu will be sworn into the office of President of India, the 15th President of India. Members of Parliament from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha were present. Prime Minister Modi was there. Lok Sabha Speaker Mr. Om Birla made that farewell speech as well. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu was also present on this occasion. This is, of course, the final farewell which is being given to President Ram Kovind. Yesterday, the Prime Minister had hosted a dinner in his honor as well, which was open to select guests. President Ram Kovind there acknowledging all the union ministers as well, having last few words with them. He did, of course, appreciate the support that they extended to him during his tenure. He was sworn into office on the 25th of July 2017. He, of course, there interacting with union ministers, Purushottam Rupala there, Anupriya Patel and others also who were present in the Central Hall, along with Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda as well, and members of Parliament from across the political spectrum who are present in the Central Hall today, bidding farewell to outgoing President Ram Kovind. Yesterday, a dinner was hosted by Prime Minister Modi in his honor at Hotel Ashok in Delhi, which was attended by members of the Union Council as well as MPs, chief ministers of BJP-ruled states, as well as some special invitees, including Padma awardees who had in fact been awarded with the Padma Awards by President Ram Kovind. Speaker Om Birla today, of course, delivered the farewell speech, and some tokens of appreciation and honor were conferred on President Ram Kovind by the Speaker and outgoing Vice President Mr. Venkaiah Naidu. The President now leaving the premises of the Central Hall in Parliament, where this function was held in his honor. The final farewell to outgoing President Ram Kovind. President-elect Draupadi Murmu, who recently won the election against the opposition's nominee Yashwant Sinha, she will be sworn into the office of President of India on the 25th of July. He also, President Ram Kovind, extended his congratulations to President-elect Draupadi Murmu and wished her all the best for her tenure. And he said that this was in fact a momentous occasion indeed for women empowerment, that a woman from such a humble beginning and a humble background had indeed made it to the highest constitutional office in the country. President Ram Kovind there had a few words of advice for the members of Parliament as well, saying that they should continue to follow the Gandhian philosophy while, of course, exercising their right to debate and dissent in Parliament. President Ram Kovind thereafter delivering his farewell speech, now leaving the premises of the Parliament.
कृपया कोर्टयार्ड 9
That is, of course, the final function, the final farewell that is being given, that was just being given to outgoing President Ram Kovind, who of course had a long political career before he was in fact elected into the office of President. In 2017, he was sworn into the office on the 25th of July 2017. Before, of course, he had been, in his political career, he had been a member of the Rajya Sabha as well as governor of Bihar as well, before the NDA in 2017 named him as their nominee for the presidential elections. Interestingly, his opponent in those elections in 2017, Ms. Meera Kumar, who was the joint opposition's candidate, was also present in the Central Hall today when President Ram Kovind was being bid a farewell. She, of course, in her capacity as a former Speaker of the Lok Sabha. She was present in the House as well in the Central Hall where this function was just held. President Ram Kovind, of course, listing out the achievements of the government under his watch during his tenure of the past 5 years. And of course, telling parliamentarians that they should continue to follow the Gandhian philosophy while, of course, exercising their right and their democratic right to dissent and debate in Parliament. President Ram Kovind there for the one final time, leaving the premises of Parliament. His tenure comes to an end tomorrow. In the election in 2017, he had secured more than 66% of the votes. It was a massive achievement, one of the highest number of votes garnered by any candidate in the presidential elections. They're being seen off from Parliament by Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, the Prime Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi as well. The first farewell, of course, was held for him earlier this month by the Chiefs of Staff Committee, because he also was the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. News just coming in right now. Partha Chatterjee, TMC minister, felt unwell in lockup, and the court has now allowed Partha Chatterjee to be admitted to the state-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata till he is produced before the court once again on Monday. So Partha Chatterjee will be in hospital until Monday, when he will be produced before the court again. Partha Chatterjee felt unwell. He suffers from a lot of ailments. He's also a diabetes patient. He felt unwell in the lockup. And no, the court now has said that he can be, in fact, admitted to the state-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata till he is produced before the court once again on Monday. So he'll be in hospital today and tomorrow before he is to be produced again on Monday. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate had earlier arrested him this morning and then produced him in court and sought his custody. They had been given 2 days remand, and now the court has allowed for Partha Chatterjee to be admitted to hospital because he was not feeling very well, and he will be produced in court again on Monday. My colleague Indrajit Kundu is now joining me live from Kolkata on this. Indrajit, so Partha Chatterjee will be in hospital over the next 2 days until Monday?
Well, that's right, Paulomi. You know, Partha Chatterjee has multiple comorbidities, and he has been facing marathon grilling and raids at his residence since yesterday morning. And we've seen how he was made to travel a lot, and then finally he was taken for a medical test. He was brought here at this court. So now, after he was sent on 2 days, custody with the Enforcement Directorate, where he had to once again appear before court on Monday, his counsel went to the judge and pleaded that his his client was not feeling well. He had complained of illness in the lockup, and therefore he should be allowed to get treatment from the state-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata. The court has granted him that. So Partha Chatterjee will now be admitted in the state-run, Bengal government-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata over the next 2 days. Once again, he would be produced before court on Monday. We'll have to see what is his medical status then, because the court has also directed the director of SSKM hospital to file a report, a medical report, before the court on Monday. So it's the same location where each and every high-profile person from the Trinamool Congress, whenever they are arrested by any central agency, be it CBI or ED, they are taken to SSKM hospital for treatment. You would remember how Shobhan Chatterjee or Madan Mitra, they have all been admitted at the SSKM hospital over the past several years. And now, once again, Partha Chatterjee too will be following the same route, this time directed by the court. So the court has allowed the petition that has been filed by his counsel that he should be admitted and given medical attention at the state-run SSKM hospital. That's going to happen. Over the next 2 days, he remains in ED custody. However, he will be getting a treatment at the hospital till such time he is once again produced before the court on Monday. Paulami?
All right. And as far as the enforcement directorate is concerned, let's just put that out again for our viewers right now. Partha Chatterjee has basically said that he's feeling unwell, and so the court has allowed him to be admitted into SSKM hospital. What we're also running right now, Indrajit, for our viewers, the news that you're breaking is that the TMC is in a huddle right now, and a crucial meeting is currently underway at Abhishek Banerjee's office in Kolkata, and Mayor Firhad Hakim and party spokesperson Kunal Ghosh are in attendance at that meeting. And there is a demand, Indrajit, you're reporting from your sources, that the TMC remove Partha Chatterjee as the party's general secretary. So is the TMC, Indrajit, distancing itself from Partha Chatterjee?
Well, Paulami, the TMC hasn't formally announced that. But what I can tell you is from within sources in the TMC is that there is a growing chorus, a demand that certain action be initiated against Partha Chatterjee, that the party's name is being maligned through this entire case and the media spectacle that has been mounted over the past 48 hours, ever since those images that were put out by the enforcement directorate, those cash stashed at Arpita Mukherjee's residence, who is supposed to be, as the enforcement directorate claims, is a close aide of Partha Chatterjee. In fact, Arpita Mukherjee has just been brought out of her residence. She was very evasive. She was speaking to the media. She said that this is a huge conspiracy that has been hatched by the BJP, and she is being targeted. So this is what she says. In the meanwhile, the TMC remains in a huddle, a very, very crucial meeting that took place at Abhishek Banerjee's office, not at the Trinamool party office, mind you, not the Trinamool headquarters in Kolkata, but at Abhishek Banerjee's office, where senior Trinamool Congress leaders, not Mamata Banerjee, but Abhishek Banerjee, Firhad Hakim, Kunal Ghosh and others were present there. And 10 minutes from now, we are expecting the Trinamool Congress to come out with an official statement. There will be a press conference at the Trinamool Congress headquarters now, and the sources are telling us that there could be some tough decisions that might be announced. So, yes, there has been speculation all through since yesterday whether or not the Trinamool Congress is distancing itself from Partha Chatterjee, whether or not the Trinamool Congress is leaving Partha Chatterjee fend for himself. Because I've been speaking to Trinamool Congress leaders, and they are all tight-lipped. Seems like a gag, none speaking. They're all saying that, they're observing it very closely as to how things are proceeding. Very, very unlike what the Trinamool Congress did last time, if you remember, Paulami, when Firhad Hakim and likes of others were arrested by CBI, the central agency. That time, Mamata Banerjee herself, Trinamool Congress Supremo, State Chief Minister, she rushed to the Nizam Palace where these leaders were kept, and she wanted to meet them. She wanted to talk to the central agency officers, and there was Trinamool Congress workers who had gathered outside Nizam Palace, raising slogans and protesting. Nothing of that sort was seen this time. In fact, I will try and show you the visuals here if it was, and that's so uncharacteristic, because look here, there is a lot of common people waiting here, a huge media gathering, of course, but we are not seeing any Trinamool Congress supporters, protesting out here against the BJP or anything of that sort. So that clearly goes on to show that some message has been has been sent across to the party rank and file right now, and the Trinamool Congress wants to deal with this strategically. Whether or not there will be a stern action that would be initiated against Partha Chatterjee, as is being speculated, we'll have to just wait for another 10-15 minutes to come to know about that. But I can tell you, sources within the Trinamool Congress telling us that there is a growing chorus to initiate some sort of an action. Whether that action would be to remove Partha Chatterjee from the post of Secretary General of the party, we don't know, but there is a growing chorus within the Trinamool Congress, I can tell you.
Okay, so there is a growing chorus within the Trinamool Congress to axe Partha Chatterjee as Secretary General of the party. Indro, stay on with us. More news that's coming in on this story. This is the developing story and fast-paced developments in this story. Now, while coming out, Arpita Mukherjee shouted, "I have not done any wrong. It is BJP's ploy." Listen in.
I wanted to speak, sir, 1 minute. I wanted to speak 1 minute. Arpita.
Okay, so that is Arpita Mukherjee, who has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in this SSC scam. She, of course, while coming out, shouted out to the media, "I have done no wrong. This is the BJP's ploy." So she's alleging that the BJP is trying to implicate her and she has done no wrong, though mounds of cash and currency have been seized from her residence. Indrajit is live with us right now. Indrajit, what is the course of action that the Enforcement Directorate is going to follow right now in Arpita Mukherjee's case?
Well, she will have to be produced before the court, Paulami, because she has now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case. It's the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under which provisions both of them have been booked. And, she will also have to be produced before court. It's not very clear whether that will happen today, because she's just been taken out of court. Medical tests have to be conducted, and then finally she will have to be produced before court. She needs to be taken into remand. As I have been stating, why the ED wants both of them in custody is that they want both Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee to be questioned and interrogated face to face, so that the inconsistencies that many people are talking about, that can be nailed. However, what we were given to understand since yesterday is that both Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee has not been, cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate officials in their probe. There has been a lot of reluctance on their part. They were wasting time, is what we've been told. And that is precisely the reason why this entire process dragged on for almost 2 days. It's unprecedented. A state minister being holed up at his own residence for more than 24 hours with a central agency grilling him and raiding his premises. At the same time, his close associate, what we are being told right now, and we've seen the visuals as well, it's taken quite a lot of time for bank officials supervising the entire process and ED officials also working for the same thing to count the cash that was recovered at Arpita Mukherjee's residence. In fact, what we did see today afternoon was also, something which is unprecedented. A lot of chests were brought in, trunks were brought in which that money was then put, and it was finally transferred out of Arpita Mukherjee's residence by officials there. So clearly, it has been a very, very elaborate process, and not just these two people, not just Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Raids were conducted. This was a very, very well-calculated strike by the Enforcement Directorate, with teams of around 90 officers spread across various locations of West Bengal, went to various locations and conducted this raid simultaneously And what's most important is that the state police and Kolkata police was not taken into loop initially. Once they reached the locations, be it Partha Chatterjee's residence or Arpita Mukherjee's residence, it was after that that the local police station was intimated so that the ED and the central agency can carry on with their operations smoothly. So it was a well-calculated step, a well-calculated strategy on part of the central agency. What sources are telling us that all of these people who were raided have been under the radar of this agency for several months now. They were on the radar, they were being followed very closely by ED officials, and finally, when they had some concrete evidence, when they had some intelligence, that is when they decided to strike, and this entire joint operation of 13 locations, 10 to 13 locations being raided together, and a lot of seizures being made took place. And therefore, what we are being told is that some of these people were caught completely off guard. And we've seen what we've seen yesterday, huge stash of cash being recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence. And now both she as well as Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee both have been arrested by the ED.
Okay, Indrajit, stay on with us. Of course, we'll give you some time to collect more details about these fast-paced developments that are taking place in Kolkata this evening. Now, the Enforcement Directorate arresting Arpita Mukherjee as well. In a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister, Partha Chatterjee, has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Partha's aide, Arpita Mukherjee, has also been arrested. Partha Chatterjee felt unwell in the lockup, and the court has now allowed him to be admitted to the state-run SSKM hospital in the city till he is produced before the court once again on Monday. India Today exclusively accessed a video showing more than 21 crore rupees in cash that was recovered from Partha's aide Arpita's residence on Friday during raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The envelope clearly mentions the stash of cash was for the Department of Higher Education, giving the clearest indication of Partha's alleged involvement in the teacher recruitment scam. The Enforcement Directorate so far has recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees, and over 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. After arrest and amid the Enforcement Directorate heat, BJP mocked the TMC, saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." Meanwhile, in Hooghly, BJP workers clashed with cops in protest against Minister Partha Chatterjee. TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents.
आज भारत की मान्यता विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रही है और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है। ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस व्यक्ति के बारे में वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री ममता जी ने काफ़ी कुछ पहले से प्रशंसा किया हुआ था कि आप अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं। 21 करोड़ का भंडार मैनेज करना, मैं मानता हूं ममता जी के लिए एक प्रशंसा वाली बात थी।
बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Teacher recruitment is one of the sacred thing in our system. If somebody is boggling in all this area, this is very unfortunate. Law should take its own course up to the logical end. This is very unfortunate incident in the land of Ma Saraswati.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রীর অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
What do you have to say about the 21 CR which has been confiscated from the ladies' house who is very close to Mr. Partha Chatterjee? ED didn't go and keep that 21 crores over there. ED didn't go and keep the diamonds and ornaments and, hundreds of envelopes, having a lot of money inside those envelopes, and it is written on top, Government of West Bengal Education Department. ED didn't go and keep those in her house, right? Another lady, another girlfriend of Mr. Partha Chatterjee whose name is Mona Lisa, on whose name we are seeing there are 10 flats. So ED didn't go and keep those flats in her name, right?
Now, at the India Today East conclave earlier this month, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spoke on the alleged recruitment scam in which her Minister Partha Chatterjee has now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. She had termed the ED raids vendetta politics by the BJP. Listen in.
I forgot to mention there's an education recruitment scam that your ministers allegedly
You cannot say it is scam.
Allegation.
No. You talk about BHAPM first. You talk about UP first. It is somebody alleged, BJP party and CPM party.
They've alleged that there has been that Trinamool Congress workers have been given benefits in teacher recruitment.
It is not.
The Kolkata High Court has intervened.
It is not. Calcutta High Court, what they give verdict, I will not mention anything about the court verdict, because you know better than me how court can protect country and how we can also protect court. So I am not going to quarrel with them. We know better than. Even I should not say, but if sometimes come, I will plead that. The matter is that it is on investigation process. Let the investigation process is over. Before that, you should not go for any media trial. And that is not legally permittable also.
West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Over 20 crore cash was recovered from Arpita's residence on Friday during ED raids. Here's a report on who Arpita Mukherjee is and her connection to the case.
Bengal recruitment scam explodes. With Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee under ED scanner, spotlight stays on his close aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. It was her home from where Rs 21 crore was recovered by the central agency. Sources in the ED say the cash seized is linked to the alleged recruitment scam involving the West Bengal School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. So the question arises, who is Arpita Mukherjee? A very close aide of TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita is a model and actor. She has acted in Bengali, Odia and Tamil films, including hits like Mama Bhange and Patna. Arpita was also the face of promotional campaigns Naktala Udyan Sangh, which is one of the biggest Durga Puja committees in Kolkata in 2019 and 2020. She has been living in a luxury flat in South Kolkata for the past few years and was visited frequently by Partha, the sources said. BJP, which is going all guns blazing at the Mamata Banerjee government over the scam, is also linking the West Bengal Chief Minister with Arpita. Saffron Party's IT Chief Amit Malviya shared a video on Twitter and claimed she was appreciated by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Malviya said, and I quote, "Not too long ago, Mamata Banerjee from an open platform praised Partha Chatterjee's close aide, from whose residential premise ED seized a small sum of 20 crore. Mamata knew of her and the good work she was doing. Make no mistake, Partha wasn't scamming on his own accord." More facts are likely to come to fore as ED continues to tighten its grip on Partha's aide Arpita Chatterjee. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, big showdown over Delhi liquor policy. Massive showdown in the national capital over AAP's excise policy breaks out as BJP workers hold protests against Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence in Delhi.
You are watching India Today.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
If you have still not linked your PAN card and Aadhaar card, if you are a cryptocurrency investor, if you are a social media influencer or a doctor, listen up closely because there are additional taxes and extra penalties being imposed on you. Here are 3 major changes to the income tax rules. So as per guidelines, linking your PAN card and Aadhaar card is mandatory. The last date to do this was 31st March. After that, a fine of ₹500 was imposed to link your PAN and Aadhaar till 30th June. Now, 1st July onwards, that fine has been doubled. So now you'll have to pay ₹1,000 to link your PAN and Aadhaar. If you've still not done it, you can visit the income tax e-filing portal to do so. A flat 30% tax was introduced on cryptocurrency transactions. Now, an additional 1% TDS has been introduced on cryptocurrency transactions, regardless of whether the investor has made a loss or a gain on that transaction. Now, here's the catch. The investor can claim a refund of this TDS, but only on those transactions in which he or her incurred a loss. So basically what it means is that if you want to claim a refund on that TDS, you'll have to file an ITR on cryptocurrency transactions. So if you are a doctor or a social media influencer, this part is going to be most relevant to you. A new section, 194R, has been inserted into the Income Tax Act of 1961. Basically what it states is that a 10% TDS has been imposed on the benefits which are received by doctors and social media influencers. By benefits, they're basically referring to freebies, gifts, and sales promotion packages. Now, this 10% will be levied only if the cost of that benefit exceeds ₹20,000 in a single financial year. Now, private doctors will be required to pay 10% TDS. If you are a doctor who's employed by a private hospital, then that 10% TDS will be levied on to the hospital that you're working for. And if you are a government doctor, then that 10% TDS is not applicable.
You are watching
Ranil Wickremesinghe has taken over as the 8th executive president of Sri Lanka at a time when the island nation is in turmoil. Is it looking to India for more assistance? With me is Gopal Bagle, India's High Commissioner to Sri Lanka. Sir, on the shores of the sea that India and Sri Lanka share, where do you see this relationship? What kind of assistance is Sri Lanka seeking? What kind of assistance are you providing?
Well, India has always stood with the people of Sri Lanka in their times of need. So when last year the government of Sri Lanka requested the government of India for support to import essential items and also to shore up their dipping foreign exchange reserves, we came forward with unprecedented speed and also at unprecedented scale. So put together in the first 6 months of this year, we have been able to come up with $3.8 billion of support. This has been used for importing from India fuel, food, medicines, fertilizer and several other items which have come to the help of the ordinary common Sri Lankan citizens. Well, they mostly require food, fuel and fertilizers and medicines. This is the requirement in terms of the shortages. But going forward, your question is very right. I think there is requirement, there is need to build capacity within the Sri Lankan economy so that going beyond support, immediate short-term support, they can build capacity for economic recovery. Well, India and Sri Lanka share a very close and vibrant trade and investment relationship. India is, in fact, among the top investors in Sri Lanka in several sectors, constructions and transport, food, consumer durables. Now we have diversified our investment into other areas such as ports, renewable energy, and also there are very good prospects in agriculture, dairying, hydrocarbons, information technology. So I think there is good opportunity. You are right, there are currently difficulties. It's at the end of the day, it's a commercial decision for the companies to make. But from the point of view as a diplomat from India over here, we would certainly like the economic partnership between India and Sri Lanka get closer, get more strengthened, because it will be in the benefit for the both countries.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
News just coming in right now. The Lieutenant Governor has directed the Chief Secretary of Delhi to submit a report detailing the role of officers and civil servants in the illegal formulation, amendments and implementation of the Delhi Excise Policy 2021-22. Appropriate action is to be taken against erring officials. So the trouble now mounting for Delhi government and its Excise Minister Manish Sisodia. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining me live on this. Aishwarya, give us more details of this report that the Lieutenant Governor has sought from the Chief Secretary.
Well, Paulmi, it looks like the war is escalating between the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, after the Chief Secretary wrote to LG and flagged off certain discrepancies, now it is the LG who has asked the Chief Secretary to make a report, a comprehensive one, and to also name those officials, all of those under whose supervision this policy was passed. What the LG goes on to say is that if there is any officer who could see that there was something wrong, then they should have flagged it then and there. In fact, what the LG has also asked the Chief Secretary is pointing towards the fact that all these officers knew what was happening, but they shut their eyes. They still kept on signing on papers, and that's the reason why ultimately what has come out is that a CBI inquiry has been initiated against Manish Sisodia. So we could see the war escalating in days to come. Follow me.
Okay. Aishwarya, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Now, there's a massive showdown in the national capital over AAP's excise policy. BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi on Saturday protesting outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Protesters clashed with cops, even broke barricades. Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta was detained during the protests. Meanwhile, Congress workers also staged a dharna outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Protests come a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy of the state, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation. Kejriwal, however, denied all charges filed, in fact, by the Lieutenant Governor and BJP, saying that it's a bid to defame the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP introduced the new liquor policy, the new liquor regime, in November 2021, saying it would clean up malpractices and improve user experience.
पूरे देश में जितनी तेजी के साथ केजरीवाल जी के मॉडल का विस्तार हो रहा है, आम आदमी पार्टी का विस्तार हो रहा है, उससे नरेंद्र मोदी जी को रात में नींद नहीं आती। वो इस मॉडल से घबराकर रोज फर्जी मुकदमे करते हैं। सुबह उठते हैं, कहते हैं एक मुकदमा करो, फिर एक मुकदमा करो, फिर इनको पकड़ो, फिर उनको गिरफ्तार करो। एलजी तुम्हारा, सीएस तुम्हारा, सारी एजेंसियां तुम्हारी, ईडी, सीबीआई सब तुम्हारी, फर्जी मामले लिखने हैं, लिखो। तो ये चोर बेईमान लोग हैं, इनकी किसी बात पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। इन्होंने देश को बर्बाद किया है, लूटा है, महंगाई के गर्त में झोंका है।
अगर दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार किया होता ना, पिछले 7 सालों में मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारी सरकार को अंदर कर दिया होता। हर कोशिश के बावजूद भी वो 1 पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार ना पहले साबित कर पाए हैं, ना आज साबित कर पाएंगे। लेकिन मोदी जी ने एक चीज जरूर साबित कर दी है कि पूरे देश में अगर उन्हें एक आदमी से डर लगता है तो वो आदमी अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तभी हाथ धो के अपनी सारी एजेंसीज को अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायकों के पीछे लगाया हुआ।
केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा लूट लिया, शराब माफिया को माला माल कर दिया, गरीब आपदा के समय दिल्ली छोड़कर जा रहा था और आपकी सरकार उस समय भी शराब माफिया को धन धन कराने की बात कर रही थी। और इन गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों पर जहां एक और एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई की जांच के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिखा है, आप उस पर बिल्कुल चुप रहे, मूक दर्शक बनकर रहे और इधर उधर की बात करते रहे।
आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे साफ लगता है बार बार जब कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया पर हमला होगा, मनीष सिसोदिया, बिकॉज उन्हें मालूम है। और ये आरोप हमने 3 जून 2022 को हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दिल्ली के
We're cutting across live to Kolkata right now, where the Trinamool Congress is now addressing a press conference.
সেটাও তদন্ত করে দেখা দরকার। আমরা সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে পূর্ণ আস্থা রাখছি আইন এবং বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপর, এবং বিচারে যদি পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে যে অভিযোগের কথা বলা হচ্ছে সেগুলি যদি বিচারে সত্য বলে প্রমাণিত হয়, নিশ্চিতভাবেই সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দলগতভাবে এবং সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের সরকার তার বিরুদ্ধে যা ব্যবস্থা নেওয়ার নিশ্চিতভাবেই সেই ব্যবস্থা নেবে। সেই সঙ্গে আমি মাননীয় মেয়র ফিরহাদ হাকিম, মাননীয় মন্ত্রী অরূপ বিশ্বাস এবং চন্দ্রিমা ভট্টাচার্য রয়েছেন। আমরা সিপিএম, বিজেপি, কংগ্রেস এদের যে কয়েকজনের কথা শুনছি, এদের কোনো কথা বলা সাজে না। ভুরি ভুরি উদাহরণ আমাদের কাছে রয়েছে এবং আমরা সর্বভারতীয় সর্বস্তরের কর্মী, সমর্থক, শুভানুধ্যায়ী এবং বাংলার মানুষকে বলছি যে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস অটুট ছিল, অটুট থাকবে। 21শে জুলাইয়ের ঐতিহাসিক মিছিলকে ভয় পাওয়ার পর আচমকা সামনে এসছে, আমরা আমাদের শীর্ষ নেতৃত্ব আইনের উপর আস্থা থাকছে, বিচারের উপর আস্থা থাকছে। যদি আইনে দোষী কেউ সাব্যস্ত হন তার বিরুদ্ধেও দল ব্যবস্থা নেবে। কিন্তু সার্বিকভাবে বিজেপি যে চক্রান্তের রাজনীতি চালাচ্ছে এবং সিপিএম এবং কংগ্রেস তাদের অতীত এবং চারপাশ ভুলে গিয়ে যে কুৎসা করছে, সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস পরিবার তারা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের নেতৃত্বে, অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের সেনাপতিত্বে এক হয়ে এই পরিস্থিতির মোকাবিলা করে বাংলার মাটিতে তৃণমূলের সাফল্য অব্যাহত রাখবেন।
একটা কথা বলি, 2 মাস আগে কোর্ট তদন্ত ভার সিবিআই কে দিয়েছে।
2 months ago the case was handed over to the CBI by the court.
পার্থদা ওয়াশিং মেশিনে ঢুকে যেত,
if in these 2 months Partha Chatterjee had entered the quote-unquote washing machine,
ইডির যে তদন্ত হতো না,
then the ED wouldn't have proceeded with this action and they wouldn't have found anything.
তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসে ছিল,
because he was in the TMC, hence
তার বিরুদ্ধে কুৎসা, তার বিরুদ্ধে তদন্ত, তার বিরুদ্ধে ষড়যন্ত্র হচ্ছে। ঠিক একই কায়দায় যেহেতু আমি তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসে ছিলাম, একই কেসে আমাকে জেলে যেতে হয়েছিল, কিন্তু যেই একই কেসে যে গে ওয়াশিং মেশিনে ঢুকে গেল বিজেপির,
in the same case, one who entered the BJP's washing machine, he's not had to face anything. So you can understand.
বিজেপিতে গেলে সাধু,
if you go to the BJP, you're a saint. In the TMC, you will be a thief.
চলছে এবং এখনো বলছি অত্যন্ত দুঃখের সাথে ভারতবর্ষের এজেন্সিগুলোকে বিজেপি রাজনৈতিক কারণে কাজে লাগাচ্ছে।
Unfortunately, BJP is using central agencies for political reasons.
আমরা একমত যে
We are of one opinion.
আমাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস অন্যায় করে না, অন্যায় সহ্য করে না।
The TMC doesn't do injustice and doesn't suffer one as well.
পূর্ণ আস্থা আছে।
We have full faith in the judiciary and the system.
বিচার ব্যবস্থায় দেখা যায় যে কেউ দোষী, নিশ্চিতভাবে
কঠোরতম শাস্তি তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস নেবে। Guilty, then TMC will take action.
সেটা নিশ্চিতভাবে আমরা তার প্রতিরোধ করব, প্রতিবাদ করব।
We will protest any conspiracy though.
আমার মনে হয় যে 21শে জুলাইয়ের এই যে ঐতিহাসিক সাফল্য, এই যে মানুষের এই আশীর্বাদ, সমর্থন, সেটাকে বিজেপি ভয় পেয়েছে। তাই 22 তারিখই এই চক্রান্ত, আমার মনে হয়
afraid
যে
after
আমরা তো আমাদের
a massive rally on the 21st of July, hence the action on the 22nd of July.
যে আইনের পথে চলবে এবং কেউ যদি দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয় দল নিশ্চিতভাবে তার ব্যবস্থা গ্রহণ করবে।
If anyone is proven guilty,
সাফল্যতে বিজেপির মাথা ঘুরে যাওয়া,
then we will take
আর
action.
কারুর সঙ্গে কারুর ছবি দেখিয়ে তাকে একসঙ্গে জুড়ে দেওয়া, এটা মনে হয় সঠিক কাজ হচ্ছে না।
It's very easy to associate someone with the basis of a photograph.
একাধিক বহু ছবি রয়েছে যে
There are many such photographs.
লক্ষ লক্ষ কোটি টাকা, হাজার হাজার কোটি টাকা দেশের সম্পদ নিয়ে তারা বিদেশে চলে গেল।
Of people who are absconding, who are fugitives, who have stolen from the people of this country and have run away.
যে বিজেপি তাদের সর্বভারতীয় সভাপতি ক্যামেরার সামনে ঘুষ নিতে গিয়ে ধরা পড়েছিলেন, পরবর্তীকালে বন্দী হতে হয়েছিল। এই সেই বিজেপি রাজ্যে রাজ্যে যাদের জমানায় চূড়ান্ত দুর্নীতি স্পষ্ট, ব্যাপক কেলেঙ্কারি থেকে শুরু করে কারগিলের শহীদদের কফিন কেলেঙ্কারি পর্যন্ত এরা একের পর এক দুর্নীতি করে গিয়েছে। এবং আমরা আবার বলছি যে বাংলায় আমরা পার্টিকুলার এই ঘটনাটি দল পরিষ্কার বলছে, আদালত আইনের পথে চলবে, আদালতের উপর আস্থা আছে।
Our final word is we have full faith in the judiciary.
তাদের ক্ষেত্রে কি হবে?
So there you heard from the Trinamool Congress, the TMC there addressing a press conference.
পুলিশ চলে, সিবিআই চলে গেল, এবার আমরা বলছি আইনের পথে চলবে। আর শুভেন্দু আইনের পথে চলবার বদলে শুভেন্দু বিজেপির পথে চলবে আর আইন তার কাছে যাবে না, এটা কি করে হবে? অর্থাৎ
Shubhendu won't walk in the path of law. He goes to the BJP and the law doesn't follow him then.
শুধুমাত্র একটি জায়গায় যাবে এবং তারপরে বলা হবে আইনের পথে চলছে, এটা কি করে? তাহলে আইনের ঊর্ধ্বে যাদের নিয়ে চলে যাওয়া হচ্ছে। তথাগত রায়ের বক্তব্য তো তদন্তে আসা উচিত। কামিনী কাঞ্চন, মহিলাও আছে, টাকাও আছে। তথাগত রায় বলেছিলেন বিজেপিতে এই ভোটের সময় কামিনী কাঞ্চনের খেলা চলছে। কামিনী কাঞ্চন মানে কি? কামিনী মানে মহিলা, কাঞ্চন মানে টাকা। কে তদন্ত করবে? প্রাক্তন রাজ্যপাল, প্রাক্তন সভাপতি দলের, তিনি বসে বসে বলছেন যে দলের মধ্যে টাকার খেলা চলছে, মহিলাদের ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে। কই, তখন তো কোনো জায়গা থেকে কোনো সুমোটো কেস তৈরি হচ্ছে না, কোনো তদন্ত হচ্ছে না, কোনো এজেন্সি যাচ্ছে না।
And women are being used in the party. Why isn't anyone taking sumoto action then? No agency is then going forward.
রাজনৈতিকভাবে যাদের কাছে পরাজিত হচ্ছেন তাদের বিরুদ্ধে প্রয়োগ করবেন, এটা অত্যন্ত আপত্তিকর। আমরা আবার বলছি, যে ঘটনা ঘটেছে,
it is absolutely objectionable that you proceed against those who are politically defeating you.
যদি আইনে কেউ দোষী সাব্যস্ত হন, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস যথাযথ ব্যবস্থা নেবে। কিন্তু যারা আইনের বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ বিজেপিতে চলে গিয়ে, ওয়াশিং মেশিনে চলে গিয়ে বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছেন, তাদের বিচার কে করবে? কিভাবে হবে? আর সিপিএম, বুদ্ধদেব ভট্টাচার্য বলেছিলেন চোরেদের সরকারে থাকতে চাই না। বেঙ্গল ল্যাম্প কেলেঙ্কারি থেকে ট্রাম্প কেলেঙ্কারি পর্যন্ত, ট্রেজারি কেলেঙ্কারি পর্যন্ত পরের পর কংগ্রেস দ্বিচারী। ইডি খুব ভালো লাগছে না পশ্চিমবঙ্গে, তাহলে ইডি দিল্লিতে সোনিয়া গান্ধী রাহুল গান্ধীকে ডাকলে সারা দেশে বিক্ষোভ করতে যান কেন মশাই? যে কোনো একটা মুখ হবে তো। ইডি হয় ভালো, সর্বত্র ভালো, খারাপ হলে সর্বত্র খারাপ। ইডিকে যখন পশ্চিমবঙ্গে তৃণমূলের বিরুদ্ধে ব্যবহার করা হবে তখন ইডি ভালো, তখন এখানে দলের নেতাদের
being two-faced. When the ED proceeds against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in Delhi,
তখন হচ্ছে প্রতিহিংসা,
then it's wrong.
চলতে পারে না। ফলে বিরোধীরা
But when it proceeds against the TMC in Bengal, then it's absolutely right.
এখানে এই কংগ্রেস, এই সিপিএম ছিল, সিপিএম ত্রিপুরা শিক্ষক নিয়োগে ভরপুর কেলেঙ্কারি, 10,323 জন শিক্ষকের চাকরি চলে গেল। সিপিএম আর বিজেপি মিলে রাজনীতি করলো, শিক্ষক পরিবারগুলি পথে বসেছে। তো সেই জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে বিজেপির কোনো অধিকার নেই এই বিষয়ে বলার। তারা
BJP has no right to talk about this issue.
নিজেরা সুরক্ষিত থাকছে, অরূপ বলেছে, ওয়াশিং মেশিন হয়ে বসে আছে।
They are the washing machine.
অভিযোগ পার্থদা যদি 2 মাস আগে বিজেপিতে চলে যেতেন, ইডি যেত না, আর গিয়ে কিছু পেলেও কি পাওয়া গেছে কেউ জানতে পারতো না।
If Partha had entered the BJP 2 months ago, then ED wouldn't have approached him and wouldn't have found anything against him either.
আমরা যে ভদ্রমহিলার বাড়ি থেকে পাওয়া গেছে তাকে আমরা চিনি না, তিনি তৃণমূলের কেউ না।
We don't know the woman
কর্মসূচিতে কে কাকে ব্যক্তিগতভাবে ডাকছে, তার
from whose house cash has been seized. She has nothing to do with the TMC.
যারা নেতা নেতৃত্ব বা বিভিন্ন সামাজিক ভাবে থাকেন, কোন অনুষ্ঠানে কার সঙ্গে কার দেখা হচ্ছে এগুলো কোনো বিষয় হতে পারে না।
You can't make an issue about who meets who at a function or public programs.
সঙ্গে সঙ্গে নিশ্চিতভাবে সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দল হিসেবে এবং সরকার হিসেবে ব্যবস্থা নেবে, কিন্তু তার আগে পর্যন্ত এই বিরোধীদের
If before the law someone is proven guilty, then TMC will take action.
তার সর্বস্তরের কর্মীরা, সারা বাংলার কর্মীরা 21শে জুলাই যে জনসমুদ্র দেখিয়েছে, যে আত্মবিশ্বাসী লড়াই দেখিয়েছে, তা অব্যাহত থাকবে, নিবিড় জনসংযোগ থাকবে, এবং বিভ্রান্ত করার মানুষকে যে চেষ্টা হচ্ছে, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দৃঢ়ভাবে রাস্তায় নেবে, মানুষের কাছে গিয়ে এই বাস্তবের মোকাবিলা করে আবার
TMC will go to the people and fight this.
বিরোধীদের কুৎসার জবাব দেবে, বাকি
and will
reply, ভালো হচ্ছে,
respond to its opponents.
উন্নয়ন, এত বড় দল, এত বড় সরকার, 99% কাজ, 99.5% কাজ ঠিক হচ্ছে, ভালো হচ্ছে, সেই জন্যই তো মানুষ ভোট দিচ্ছেন মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে।
The people's work is getting done, and hence the people are voting for Mamata Banerjee.
কোথাও ভুল হচ্ছে, কোথাও অন্যায় হয়েছে,
99.5% work is getting done. If 5% there is any wrong,
ভুল হলে সংশোধন হবে, অন্যায় হলে আইনের পথে চলবে।
The leader has said that there will be changes and amendments.
5% ভালো কাজটাকে শুধুমাত্র একটা ঘটনার বা একটা দৃশ্যপট দেখিয়ে সেই ভালোটাকে ঢেকে ফেলা হবে। তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস আত্মবিশ্বাসী, কর্মীরা আত্মবিশ্বাসী, সব দিক থেকে দল নজর রাখছেন, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মাথার উপর আছেন, অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় সেনাপতি আছেন, সিনিয়ররা রয়েছেন, নতুন প্রজন্ম আছে। তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস এক এবং অটুট হয়ে আগামী দিনগুলো পথ চলবে।
কুণালদা, শুভেন্দু অধিকারী 6টা টুইট গতকাল থেকে, সেই 6টা টুইটে বারবার তৃণমূলের সাথে এই যার বাড়ি থেকে টাকা উদ্ধার হচ্ছে তার যোগ স্পষ্ট করার চেষ্টা করছে।
আমি পরিষ্কার বলতে চাই,
এই লোকটার 6টা টুইট স্পষ্ট করেছে যে আমাদের সাথে নাকি ওই মহিলার যোগ আছে, স্পষ্ট করে ছবি আছে, স্পষ্ট করেছে, কিন্তু না এটা না। আর সেখানে সুদীপ্ত সেন নিজে চিঠি লিখে প্রেস করে বলছেন যে শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ব্ল্যাকমেল করে তার কাছ থেকে টাকা নিয়েছে। তাহলে সেইটার ব্যাপারে কেন সিবিআই ইডি অগ্রসর হচ্ছে না, এটা আগে বলো।
Shubhendu Adhikari tweets photographs, but when Sudipto Sen says that Shubhendu is blackmailing, taking money and all, why isn't cognizance being taken of that?
শুধু আদালতে বলেছেন, আদালতে অসুস্থতা জানানো হয়েছে, তার তিনি জানিয়েছেন।
He has told the court that he is
দলের কোনো বিষয় নেই। আমরা আবার বলছি, এই প্রসেসটা আইনে চলে গেছে, আইন এবং আদালতের প্রতি, বিচার ব্যবস্থার প্রতি আমাদের পূর্ণ আস্থা আছে। ফলে এ ব্যাপারে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস কোনো রকম রাজনৈতিক মন্তব্য করবে না।
We will not make any sort of political comment on the system and the judiciary.
না না আমরা এটা আমি বলেছি না, প্রস্তাব আসেনি। নৈতিকভাবে আমরা আমাদের মাথা নত করব না। বিজেপির প্রেসারের সামনে যারা সত্যিকারের তৃণমূল, যারা মমতা ব্যানার্জির আদর্শে থাকে, তারা মাথা নত করে না। প্রস্তাব আসা না আসা নয়, যোগাযোগ করে এখানে অনেকে আছে, যেটা বললাম যে সারদা কর্তা লিখে দেওয়ার পরেও, একই কেস থাকার পরেও সে একদম খোলা বাজারে ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে। এজেন্সির ক্ষমতা নেই তাকে ইন্ট্রোগেশন করা বা তার এগেনস্টে কোনো রকম প্রসিডিং করা, আর যে তৃণমূলে থাকবে তার বিরুদ্ধে করবে। সেইটা পার্থদার কাছে অফার এসছে কি আসেনি সেটা বড় কথা নয়। বিজেপিতে গেলে সে ওয়াশিং মেশিনে ঢুকবে, বিজেপিতে না গেলে তাকে
It's not about whether Partha got an offer or not. It is about if he had gone into the BJP, then there wouldn't have been such action against him.
ধর্মেন্দ্র প্রধান কলকাতায় এসেছেন, আপনি জানেন, সেখানে তিনি বলছেন বাংলার শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা এমন খারাপ পর্যায়ে পৌঁছেছে তা ভাবা যায় না। যেখানে বিবেকানন্দ রবীন্দ্রনাথ ছিলেন সেখানে এমন অবস্থা।
ওনাকে বলুন শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর গত 2019-এর 21শে জুলাইয়ে ধর্মতলায় তৃণমূলের মঞ্চ থেকে ভাষণটা শুনে নিতে। সেখানে শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ধর্মেন্দ্র প্রধানের দলকে ভালো করে বলেছে, এই বিজেপির নেতারা বাংলার মনীষীদের চেনে না, বাংলার সংস্কৃতি বোঝে না, এই বাহারিদের দিয়ে বাংলার কিছু হবে না। শুভেন্দু অধিকারী
BJP doesn't understand Bengal's culture, Bengal's people. These outsiders won't be able to do anything.
তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস তো এই বিষয়ে কি কোনো রকম কর্মসূচি বা কবে থেকে সেরকম কোনো চিন্তা ভাবনা হয়েছে দলের মধ্যে?
আমি কোথায় বললাম? কখন বললাম? আমার পরিষ্কার বক্তব্য, দলের পরিষ্কার বক্তব্য, ফিরাদ হাকিম, অরূপ বিশ্বাস, চন্দ্রিমা ভট্টাচার্য এবং আমি কেউ ব্যক্তি নয়, দলের প্রতিনিধিত্ব করছি। আমাদের পরিষ্কার বক্তব্য যে ভদ্রমহিলার বাড়ি থেকে টাকা পাওয়া গেছে, এই টাকার সঙ্গে দলের সম্পর্ক নেই, এই টাকার সঙ্গে দল কোনোভাবে জড়িত নয়, এই ভদ্রমহিলা দলের কেউ নন, এবং এক্ষেত্রে
this woman has no links to the TMC.
বলা হচ্ছে আমরা পুরো আস্থা রাখছি বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপর। যদি বিচার ব্যবস্থায় তার
My colleague Indrajit Kundu is now joining me live on this. That was, of course, the TMC holding a press conference in Kolkata, completely dismissing the allegations against Partha Chatterjee and distancing itself from Arpita Mukherjee, saying she has no relations with the party. She is not a member of the party. And as far as the money which has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they're saying they have no links with it. Indrajit is, of course, live with me. Indrajit, give us a sense of the broader argument which the TMC has made. They're, of course, saying that Partha Chatterjee, if he had joined the BJP 2 months ago, then the Enforcement Directorate wouldn't have proceeded against him with any kind of action. They wouldn't have followed up. You wouldn't have known of any money being recovered, nothing at all. But is there a sense within the party itself that this is causing them embarrassment? This recovery of the Enforcement Directorate is causing them embarrassment, even though they're saying that this money and where it has been found, we have absolutely no links with it.
Well, Paulami, it's a very well-crafted, press conference. It's subtle, but the message is very, very clear. There is discomfort within the Trinamool Congress. The Trinamool Congress is very well aware of the optics of the cash that has been recovered, those images that has been released by the Enforcement Directorate. It's not going down well with the party. Clearly, it's a huge embarrassment for the party. Coming as it is, at the same time, somebody like Partha Chatterjee, of Partha Chatterjee's, stature, one of the senior-most members of the party, senior-most members within the Mamata Banerjee cabinet, clearly it's a huge, huge embarrassment. And what we did see, of course, look at the amount of people who came out today to hold the press conference. You have Firhad Hakim, you have Kunhal Ghosh, you have Bengal Finance Minister Chandrima Bhattacharjee, you have another minister, Arup Biswas. All of them coming together. It's not like one person. Mamata Banerjee, stoic silence. No word from Mamata Banerjee yet. Abhishek Banerjee, no word yet. So Trinamool Congress putting out its second rung of leadership to come out and face, the volleys from the media, the queries from the media. what Kunal Ghosh said is very important. He said, and the stress of course lies on somewhere else. The stress is that wherever the money has been recovered from, whoever that person is from where this money has been recovered, the onus to explain is on them. And the Trinamool Congress is very clear here. They are not saying one person, they are saying they. So whoever has been named...
just hold on for a minute because we'll come back to you. There's more news that you're bringing to our viewers as well. The court has allowed Partha Chatterjee to be hospitalized. Remember, he was produced in court after being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Partha has been taken to SSKM Hospital in Kolkata. The ED had objected to SSKM Hospital. The ED had proposed hospital run by the centre. Now, the ED objected to what the court had allowed. The ED proposed centrally run hospitals like the Army Command Hospital. Indrajit is in fact live outside the court premises. Indrajit, so what has happened? The court has allowed for him to be taken to SSKM Hospital after the ED's objection. What's the current status?
Well, we are yet to hear the final word coming in from the court. Because what has happened just a short while back is that even after, Partha Chatterjee's counsel's plea that his client is unwell, he felt unwell in the lockup and therefore he needs medical intervention. And the court allowed him to be taken to the West Bengal government-run SSKM Hospital. The ED, of course, opposed that decision, saying that, he should be taken to a central government-run hospital, maybe the Army Command Hospital or any other hospital. So that plea is being heard before the court right now. We are yet to hear the final verdict as far as this court is concerned, following which, Partha Chatterjee will be brought out of the court premises finally and will be taken to whichever hospital the court allows him to. Now, as I've been stating, follow me, at this point in time, Arpita Mukherjee has been arrested. It's not very clear whether or not the central agency will be bringing her before the court because it's already pretty late in the night, in the evening today. So we'll have to perhaps wait for tomorrow for Arpita's court production.
Okay, so we'll wait for those details to emerge as well. Indrajit, of course, reporting from outside the court in Kolkata, where earlier, a short while ago, Partha Chatterjee was produced by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the arrest of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection to the SSC recruitment scam has raised a storm in Bengal. While BJP has alleged that Partha's arrest and that of his aide Arpita, she in fact had the patronage of Mamta herself. Both of them, apparently, is what the BJP is charging. The TMC has claimed that it is yet another attempt by the centre to malign the Bengal government's image using central agencies. Here's more on that.
Massive setback for Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested in teacher recruitment scam by the ED. His arrest came hours after a marathon interrogation for over 23 hours that began on Friday morning. During the raids, ED recovered 21 crore rupees in cash, foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and 20 mobile phones from Partha's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's home. Arpita has also been arrested by the agency after the huge recoveries from her premises. In a video exclusively accessed by India Today, an envelope addressed to the Higher Education Minister is seen in the stash. Partha was the Education Minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. Rubbing salt into the wounds, BJP leaders mocked Mamta Banerjee, saying, "Picture abhi baki hai."
यही पार्था बाबू ने 5 वाइस चांसलर को लेकर धरना दिया था। बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Union ministers dared Mamta Banerjee to face real questions by ED and not cry foul.
और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास।
The time for dharna and the time for drama is over. The time to answer real questions is here. Where did that money come from? and who was responsible for that money being diverted in that in that fashion.
TMC, however, has distanced itself from Partha's aid and described the raids as a ploy by centre to harass its political opponents. Bengal Assembly Speaker alleged he has not received any information about Partha's arrest. He termed it as constitutional failure by the central agency.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
Mamta, known for her fiery attacks on central agencies, had accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting political rivals on Friday.
ওদের মেরুদণ্ড বেঁকা, ওদের মেরুদণ্ডে একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, অন্যদিকে জিএসটি। আমাদের মেরুদণ্ড সোজা, আমরা মাথা উঁচু করে চলি।
With Didi's strongman now in the ED net, what will her next move be? Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me this evening are Ms. Priyanka Tibrawal, who's a spokesperson of the BJP in Bengal, also Tausif Khan, who's a political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Mr. Tibrawal, I'll come to you first straight up because that press conference just happened and the TMC, of course, responded to the allegations against their Minister Partha Chatterjee. And what they said was if Partha Chatterjee 2 months ago had joined the BJP and had gone through the washing machine, as they call it, then clearly the Enforcement Directorate wouldn't have been at his doorstep last evening.
See, any God-fearing and law-abiding citizen which will not give such baseless and senseless arguments, although I will tell you that out of the 5 people who were there in the press conference, 2 of them are jail-ridden. One is Bobby Hakim, the other is Kunal Ghosh. They are out on bail and the matter is still going on. So see, it won't be a shock that once Partha, now he is going to the hospital, once he's back, he'll come out on a bail and then again he'll continue as a minister. Because this is the kind of ministers we have in TMC. See, corruptions are at its peak and now it doesn't matter you target or say that or you attack the ED or the other agencies, the fact remains the same that this investigation has been carried out on the order of the Honorable High Court. And they say, they just said during the press conference that, you know, they will go by whatever is there in the law and they respect the judiciary. So this entire investigation is being carried out in the SSC scam is on the order of the Honorable High Court, where jobs were given to those who did the highest bidding and not to those who deserved or who were seeking
what
jobs.
What is Partha Chatterjee's link to this scam, to this alleged scam? What they're saying is that there's no relationship with or any sort of relation with Arpita Mukherjee, in whose house all of that cash was found.
Well, we have seen Partha Chatterjee a number of times with this lady, and not just that, in 2000.
Do photographs prove association, is their question? In that case, there could be many public functions, public programs where you could find, you know, various dignitaries from any political party with different people.
It is matter of investigation.
Arpita has taken the name of Partha Chatterjee today. She has said that the money belongs to him. That is the reason he has been arrested. Now it is matter of investigation. Whatever comes out in the investigation, although we have also seen during the raid, envelopes of the ministry for which he was the minister were found in that mountain of money.
Okay, valid point. Tausif Khan, that is a valid point because the cash stash, the mounds of currency which were found during the ED raids at Arpita Mukherjee's house also had like envelopes and papers which basically said for the Department of Higher Education, which was headed by Partha Chatterjee.
Now, whatever little I have heard and understood, because there's a network issue, I'll try and answer that.
Sure.
You see, into the alleged scam is from 2016. The allegation that the money recovered is in lieu of the alleged recruitment scam. So it means that the money was collected in 2016 and all that huge sum of cash was stashed in this woman's house named Arpita Mukherjee. And this woman had been keeping that money from last 6 years. Now, how absurd that sounds. Point number one. Secondly, if money is recovered from Miss Arpita Mukherjee's house, then the only person who is answerable to explain what the money is doing in her house and where it came from is Arpita Mukherjee herself. Now, point number three, is Arpita Mukherjee a Trinamool functionary? Does she hold a Trinamool post, or is she in any way formally connected to any Trinamool leader? No. The answer is no, she is not connected. She happens to be present in a social event where the political leaders were present on the dais. She, being a part-time actress, is what I've given to understand, is reasonable that she could be present, in a public program, and especially puja ceremony. If we are to judge people's connection, a politician's connection with the picture, then we cannot forget that not long ago, the Home Minister's photo with the murderer in Udaipur went viral. So going by that logic, NIA should have initiated a terrorism case against Home Minister, and Home Minister should have been in jail by now. So that logic of picture getting clicked together does not hold ground.
Okay, Mr. Tibrewal, do you want to respond to that? Because if photographs became evidence of association, then a lot of people would become associated with, who knows, soon-to-be murderers.
Partha Chatterjee has not denied that he doesn't know Arpita. He has very well accepted even today before the media and said that he knows Arpita very well. Now, whatever comes out, whether this money was of Partha Chatterjee's or not, and who else is involved, now everything will happen during the course of investigation. So there is no hurry regarding anything. ED is doing its work, and they will certainly take out more names who are involved, and we will get to see everything. Because you see, not everyone is as lucky as TMC friends like Arpita and the other security guard of Anubrata Mandal, having crores of property. Although the common people do not get to eat 2 times, but they have ample of properties just because they are friends with politicians of Trinamool Congress. So whatever is
one of the points which was made at the press conference earlier today was also that Shubhendu Adhikari, there have been allegations that have been made by Sudeep Sen in the Sharda case against Shubhendu Adhikari, but since the time he's joined the BJP, no investigating agency wants to take cognizance of those allegations and move forward against Mr. Adhikari.
See, it is again I will say, it is a matter of investigation. Whatever comes out during investigation, that is the reason. Otherwise, it is not that easy to arrest a sitting minister. So, of course, ED has proof against Partha Chatterjee. That is why he's arrested. If Trinamool has proof, then please give it to the ED. Allow them to investigate. And similarly, because it is not today when they're talking about Shubhendu Adhikari, there were 10 others. So it is a matter of investigation which is going on, and most of the ministers, I would say almost all the ministers of TMC who are also now ministers were part of NADA.
Okay, Tausif,
so if they feel that
would you like to come in on the fact that today of course the TMC did not make a big drama out of this. Possibly they have reasons to feel a little embarrassed about what has happened. We don't know, but the fact is that the last time a TMC minister was picked up and was taken to Nizam Place in the ED's office, Mamata Banerjee went there and tried to influence the investigation, as has been alleged by opponents of her. So this is a state chief minister which has been alleged that she tries to in fact pose some sort of a hurdle when investigating agencies proceed. If you have nothing to worry about, if you've done no wrong, then what's the problem?
And that was an example of gross misuse of power by the central agency. That was an example that central agency was working under the instruction of their bosses sitting in Delhi. Right after the election, the results were declared, MPs, the ministers were arrested. Right now, you heard BJP spokesperson saying that it's not so easy to arrest a sitting minister. And just now you have given an example that not one, four or five ministers were arrested. So it is easy if central agency wants to take action against certain people, and it is more so easy if these people happen to be non-BJP leaders and if this serves the interest of BJP politically. There are cases, and let me give you example. B.S. Yediyurappa, Karnataka Chief Minister, land mining scam. Reddy brothers of Bellary, mining scam. Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister of BJP, water supply scam. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Vyapam scam, Madhya Pradesh. Narayan Rane, the list is very long, but ED, CBI, IT, they don't act against them.
Unfortunately, Priyanka and Tausif, this is all the time that we have. It's a very short window that we had for this discussion because of that press conference, that last-minute press conference by the Trinamool Congress. Thank you so much for sparing time this evening for this discussion. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. You are watching India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL. an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Indian cinema currently going through the most brilliant phase, be it our technical prowess, the art of storytelling. Sudeep, I have with me right here, the actor par excellence, who's really taken the pan-India train way before it was even a topic of conversation. Thank you, Sudeep, for joining us. Vikrant Rona, that's more or less what you've been up to over the last 5 years. We're excited to see it, and we believe it's releasing in multiple languages.
Yes.
Do you want to take us through what exactly Vikrant Rona is all about, and is this your true pan-India launch?
I don't know. I mean, we have tried several times. I think Iga is something that was
Yeah.
the first one, I guess, in the pan-India per se, if that's how we want to look at it. And that gave me recognition then, and ever since I have done a couple of films there, and ever since a couple of my films have gone there. See, on the scale, yes. The way it's going in this scale as a pan-Indian cinema, yes, it is. It is.
So it's releasing in multiple languages?
It is. It is. It's actually right now 5 languages in India, as in, and outside is like we have already dubbed for English. I've dubbed myself, so Arabic and Spanish and French, German.
Whoa!
I mean, it's all happening.
No way!
Yes.
In multiple international languages as well?
Yeah.
Wow. So you see a market there as much. I mean,
Yes,
and
yes.
that's precisely what my introduction was all about. That Indian cinema today is going through such a phase. In fact, at this point, in terms of revenue, we're leaps and bounds way beyond several international industries, cinema industries. And today, I think we're in a spot where we can boast of it.
I guess, see, every industry needs a little time, and there is always a time when you start climbing. You can't just suddenly say that, because one, why English has always been a language which is universally known across the globe. And since English was coming from Hollywood, obviously there were releases, there was a penetration much bigger than all the industries put together. And as long as you have the content and as long as you have the ability to attract their attention, I guess you have it right.
And like I led with it, you really took the pan-India train way before anyone else, way before it was even a conversation.
Way before even I knew it was pan-India.
Way before even you knew.
It was pan-India. I just knew one of our films is releasing in Hindi and we were excited.
Yeah.
That's about it. We just didn't even look at it like a pan-India, okay, we're going there, we're going here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Iga was going there as Makhi, and it was when they asked me to dub, I dubbed for it myself then, way long back. And yeah, it was very nice to see all of us speaking Hindi, and it's on a Hindi theatrical.
You speak Hindi well.
I speak, but see, what I don't put in, probably I have a little bit of grammatical issues, ki, ka, there's this little bit, small ones. Otherwise, I have no issues. I've dubbed from there to here, whichever films of mine have released in Hindi, I've dubbed myself. And you can't even figure it out that there's an accent or whatever. I do it well.
And at that point, when you did Iga and it actually released it across languages, Hindi for that matter, what was the kind of recognition you got? I mean, how did the South really perceive it? Because for us in Karnataka, we saw Sudeep had transcended borders which no other actor did. had broken barriers which no other actor
I
did,
had
mostly in
got
the
recognition here only, like first of all, South itself was very huge.
Yeah.
Suddenly there's a huge buzz in Telugu, suddenly huge buzz in Tamil, and mind you, there were all some superstars there. Very big names in Telugu, very big names of Tamil, and suddenly this one name came from nowhere and making the rounds in Tamil, Telugu and Malayalam, and suddenly in Hindi people are like, who's this actor, where did he come from, where did he come from? Yeah, we've seen him in Rand, we have seen him in Fook.
Yeah.
When we saw him there, we didn't know he could do this also. So there was those things, but I guess once Makki hit the satellite, when it came on, started coming on the television, I think that is where it penetrated a lot. And till date, you go to the most corner of India, people recognize me. Even they have not forgotten that film at all. And till today, when my Vikrant Rona is releasing, it's like, that Makki hero hai, Makki ka hai, Makki
Well, you were in Dabangg, you worked with Salman Khan, you've done quite a lot after that as well.
I have to introduce myself as a hero now there. Hey, Makki ka villain film kar raha hai, Dabangg ka villain mein. Arey yaar, I've done a lot of films here as hero. Right? Fair enough. You remember me that way, okay.
You truly do well as a villain, yeah. I don't know how
but that is not my only recognition, right? See, when I was doing, I thought, they have seen all my films, so many of my films as a dubbed version and in satellites, fair enough. But the tag that's coming, it's like, Makki ka villain. Ab ye role mein aa raha hai. Dabangg ka villain jo ye phaad diya tha, abhi ye hero ke roop mein dekhna hame pasand hai. And I was like, no, I've done more films over here, but that's fair enough, that's okay. But see, as you rightfully say, probably they loved me in those grey shades, things like that. And to a certain extent,
you have this really raw, mean side to you. I don't know, not in person and not in reality. For whatever I know you, you're the most pleasant person in person. But on air, you have this really wicked look that could kill,
Yeah. See, another whole thing is what added on is Vikrant Rona trailer also has given a grey shade. There's a grey shade to that in the trailer.
I see
so
that.
that's actually
blue tinge, you in a leather jacket.
Not only that, there's a devil, the monster, and he's come back
dark.
And things like that. So I think that's also helping out. So it's just the elevation of that role by itself.
And somehow that seems to be the trend also largely. People like dark characters, something deep, intense.
They like real characters.
Yeah.
See, what's happening is they like reality. That doesn't mean they don't like sugar-coated also, because of late when you see the commercial films doing extremely well, they're quite commercial, as in like heroism is elevated to the next level, larger than life characters. So yeah, that also works, this also works. I guess it's just a matter of how we are presenting it.
At this point when we speak of creativity, as you rightly said, and creative freedom or freedom of expression, there's so much talk. Even in the recent few days, there's a lot of talk about creativity and freedom of expression when it comes to that film Kali, a poster coming out which may offend religious sentiments. On one hand, you have that film. On one hand, you have Kashmiri Files, which also speaks of creative freedom and expression. So, on one hand, you have a film that is objected, a film that offends. So where, in your view as a filmmaker or an artist, do you draw the line when it comes to creative freedom and freedom of expression?
See, as long as we're legally right. See, there will be, you're going to be tampering with few opinions, that's about it. Like, it may offend a few people, it may not offend a few people. But then you see those films like Kashmir Files, which released and did extremely well in the box office. It was not just critically acclaimed.
Yeah.
So that means people are watching it. So I guess as long as you're legally right, you still have the right for your voicing out your story, and it doesn't really matter. See, as a maker, is it exciting you? And is it that what you want? Like, for example, there are people who just want to do commercial films, and there are people who want to do romantic films. They are also right. And there are makers to whom these kind of genres doesn't excite. They want to go after these real things and real happening, or a biopic, and incidents like what you said, Kashmir Files or something. I guess it's...
even the documentary Kali, where the poster of Ma Kali is seen smoking, that's really outraged a section of the Hindu community who feel offended.
Fair enough. See, I guess,
Is that, in your view, freedom of expression?
See, if he has got a right to make, they also have got the right to express their emotions, right? How can you say that they are wrong or he is right, or he is wrong and they are right? I guess this is going to stay. You see, India is a very beautiful country where there is a lot of culture, a lot of emotion, and our country sustains on emotions. come what may. There is an emotional line we draw always, whether it is political, whether it is a cinema, whether it is whatever. See, that is why relationships and everything is so valued in our country. So these kind of opinions will come, Nabila. You can't help it. So can you deal with it? If you can't deal with it, make it. If you can't, just leave it.
So when people say ban it, or this can't be creative freedom of expression, you're hurting religious sentiments. Do you think people should be, filmmakers or artists must be more mindful, or is there a way to protect your artistic freedom?
The takeaway from this is I make sure that I make the films I want and not get into such controversial things where my film comes under the scanner where it is going to be banned.
Yeah.
So I stay there right now. Vikrant Rona has got no such problems, and I think we are going to have a very safe release. There's not going to be a single voice on that.
Would you ever wade into it? When it comes to a mass appeal, you never know when it could offend someone and when...
No, I think we will.
But when it comes to religion, what's your take on that?
We will. On the script level itself, when we do, we always edit it. We say, no, I don't think. Because many a times when people look up to you as an actor, when people look up to you as a hero, there are so many people following you. My one question is there. I always ask, can we not do without? You know, is this one line is going to make my film become a blockbuster? If it is not, I think why are we hurting anybody? It's not religion also. It can be about a woman. It can be about any man. It can be about old people. It can be about children. It can be about pets. See, there are certain times, Nabila, where some names come up, and that name could be a nickname of a hero or a title of that guy's film.
Indirectly offending him.
No, we may not have thought about it.
Exactly.
So what happens, as actors, I make sure that, such things are not there. And take it off. It's not that you're worried, scared, but the whole intent is not that, right? The whole intent is just to go tell a story which excited you, make your stuff, make your money, go back, go to the next film. If it does good, fair and nice. If it doesn't do good, you have to anyway jump to the next film. But in this whole process of just entertaining people, at least I do not come under the category where I want to challenge few systems. I want to challenge few things or strengths of the system, or neither do I want to hurt people.
So when it comes to religious sentiments, that's not your go-to. I don't want to touch that area.
I don't want to touch any religional sentiments of
Even
India.
if you strongly believe in something.
What I believe in is me, right? Why should what I believe in, there are many things I believe in. Do I need to put it all on screen? I adapt it in I put it to use in my life, right? But that doesn't mean what I like and what I believe in, my wife should follow, or my daughter should follow. When I'm not even doing that at home, why will I do that outside? I will never do that. See, what I believe is what I believe in. You want to diet, you diet. You don't want to diet, don't follow me. It's just very simple things I follow in life. I will not impose what I feel or see. On a script per se, we sit to understand only thing like whether we are exciting the crowd, whether this will excite the crowd, whether they'll come back, whether they'll whistle, they'll clap, they'll feel good, whether they'll have a tear in their eyes. See, this is entertainment for me. For me. That doesn't mean I'm saying others are wrong. I mean, they're doing what they want to do, but I don't fit in there. Entertain people, that's it. Why get into the rest of it?
And that's where you stand on the spectrum of freedom of expression. For you, it's not about, you are very careful about hurting sentiments. For you, you don't want to wade into it.
It's not about careful, but it's by nature I don't want to.
But when it comes to artistic freedom, you feel those who want to express should be allowed to. It's not absolute.
It's up to them. It's up to them. And whoever people are voicing out also is right, is what I'm saying. So it's because
so even the outrage is welcome.
Of course, you touch somebody's sentiment. Where will they rage it out? Even without this religion, without other things, we still have this online, right? We still have people giving us opinions and this and that. It can be a little bad also.
On social media, yeah.
We accept it. It's okay. Where do you see us getting into a fight with some of the people? I think if people have the rights to come and talk to us nicely and praise us, there will be few people who will be a little harsh also. I think it's the way you take it.
Has there ever been a situation where people or your fans largely have been offended by something that's portrayed in the film?
That keeps happening.
Yeah?
My
happens
film?
often? Yeah?
My film?
Yeah?
Nothing.
Never?
Never. They all are quite happy with what I do.
If it ever did, would it ever be below you to apologize? If it ever hurt sentiments, would it ever be below you?
If I've done wrong, Nabila, why will I not apologize? And that's why I said I wouldn't want to be in a position to apologize. That's what I'm saying. So first itself, cut it off. It's not required. Well, I told you, when the whole intent is something else, stick to it, right?
Films are so diverse when it comes to stories and storylines. And when we speak of pan-India itself, well, you are releasing the film across the country, or the world for that matter, dubbing it various different languages. But when we speak of stories, do stories really have territories?
No. I think stories doesn't have territories. I think it's your way of telling a story that can attract or not attract people. I would not even say scale, or I would not even say content. I think it's the way you say it. Like, for example, we sitting in India, we have adored Thai films, we have adored Korean films and series, forget films. We watch every language, we just go through the subtitles and we are watching series. People are watching series. Now, when they made this series somewhere, I think it's in the COVID time that everything penetrated. But before that, when they made also, I don't think they kept it in mind that, they want to reach out to everywhere, and they just made it.
Yeah.
And it started traveling. See, this is the time to travel. Whether you like it or not, films will travel.
Correct.
If you look at the Chinese films to other films, started traveling much earlier. We are starting to travel within India now. Though we are all Indians, we started traveling much later. If you can get it right, we are very late. But at least sometime it has to happen. It had to happen.
Why do you think the world is woken up to us?
World is not woken up to us.
We are
woken up to realize our potentials. I think that's the way I look at it. And when you realize your potential, and when you're confident about your stuff, and when you stand up and say this is it, and when you aggressively move, I think anybody makes way. At least you get an attention.
But as much as you say that, I'd still say that it was not like we ever lacked stories or ever lacked good cinema.
As I told
Do you think it was the way we marketed it, or
nothing? It's our belief that has started increasing now. That's all it is. See, something had to make way. It's our belief that's making it now that, we could also. And Hindi was already going all over the place globally long back.
Yeah.
South films too, all other languages, North, many are waking up thinking now they realize the potential of cinema, that it can go anywhere. That's all. It's our belief. It's got nothing to do with anything.
It's beyond
else.
Language. Cinema is anyway beyond language.
Yeah. We are believing it now. So that's why the sudden strength is popping up. See, it's not because something did business and somebody out there started showing interest to you that you started waking up. No, people started realizing their own value of the languages, value of their films, and irrelevant to the budgets, irrelevant to the stardom, they're all trying to penetrate now. And I think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, since you did mention Hindi, that has always gone places. Maybe South has woken up late, or we've realized our potential now lately. Do you feel that post the recent success of many of the Southern films, there's newfound respect for Southern actors, or was it always a welcoming
If it is a newfound respect also, there's nothing wrong in it.
Yeah, no, but do you feel that today Southern stars have this different aura?
No, Southern stars always had this aura. They always had a territory. They always had that. Nobody wanted to actually, no hero from any state was waking up to say that, I'll go there and do this, I'll go here and do this. I think it just happened suddenly. And because of that, looking down upon Hindi film industry and saying South films are getting better, I don't accept that. See, it's a phase. Like, even Virat Kohli is having a bad phase right now. He's a superstar. He's a pool of talent. You can't sideline him.
True.
He is going through a bad patch. That doesn't mean he'll not wake up. I keep saying, even when you want to sleep, people have to go through that angle only. You have to lie down. And morning you wake up. So that doesn't mean people are successful. They stand up and sleep, right? They have to go to bed.
Revenue generation today.
Like that Hindi film industry. And right now, Bul Bul Bhulaiya 2 is a hit. It did fantastic business. That doesn't mean you're sidelined.
Gosh, but no match to the kind of revenue generation that South films are garnering at this point.
Not South films, one or two. You can't generalize. Just because of one or two films doing extremely well, we can't generalize that. We can't generalize that. How many films does Hollywood make in a year?
English films releasing in India, yeah, barely a handful.
Correct?
Yeah.
So you mean to say there are no bad films there? Only the handful of films which is popular, which is scaled like that, or an Avenger or a Mission Impossible or a Mavic, only they are coming. That means these kind of films, which is not so great films, happen in every industry. Actually, just because 2 to 3 films from South, which definitely deserve what they got, and they worked well for it.
Yeah.
Because of that, we can't really sideline anything else. It's not fair. Let every film coming from here make that size, make that noise, and every film coming from any other language make that noise, and then we'll have a debate.
Amen.
No, right now, no. It's not right. But one thing, because of these few films doing extremely well, there's a beautiful foundation for everyone.
I think OTT platforms have really made it a lot more agile, yeah.
Competitive.
Do you think OTT has also added to this mix at this point to really help talent surface?
It has,
and it has beyond borders.
OTT has helped also. OTT has damaged also. It is not that.
How is OTT damaged?
Because what's happening, one set of crowd truly believe any which ways it's going to come 3 to 4 weeks in the TV itself. One small segment. I wouldn't say it's a large segment. So what happens if a film, earlier a film would release in a theatre, it would have one bare minimum collection. Now what's happening, if it is not something, if it's probably, even if it's a great content and may not be able to attract attention, many are waiting for an OTT. And then they decide it's a fantastic film. So I think there's a little bit of injustice it does to films also. On the other hand, it has given an awareness of what others are doing, what the rest of the world is doing in cinema. So competitiveness as in a script per se has happened here. People have got used to this momentum of storytelling. People have got used to so much. So suddenly today when you open up and say, here is a hero introduction, there's a fight and then immediately followed up by a song and there's a followed up by a romantic film. People are not, unless it is a requirement of the script.
Correct.
People have started editing films in their mind.
Become so exposed to great cinema, great stories, and you don't need fillers anymore now.
Just come to the point. That is what OTT has done. It has exposed you to such film and the speed of storytelling that, you know, no more are you willing to take, okay, I love this hero, but I think introduction is enough. Can we go to the story, please? Okay, you know. Okay, अरे यार तू प्यार करते क्या प्यार करती है तो बोल देना यार इतना लंबा सीन क्यों डाल रही है इधर. And you know, that is the impatience. So what is happening is, even as a COVID is penetrated and gone, it has endorsed impatience among people. They have realized that there is money, you can't waste time, you can't waste energy. You know, they are there. And another thing, what you realize, people, many in the trade thought that, you know, there is lesser business after OTT. People may not come to the theatres. But Ravita, actually, what we used to earn in 25 days, we are earning in 1 weekend. This has never happened before. So the money that's coming in and the businesses each movie is making, you can see like bizarre figures.
So
one week.
Then it's in no way that it has damaged
No. See, this is what I'm coming at. So it has come up to the thing that, you know, it is a survival of the fittest. Can you tell me a good story? Can you give me a publicity that can make me come up and come to your theatre? Can you do this? And I'm going to give you money is what
it's all about the content today.
So yeah, so there we see these figures what you're hearing off late. It's coming in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks.
And the same 2-3 weeks you also know if it hasn't done well.
2 days you'll know now.
Yeah.
No, you don't even know it's going to Sunday.
If it's a flop or a hit, you know in 2 days.
2 days. By the time the first day, first days there are movies which is opened up average, but then it's picked up also.
Yeah.
So keeping that in mind, I'm telling you. Otherwise, trust me, by matinee, by afternoon show or evening show, the trade will tell you the film is gone. With the way it's opened up and the reviews. So yeah, today everything is fast food.
Transparent.
Very fast. Reviews come in your home delivery. You don't need to. So yeah, a lot of things have changed. But I guess that's the best thing also, Nabila, accept it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to mature. As an audience, as artists, as makers, I think it's about time that
it's a new war.
Mature. Absolutely.
It's a new war. Yeah. Fight it. It's a new excitement.
I know, and we're excited. I mean, as an audience, we're waiting to get rich content, great content, sensible content, and I think finally we're seeing that happening. A quick word on Vikrant Rona and what's to expect.
Finally, for all the way coming from Delhi for biryani. So all the viewers, I should say, I know Nabila for a very, very long time, from the time she was in Bangalore. And the moment she came in, I said, I didn't know she was in Delhi. She said she came from Delhi all the way. So first of all, thank you for that. Just when I was about to feel so happy that she traveled for me all the way from Delhi, she said, you know what, tomorrow is Eid. Anyway, I had to come for biryani. And
biryani
and then also she confessed, I'm here for biryani and Sudeep.
Biryani and Sudeep. So, all right. So, you know, from what we see of Vikrant Rona, the trailer looks like a great experience that we are going to be witnessing. And be it your look in it, your leather jacket, all the rain, the fire, and, you know, the blue tinge, it looks like an immersive experience. What's to expect?
See, it is a story which we wanted to position it that way, and lot of work has gone behind getting that final output like that, and we are very happy that our team has worked, and we are more happy that we could get what we saw in our minds. A film that we saw in our minds, we could get it out, and I think Anup has done a brilliant job as a director. Shivu has done a great job as an art director. William, the DOP, is a magician, and Ajinish has killed it with his BGMs. And I think all actors are new, most of them. So I guess each one has performed in a way that they are well experienced, and I think all of them put together made me feel fantastic on set. They made Vikrant Rana look good. They made the character look good. I think if I have extremely done well in the film, I think I'll give it to all of these guys who made me.
Excellent. Hey, but before I let you go, I can't help but ask you a last question on you being in the news recently on our channel about all this Hindi North-South debate and divide. Has it finally been put to rest?
It was put to rest that the same day only. I think you people have been continuously taking, even till now you're taking.
The Prime Minister had to step in. He came in after what you said, and there was this whole discussion, and then he
Prime Minister didn't come
said
because
all
of what I said.
languages are equally important. What did that mean to you?
He came in because of the way other politicians to politics, the way they were handling this, and it was going all over the place. I think it was very, it was a much required thing from the Sri Prime Minister Modi ji, that he had to come and intervene and say that, and I think that is when I tweeted back. I welcome that statement back, because see, what me and Ajay Devgan sir had was a small debate over something else, and then when it went there, I think we both didn't belong there. We were not the ones responsible for it. See, I respect that man. So we were not fighting, and neither did I want to react and make it look like,
Ajay Devgan coming, at you quite snappily.
See, what's wrong in that? See, he may have had a wrong interpretation. He was trying to secure the language. He was trying to stand by it. I don't see nothing wrong. Did I go back on that? I went back and I actually, first two tweets, I very clearly and slowly only explained everything. As in, I could have also taken up. It's not that. See, not that we fear anyone.
Correct.
But that was not the intent. I met him. He's a great person, actually. In person, if you meet him, he's a gentleman. Now, why will I? Because I'm sure that what the story went to him was wrong. The interpretations were wrong. I had to clear it. See, just because I'm going to do something, this is going to make, I don't want wrong news. I don't want to get popular because of wrong things in life. Let me be known for the good things I do in life and for the right reasons, not for otherwise.
Excellent.
It is releasing, and please watch it in theaters, July 28th.
I hope you do. Thank you very much.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's been a month of high political drama. An opposition coalition government has been toppled by the BJP and a Shiv Sena faction in Maharashtra on the back of a big win in Uttar Pradesh last year. A presidential election that suggests an opposition in disarray and the BJP with a clear strategy to go ahead. BJP on a roll and opposition split wide open, which is why the political buzz in the national capital is this now. Is the general election of 2024 already a done deal, or are we going ahead of ourselves? That's the focus of the political roundtable this week. Joining me on the roundtable, special guest in the studio is Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor, Yogendra Yadav, President Swaraj India, once leading cephalogist as well, Nalin Kohli, BJP's stellar spokesperson, Kumar Ketkar, Congress MP, and former journalist Sandeep Shastri, Vice Chancellor of Jagran University and National Coordinator of the Lokniti Network. Appreciate all of you joining us. We'll also be joined a little later by Derek O'Brien of the TMC. But I want to start with you, Yogendra Yadav, and I want you to wear both your political and cephalogist hat. Am I prejudging the entire elections of 2024 when I put my first big question? Is 2024 a done deal already, Professor Yadav?
This is exactly the question BJP would like everyone to ask and begin to answer. It's in a psychological warfare, getting people to ask this question is very important, and that's BJP's advantage. But if you look at it realistically, does the BJP enjoy psychological advantage today? Yes. In the last 1 month or so, has the BJP scored tactical political gains? Yes. Does it enjoy an advantage in the electoral battle, which will be fought by people, where people vote, not MLAs and MPs? Perhaps no. Is it a done deal? Not at all, Rajdeep. Look at the economy, look at national security. The BJP faces a real uphill task. For a government in its second term, which has had such tough situation, largely of its own making in the question on the front of economy, a very difficult situation on the national security front. And we still have almost 2 years to go where both of these are likely to get worse than they are. It would really be uphill task for BJP to do it, provided the opposition does not give in to this psychological warfare, because the name of the game is to get the opposition to concede defeat before the match begins. I sincerely hope the opposition doesn't do so for the sake of this country.
Interesting that you're saying it's psychological warfare to suggest even that 2024 is a done deal. But Kumar Ketkar, the fact is, state after state, the BJP, we saw even at the start of the year, win a big victory in Uttar Pradesh, win Uttarakhand, win Goa, and it appeared that the BJP therefore is virtually, electorally at least at the moment, looking invincible. Maharashtra, the second largest state, has also fallen, your home state. Is the opposition really therefore, like it or not, today is feeling more and more demoralized?
Well, actually, 2024 is 21 months away. And Rajdeep, you are a cricket commentator as well as cricket player, and you know almost till the last over, neither the cricket results nor elections can be actually predicted. How many times the psephologists, the press pundits and the hopefuls in the commentator lobby have been proved wrong? I think the recent reference was Mamata, where everybody had concluded almost that Amit Shah will win, Amit Shah's strategy will win. Mamata won by landslide. But forget that. In 1977, late George Fernandes had declared that we should not contest at all because Indira Gandhi is going to win. But finally, he was overwhelmed by the public mood and the people actually elected Janata Party by a landslide. And nobody had predicted that in 1977. Similarly, on 1980, again, when Indira Gandhi came back, not a single press, you can refer to you were a journalist, at that time not a single press commentator or the Pandit or cephalogist had predicted Indira Gandhi with a landslide victory, just 3 years after Janata victory. So I think such things, I think, are completely
so you're
wrong
not demoralized?
That
you're not demoralized? The opposition is not demoralized by what's happening?
Giving a foreign example, just one small point. One small point in US, when Truman was supposed to be losing the election in 1944, he actually won. And in 1992, nobody thought Bill Clinton will win when George Bush had seen the collapse of the Cold War and collapse of Soviet Union. So I think elections are quite unpredictable most of the time, and projections and extrapolations based on today's conditions, I think, can be dangerously wrong. And people have experienced this, press has experienced this, psephologists have experienced this. So I think I will not call 2024 a done deal just because opposition is in disarray. Opposition disarray does not actually determine the victory or defeat of the ruling establishment, ruling party, ruling alliance.
Very interesting, and we'll come to specifics a little later, but Nalin Kohli, in your opening remarks, is this psychological warfare? The manner in which the BJP has toppled the government in Maharashtra, is this now being seen as part of this attempt to send out a message that we are creating an opposition Mukt Bharat slowly but steadily?
First, Rajdeep, I don't buy this argument that the BJP is sitting and working on some psychological warfare. This is a topic of your choice. Some people would say you're not even fond of the BJP. And you're entitled not to be if you wish to be so. And the point is that who are we to decide what you'd like to eat? The fact of the matter is, let's approach it. Principally, what Ketkarji says is correct. You don't write off an election till the election is over, the last vote is counted. And that's correct as a principle. But then the ground realities and the track record of the BJP's performance as being poised to win 2024 would be evident repeatedly. The same what Yogendraji says, and I must say that I've always respected Yogendraji as a psephologist. We've been on shows together. But once you come into politics, then that psephology loses its objectivity. So whatever Yogendra ji has said now, projecting for the future, is the same script I've heard for the UP elections, I've heard it for the 19 elections, and I heard it before the 19 elections. So there is a script that the opposition hopes. That is a script based on hope that the Modi wave will die out because of many factors. But the Modi wave is based on a delivery model that focuses in delivering things to people. And that's what even the Uttar Pradesh result is. There is a class of beneficiaries now who have seen the benefit reach them of a governance model that has eliminated intermediaries and therefore also eliminated corruption. Now, let me give an example of, say, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, 80 crore people targeted for food grains. People say there was theft in it, etc. But a large part went there. Ultimately, not just starvation, death. It's a huge achievement in COVID. And the economy is not in a mess, as Yogendra ji would say, because of the self-making of the Modi government, but rather in just so that we don't forget, we are in a post-COVID world where COVID is not wiped out. We are seeing what's happening with the external factors. Yet, the Indian currency is doing better than other currencies. Inflation is more under control than other economies. And broadly, the fundamentals are being recognized as being far better than several other over 100 or plus countries, maybe 150. So I think there are two arguments to close this. One is the opposition's arguments of fighting it on hope and aspiration, and so be it. And the other is fighting an election on the ground. The BJP is focusing on the elections on the ground. The others are interested in fighting it in their heads. So be it. We welcome that fight.
Okay, so your opening remarks, Professor Shastri, do you believe that we are being premature in a country particularly like India, where a week can be a long time in politics, to even suggest today that because of all that's happened in the last month, over the last 6 months, 2024 appears a done deal for the BJP?
Rajdeep, a lot of deals appear done, but a lot of deals could also be undone over time. We still have 20 months to go, Rajdeep, for the national election to happen. I would concede the point that the BJP looks clearly 2 steps ahead of the opposition. The BJP clearly is having an advantage. But would it be able to retain this advantage over a 20-month period, especially when it is completing 2 terms? I think will be an interesting question to watch. Rajdeep, let's remember that in January, February 2019, we were talking of anti-incumbency against the BJP government. Balakot happens and then everything changes subsequent to that. So I think while the BJP seems to be at an advantage at the present point of time, and the opposition does not seem to be getting its act together, I would pause for a moment and not rush to say it's a done deal, but would say that the BJP clearly has an advantage, but a lot could happen in the next 20 months.
Okay, Rahul Srivastav, our first round ends with you. 2024 done deal or not? Or are we again, as I keep saying, getting ahead of ourselves?
You see, I think, Rajdeep, we are not getting ahead of ourselves. It's a fair thing to talk, but I think prejudging the mind of the voters in India is worse than prejudging the mind of the judges. That will be fatal. I think 2 years is a long time in Indian politics. You see the rise and fall of parties and governments. Strong governments have come down largely because of it, led by strong leaders, have come down because of the mistakes made by the leaders and those governments. Indira Gandhi emergency, Rajiv Gandhi made a lot of mistakes. Then you had UPA, it was a coalition government, but it was there for 10 years. But they made so many mistakes after 2009 that it was difficult. Then there was a rallying point. You had a Jayaprakash Narayan, you had a VP saying Atal Bihari, and there were those rallying forces. Today, the BJP has a very strong narrative. There are counter narratives in states. Mamata Banerjee, a successful political narrative against the BJP. TRS in Telangana, YSRCP in Andhra. But how do these narratives come together to form at one compelling narrative against the BJP? Has a flaw. The flaw is that it needs a pivot.
And the Congress is the only party which is in a pan-national character to become that pivot. But the Congress is on the decline, so much so underlined by these election to the president and the vice president, which is going to be there, that the party failed to get its own choice as a principal opposition party to as the candidates. It had a Congress person pushed by Sharad Pawar. It had a BJP person pushed by Mamata Banerjee. I think there are too many disparate narratives which need to come together and somebody needs to pivot.
So two issues. One is that the BJP needs to make a big mistake.
Yes.
In a sense, to be pushed back. And number two, you need a pivot to bring the opposition together. Which brings me to our second question. Kaun banega challenger? We often ask the question, Kaun banega Pradhan Mantri? Should we be asking the question, Kaun banega challenger? Along with that, pegged to what Rahul said, is Congress the weak link in opposition? But let's turn to the first one. Kaun banega challenger? I'm joined by Derek O'Brien, the Trinamool Congress's leader in the Rajya Sabha. And Derek O'Brien, the fact is that, as Rahul Srivastav again pointed out, both for the president and vice president election, the impression we got is of the opposition in disarray. Vice president election, Trinamool Congress has decided to abstain. You won't even support Margaret Alva, chosen by the likes of Sharad Pawar, backed by the Congress. And this suggests that the real battle is to occupy the opposition leadership space. Mamta, Kejriwal, Pawar, Sonia Rahul Gandhi, all of you are at odds with each other.
You mentioned some names along with the Chief Minister of Bengal and the chairperson of the Trinamool Congress. So let me first address the names which you mentioned, with all due respect to the other names you mentioned. Mr. Pawar. Mr. Pawar and the NCP are not part of any government in India. They were in a coalition government. You mentioned Mr. Kejriwal, you mentioned Sonia Gandhi. Let me tell you, Ms. Mamata Banerjee is a 7-time MP. She's a 3-time Chief Minister. And in May 2021, I'm just putting out the facts, the Congress and the CPM in an alliance in Bengal and BJP support on the ground, Mamata Banerjee won almost a 3/4 majority. This is not the time to look at that. The bigger issue here is the BJP have to be defeated in 2024. And there are two kinds of opposition parties, like-minded parties, since everyone is using the term like-minded parties. Yes, we're all like-minded parties who will do all it takes to remove this bigoted, divisive BJP party who are ruining the institutions of this country, who do not manage to give jobs to young people, who do not manage to prevent the dollar from hitting 80 rupees.
Mr. O'Brien, I'm sorry to intervene. You're giving the rhetoric. You didn't answer my question. You have not even stood by the opposition when it comes to the vice president election. The perception is of disarray. The perception is of disarray and of one-upmanship. You yourself said Mamata Banerjee is a 7-time MP, 3-time Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar doesn't have a certain state. Kejriwal has 2 states, by the way, now, Punjab and Delhi. Some would say city-state. But the fact is, you're not answering my question of the opposition being in disarray.
No. Mr. Sardesai, I am answering your question. There are 2 kinds of parties in the opposition. Like-minded parties. Yes, we are all like-minded parties who need to remove the BJP. You're telling me I'm giving you rhetoric. Employment is rhetoric. 80 rupees to the dollar is rhetoric. No, it's not rhetoric. It's the reality. And opposition will raise this. Now, there are 2 kinds of like-minded parties. Like-minded, yes, we're all like-minded. But there's a difference. On one side, you have parties like the NCP, like the Shiv Sena, like the RJD, like the DMK, who are allies or work with the Congress. They are electoral allies or on governments with the Congress. The TMC is not. And this is where we want to make a distinction. So when the Congress party announces a vice president candidate, some parties all the parties who are allied with it will line up and support it. We have to make our point, and in this case we made our point that, listen, you can't give us a 10-minute notice because the secretary of the CPIM and Congress will get together, they'll announce a candidate and we'll all line up. No. So what did we say? You can't give us 10 minutes notice. Give us the name and then we're having a press conference in 15 minutes. Please agree. No. Treat us as equals. We'll find opportunities. The BJP can be defeated in 2024, but the grand old party have to treat MPs, parties like the Trinamool Congress, both inside Parliament and outside Parliament, as equal partners.
Okay.
That does not, and there's another party here which none of you do any television programs about. You're talking about the Congress, the TMC, the DMK. What about the original ally of the BJP now, which nobody discusses? Mr. Naveen Patnaik and the Biju Janata Dal. They are the allies of the BJP. Allies of the BJP. So the opposition, we will find ways to find common issues, agenda, where we will make this happen.
Can
so
I,
this was
can
a
I
vice
quickly,
president.
before you leave us, can I ask you one last time, before you leave us, kaun banega challenger? Who will be the challenger? Isn't there one-upmanship, yes or no, over who occupies the leadership space of the opposition? Quick answer.
I can speak for my party, the Trinamool Congress. The chairperson, Mamata Banerjee, wants to be the squirrel in the garden. We will do the dirty work. She's not interested who will become, she will become not interested in being the Prime Minister. We'll be the squirrel in the garden. We will do all the dirty work in the garden. We will do all the dirty work to defeat the BJP. But here it is, don't take the Trinamool Congress for granted. This is the same Trinamool Congress who fought a very difficult election in 2021.
Let me leave it there. Mr. O'Brien joining us saying, don't take us for granted. Good point on which to turn to you, Yogendra Yadav. Is that part of the problem, listening to a Derek O'Brien, that there is this one-upmanship? There is no sense of common purpose beyond anti-Modiism. The one thing that I gather in the opposition narrative is anti-Modiism. Modi ko hatana hai. But within the opposition, there's this battle, Kejriwal, Mamta, the Congress, for leading that opposition space. Nor is there a Jaiprakash Narayan-like figure to hold it all together.
There is a clear problem, Rajdeep. There is a lack of unity of purpose in opposition, and that is clearly a setback. That is a problem that the opposition has to sort out before 2024. But I have been saying again and again and again, there is no need for grand opposition alliance to take on the BJP. Thinking of challenges, let's think of the country in terms of three geographies, Rajdeep. Let us stop looking for the one challenger to the BJP. There is a geography of the country, about 200 seats. If you start traveling from West Bengal down to Kerala and a few more states, a little less than 200 seats, where BJP is not the dominant party. In fact, BJP is the challenger here. In 2019, out of these 193 seats, BJP managed to win 38, thanks to a very good performance in Bengal. This time, they would be lucky if they pick up 25 in these. So out of 193, BJP would get something around 25-30 in this first geography. The second geography are places where opposition unity is necessary, maybe needed. These are places like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Bihar, and so on. These are about 150 seats. BJP got 110. Yes, you need some opposition unity. I suspect that would be somehow cobbled together. Opposition needs to restrict BJP below 100, ideally to 75. The real game, Rajdeep, is in the third geography, which is the Hindi heartland plus minus Bihar plus Gujarat. This is exactly 200 seats. In these 200 seats, BJP has been winning about 175, 180 seats in the last two elections. This is where the real challenge for the opposition is. The question is, in these places, in Uttar Pradesh Samajwadi Party now, and in the rest of the seat, Congress is the principal challenger. Will we see these challengers challenging each other? Would we see Congress diminish from the existing status of a challenger? Do we see Congress getting up and taking on this battle seriously? This is what the real question is. But please remember, BJP would need to win more than 150 seats out of 200 to get majority in the Lok Sabha. Now, this is a very high ask, which they have done in the last two elections.
That's
but please remember, if you were BJP, you would be worried. This is a very, very high ask for any political party of the world in any election. With inflation, with unemployment, with your currency down, and incidentally, our economy did not start going down after COVID. Our economy was already going down for several quarters before the pandemic hit our country. So with this state of economy, this is going to be a very, very tough election for the BJP unless the opposition gives up the battle before it begins.
Remember, of course, even in 2019, the numbers were down and yet the BJP had this huge strike rate in North India. But it brings me to the key question. Is the Congress the weak link? Kumar Ketkar, you may have heard Derek O'Brien saying the Congress cannot take us for granted when you put a vice president candidate or a presidential candidate, particularly the vice presidential candidate. But importantly, taking off from what Yogendra Yadav said, in the key geography of the country, where elections are decided, it seems that where the battle is BJP versus Congress, we saw both in 2014 and 19, the BJP demolished the Congress. The BJP finds it much more difficult to take on the regional parties than the Congress. In about 190 seats of one-on-one battles, the Congress barely won a dozen. Do you therefore concede that the Congress is the Kamzor Kadi or the weak link in the opposition? And unless the Congress revives itself, it will remain advantage Bharatiya Janata Party leading up to 2024.
I think you are presuming that last 8 years experience, electoral experience, is all that we have. We have experience of elections even before that. And putting a question on challenger, and again the number of Congress seats that they are losing, you think that in 1996, where was the challenger? Nobody knew Devegowda's name in most of the country, and Devegowda won. Devegowda won means Devegowda was chosen. At that time, the question was not who is the challenger. Similarly, in 1998 also, there was no question of who is the challenger. So 1996 election or 1998 elections were fought without any challenger. And in 2004, nobody thought Sonia Gandhi was a challenger to Vajpayee. On the one hand, there was this towering leadership of Vajpayee, and on the other hand, a person who doesn't understand Hindi or India. And yet, Sonia Gandhi built a coalition which won. So I don't think this challenger business. And another point, responding to Yogendra Yadav, let us not forget that even in 1977, under the great leadership of Jayaprakash, South did not vote for Janata Party. Out of something like 130 seats, only 6 seats went to Janata Party, 124 or some such seats went to their respective parties. They did not go, majority of them went to Congress, they did not go to Janata Party. So to say that Jayaprakash magic, Jayaprakash unifying leadership, that helped, that did not help in South, that helped only in the North. So to compare only northern victories, that is northern and partly western victories, Gujarat and UP and Himachal Pradesh and Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, to say that they are invincible, I think is converting Indian politics only to northern Indian politics. And secondly, the state parties,
BJP,
whether they unite
but you're
or
still not answering the central question.
BJP,
is the Congress, no, but
BJP,
Mr. Ketkar, the Congress being the weak link.
They can defeat BJP in their respective parties. Congress is not a calculating factor at all in Tamil Nadu. But BJP did not win. So in Congress need not necessarily be the weaving partner. Congress can lose, Congress can defeat, Congress cannot be and need not be necessarily a kind of a component that unites everybody. Congress will do that. Congress will try to do that. But that election in 2024 is not dependent only on Congress, Sonia, Rahul. Only not... You know how Madhya Pradesh was won? You know how Madhya Pradesh was won, and actually actually sabotaged. You know how Karnataka was won and how it was sabotaged. You know how Goa was won last time and how it was sabotaged. So all these victories at Skullduggery, that does not define 2024. BJP will continue to play Skullduggery game. BJP will continue to play games. All the games of thrones they will play, but that does not mean that the voters are likely to be impressed by that. Voters are already disgusted. Many BJP members privately tell us how disgusted they are with the current rule because they don't have any access, they don't have any role to play. Majority of the BJP leadership.
Professor Shastri?
So discontent in the BJP also will be a factor which we are not counting at all. But discontent in BJP will never reflect like discontent in Congress. And that's why we feel it is a monolith. It is not a monolith anymore internally.
Okay, you want to respond therefore, Nalin Kohli, that A, to what Yogendra Yadav suggests, that the BJP has certain geographical limitations that exist. So you will again need, like 2019, a huge strike rate in North India. Let's not go, that is one challenge that you face. And number two, according to Kumar Ketkar, internal discontent, that for all this talk of Mr. Modi being invincible, there are those within the party who feel that that the party is a one-man show increasingly.
We did do exceedingly well in Uttar Pradesh in both the elections and in the northern belt, and then certainly in the south we lacked the depth across several states. Now, however, I'm going to go back to an anecdotal story which involved us, that is you and me, in 2014 election. We were in Varanasi, and I recall that you had specifically asked Amit Bhai, when he was heading the entire election there, after the election, in a group of journalists, what is the next plan? Ab kya, Amit Bhai? And he had said, 2019 ki tayari. And a lot of journalists laughed, thinking, you've just won the election, where's 2019? But that, I think, sums up the Modi-Shah kind of an approach and the new BJP. It is that there is no resting on the laurels. It's a relentless work. And that's why when he said, as Prime Minister, "Main Pradhan Sevak 24 ghante hu," in the sense, it wasn't lightly said. Now, in 8 years down, that schedule of the Prime Minister remains the same, and that kind of ruling schedule remains for all functionaries in the party and the government. Because this is seen as an opportunity. Don't stop working. We have to keep working because there's so much to do. And that's why I use the argument of the beneficiaries right at the first part of your program. That there is a class of beneficiaries who have seen the benefits reach them. Now, certainly, there will be some who will say that politics will play out in the manner in which they are seeing it always. History is important. There are lessons to be learned there. But again, I'm going back to 2014, another anecdotal thing. When they would say, how do you see Prime Minister Modi, then Prime Ministerial candidate? The answer used to be, don't judge, because they approach it in a different way. And therefore, my argument would be that today, so far, from both general elections and many, many important state elections, the vast majority, the opposition hasn't come up with a formula of leadership, ideology, agenda, or even a plan. So they need to have all of this before they can. That's why perhaps they are always hoping that the BJP will do badly. It's like saying the batsman will run himself out or, hit wicket himself, and therefore we will win the match. It's not about bowling the batsman out.
Okay. Which brings me to the question, is the Modi regime, the new BJP under Mr. Modi, simply crushing the opposition? Is that the goal? We've seen it in Maharashtra, governments being toppled. We've seen other governments being changed, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Goa. Rahul Srivastav, is there a point in what Nalin Kohli is saying? A, don't only look at us through the old prism of the BJP. This is a new BJP, social engineering, Labhartis or the beneficiaries of welfare projects. You've seen the president being chosen who's from the Adivasi community. They've reached out to Dalits in the past. They are creating a new social coalition which is far more formidable electorally than what the BJP had in the past. Is that a sense that you get that this is a new BJP which is being looked by the opposition through an old prism?
Rajdeep, it's a predatory party now.
It's a predatory party.
Definitely. You see, there is a difference, Rajdeep, in the BJP of the past and all the governments which have come in the past. Every other political party in this country wanted to win elections, hook or crook. They all have done it. but they wanted to come to power, that's it. This party wants to win election but has other goal. It has got an ideology. And that is why the battle is different. And that is why Narendra Modi becomes a different leader. The issue here is that BJP is plotting a million battles against various state players and everybody in different states. Whereas the state players are locked in their own state battles. So how do they plot for a national battle against the BJP? There is a crisis there.
So you are giving, for example, in a Telangana, where a KCR is today sort of being encircled by the BJP. So the question is, when you say predatory, does that mean they are using institutions? Because the opposition will say, you know, we have no chance, the media is against us, the enforcement directorate is being used to crush us. Do you go along with that, or do you believe it's the Labharti social composition that needs to be looked at more closely when we discuss the BJP's power?
I think governments have been predatory. Degrees vary. Narasimha Rao, when he came to power, I know what happened, that so many congressmen left the party because he was using the agencies. There were charges. I think that's not the issue. The issue here is that this idea of like-minded, the problem what Mr. Ketkar was saying, that when was in against Vajpayee, what happened? The problem is Vajpayee made mistakes. Vajpayee government made mistakes. People voted against Vajpayee. People were unhappy with the other governments. Deve Gowda came in. People may give a fragmented verdict, but the point here is that today people are perhaps looking for a more cohesive combatants. It is looking for like-minded people even before the election, not after the election that you say that we are like-minded, we want to come to power. I think that's where the BJP is doing better. Also,
you think the BJP offers a better narrative than the opposition offers, a better leadership than the opposition offers at the moment?
It's a cohesive political narrative. It's aligned to, I think, what the public is thinking today. It's keyed into the mainstream. It's ready to make amends, changing political demographic basis from a Brahman Baniya party to a OBC Dalit tribal party. And the policies, Rajdeep, the delivery mechanism, targeting, I think it's a very focused machinery, though predatory, but definitely much more focused.
Sandeep Shastri, do you agree with that? That we have seen the most formidable election machine in the history of post-independence India, which has in a way captured the system. We can see that in negative terms. We can also see it as perhaps an example of power is politics. Rahul Gandhi says power is poison. The BJP will say power is politics.
Rajdeep, while agreeing with that sentiment, I would go back to the question you phrased. I think the moment you say "Kaun banega challenger," the opposition has lost the battle. Yes. Because that is what the BJP would like the narrative to be. That who is the challenger to the Prime Minister? Alternatively, it should be a fight on issues, a fight on policies, a fight on alternatives, and not a positing of who is the alternative leader. Now, if the opposition were to focus on Kaun banega challenger, I think the battle has been lost even before it has begun. It has to be a fight on issues. It has to be a fight on alternatives. And as Yogenji said, 28 states represent 28 different electoral battles. This time, the real fight, as I see it, would be in West India, East India, and the South of India. And how the BJP does in these three regions will be critical. How do the non-BJP parties in these regions do will be critical. And that, I think, will decide the way the 2024 election will go.
Interesting the way you're putting it, that the battle in a sense will be fought state-wise. I know even before 2019 I heard this. We will fight 543 separate elections against the BJP. That didn't happen. There was a virtual wave, a Modi wave, a post-Balakot wave, whichever way you see it. But Yogendra Yadav, therefore, what can change between now and 2024? I remember in December 2018, when the Congress did well in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, there was a sense the BJP was vulnerable. 5 months later, the BJP swept all these states as well. So what can change between now and 2024 to, in a way, change my original question? Is it a done deal for Mr. Modi that he will have a hat-trick?
Rajdeep, a lot is already changing. The question is about converting them into electoral gains for the opposition. Mr. Modi's government is increasingly seen to be ahankari. very arrogant. That never goes down well with the Indian. The economy is in a very, very bad shape. Yes, the beneficiaries remember the LPG cylinder that they got. Yes, the beneficiaries remember the 5 kg ration that they got. But they also remember the jobs they lost. They also remember the person who died in their family without oxygen. The real situation is that we are looking at an economy, everyday condition of the people, which is very, very bad. The real question is, can the opposition translate that into politics?
No, but you said that, Yogendra ji, with due regard to some extent, even before Uttar Pradesh. And look what happened. So clearly someone is missing something that is happening on the ground. That while we say that the economy is struggling, while we say, look what happened, how was COVID management, particularly the second wave, the BJP either is able to course correct effectively or has built a certain emotional connect that Mr. Modi as leader in particular has done that transcends conventional political logic.
Rastik, there's no difference between what we are saying. I completely agree. The situation is bad, but things being bad automatically does not translate into electoral defeat for the ruling party. And I actually agree with Mr. Nalin Kohli that if the opposition is waiting for Mr. Modi and the BJP to, go get run out or hit wicket, they could wait for another 20 years. That's not going to happen. The opposition has to do something. And to my mind, and I have a slightly different reading or probably a different emphasis from Professor Shastri, I think the name of the game is, can BJP be checked even partially in this northwestern Indian heartland, Hindi heartland with UP plus Gujarat minus Bihar? That to my mind is the real challenge. Out of these 200 seats or so, can BJP be restricted to 125? And for that, a revival of the Congress being able to take on the BJP is absolutely vital. That would require the opposition, the Congress in particular, to appear to be more credible than it appears in the eyes of the people today. This, to my mind, is the most critical piece of 2024.
I tend to agree with you, and Kumar Ketkar, therefore you need to answer that. The Congress's credibility, it brings us to the elephant in the room, Rahul Gandhi, the Gandhi family. The Congress seems to be status quoist. Everything else is changing. The regional parties are gearing up to fight Mr. Modi. They are ready to fight. The Congress at the moment is fighting within. It's unable to provide a leadership that is seen as credible, that is seen to connect with New India. Do you concede that somewhere you're going to have to resolve your problem? You're this big pan-Indian brand, but you lack effective, credible leadership at the moment. You're practicing politics the old way. Sonia Gandhi gets questioned before the enforcement directorate, you hit the streets. But on real issues connecting to the public, you're nowhere to be seen. Is the argument being made against you? Or that you're not effective enough to put those points before the public?
I think faults, shortcomings and weaknesses of the Congress are publicly known and publicly discussed. But you cannot choose history selectively. In 2015, when Modi was at his supreme best, he lost Delhi just 1 year after 2014. 67 seats out of 70. AAP won. AAP was a completely new
not
player.
Congress. Mr. Ketkar, it was Aam Aadmi Party because Arvind Kejriwal came out as a credible leader.
I am not talking about. Why are you emphasizing only Congress? I am talking about defeating Modi, and you are talking about Congress emerging. Why are you talking only Congress emerging? Congress will emerge. Congress can emerge, and Congress will emerge. That is not the question. Question is defeating Modi, and Modi has been defeated in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, even in Delhi. And therefore, to say, and in that situation of complete manthan, then the Congress can emerge. Don't forget that Modi at his peak in 2014 got only 31% vote, and with NDA in 2019 he got only 37%
What is the role of
Congress,
the Gandhi family in this, sir?
Low number of
sir,
seats.
What is
with
the role
low number of seats, Congress. Why are you constantly obsessed with Sonia and Rahul? When Congress won lowest vote, that was 41%, Congress won 282 seats. So I don't think, 69% of the people have voted against Modi in 2014 and 63% people have voted. Now, how to bring those 63% or 69% people together under one banner? That is not possible. Things have changed completely in last, and the Hindu-Muslim question, which Congress could not understand because Congress can never divide or polarize society like Modi does. So Hindu-Muslim question did create a frenzy across the country, and that frenzied vote you are taking as a major reference statistical point. Frenzied vote should never be considered as a statistical reference for victories and defeats.
You agree with that, Professor Shastri, that there is a frenzied Hindutva vote? Okay, there is a frenzied Hindutva vote. We saw it in 2014 to some extent, along with this vote for change then, this Achhe Din vote, which was anti-incumbency. In 2019, we saw it post-Balakot. Is there that frenzied Hindu vote, which is very difficult to dismantle at the moment? Just, it's not enough to blame the Congress leadership. Okay, it's not just enough to blame the Congress leadership. You're facing a force that is appealing to...
was Hindu vote.
Okay. You want to respond, Professor Shastri, to that? It was a Hindu vote.
Now, there is no question of doubt that there has been a strong attempt at majority consolidation, but there are limits to that happening. I think the more important point which I would like to re-stress, which I made, and while agreeing with Professor Yadav, I would like to look at where the BJP faces a critical contest or where the BJP faces a likely strong opponent. And it's in that context I was talking of West India, South India, and East India. I would believe, even as the present situation stands, that the BJP's competitors in North India, if you look at that, the BJP still seems to be in a stronger position. The potential for that challenge in West, East, and South India is much, much stronger. And that's why I emphasize the need to look at these regions when we look at 2024 coming up.
Remember, of course, in 2014 in particular, more than 80% of the BJP seats came from North and Western India, but it has slowly expanded. I just want to ask you, therefore, Nalin Kohli, we are running out of time. Is the BJP invincible in your view? I know this is a question that perhaps I could have a predictable answer, but is the BJP invincible? If you were to be a strategist for your opponents, is there a weak point? What is your weakest point? What is it that worries you, Nalin Kohli? Is there a weak point?
Honestly, the second part, though, I can't answer. Because whatever we've been doing has been going well in terms of electoral victories, broadly speaking. Of course, we don't win all elections, and nobody can win all elections in a democracy. But certainly we are winning again and again under Prime Minister Modi and the BJP.
But is there a concern? Is there something that concerns you? What can change between now and 2024?
Look, I would hope that there is no change, not because of a party perspective, and I'll be candid about it, Rajdeep, is that in a world where violence is increasing and on a daily basis we see threats and all, I just pray that India doesn't see any of that kind of situation that we've seen in the past. So therefore, with me, what I'll only hope is that an external factor does not try to destabilize things, which is an event, which is, not directly homegrown in that sense. Right. I look at always terrorism as a risk factor to every election in the country. So therefore, barring that, I think broadly there's nothing I could say that the BJP is not getting right.
Is there that black swan event that you see? There could be a black swan event, as we've seen, that can change elections. But Rahul Srivastav, I know that we can never say any party is invincible, but you track the BJP. Do you get a sense from talking to BJP leaders, internally, do they believe that Mr. Modi is poised for a hat-trick? Is there anything they fear that can change between now and 2024?
See, Rajiv, I think no political party or a cadre or leadership ever works that it thinks that it is there. I think the entire cadre moves in a direction when it thinks that its leadership is doing things to move there.
Is there anything they fear? Is there anything they are worried about?
And in that, if you see, changing the base, getting a tribal woman as a president is a foray into a vote which the BJP perhaps was getting weak. Telangana, they have a plan. Now, opposition too. Yes, Mamata Banerjee has a plan. She's giving those signals that I have national aspirations. Kejriwal, for example. Do
they fear a Kejriwal?
See, yes, I'm 100%. It's not the fear factor. They compute the factor. They factor in that there is a Kejriwal. So today, if there is going to be a Gujarat battle in which Kejriwal is mounting a slight battle against Modi, then they will prop the Congress a bit. There might be ED strikes. All kind of things happen in Indian politics, Rajdeep. What I will say, that to defeat BJP at this moment, it is always said that the strength of the system is a weakness of the system. Narendra Modi is a strong leader that the BJP has. If my heart is a strong part of my body, it keeps me alive. The day it fails, makes a mistake, I'm gone. Similarly, I think it is Narendra Modi who's pulling this engine. And if he makes a mistake, I think that's one thing the BJP has to watch out for.
Okay, let's leave it at that point. It's been fascinating to hear articulate voices, no crosstalk. 20 months to go for the 2024 elections. As I keep reiterating, a week is a long time in Indian politics. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Kal kisne dekha hai. But for now, it appears the BJP juggernaut is rolling on. Can the opposition get its act together is going to be the big challenge. We want a competitive fight to enhance democracy. Thank you all very much for joining me on this special roundtable. To all our viewers, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
अरे आ गई, कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
You are watching
मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
Meet the 15th President of India, Draupadi Murmu. She is India's first tribal woman to hold the country's highest constitutional position. From a school teacher, an MLA, a minister, first woman tribal governor to the 15th President of India, Draupadi Murmu's incredible life story inspires us.
मैं तो कभी भी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं एक गवर्नर बनूंगी, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर मैं सोची थी कि मैं थोड़ा, क्योंकि मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंशियली उनको सपोर्ट करूं.
In the school where Murmu worked as a teacher between 1994 and 1997, she is remembered as Didi or elder sister as it's called.
यहाँ पर if you ask anyone तो she known as Didi. Everyone call her द्रौपदी दीदी. तो सब लोग उनको बहन करके मानते हैं. कहीं ना कहीं वो भी उस तरह से रिएक्ट करती है एज एन सिस्टर टू एवरीवन, तो वो रिफ्लेक्ट बैक करता है.
After the completion of her tenure as the governor of Jharkhand, Murmu left the Jharkhand Raj Bhavan for her village in Odisha's Rairangpur in July 2021 and has been living there ever since. People of her hometown Rairangpur in Odisha expressed their pride and confidence in Odisha's daughter.
ओडिशा की बेटी इतने ऊपर एक पद के लिए मनोनीत हो रही है. हम लोग के तो स्वाभाविक कि उड़िया दिल आज फूले नहीं समाती.
लोग फोन किए थे तो मेरा हो रहा है राष्ट्रपति, तो हम लोग को बहुत खुश महसूस हुआ.
एक टीचर अभी प्रेसिडेंट बनने जा रहे हैं, देश का प्रथम नागरिक बनने जा रहे हैं, इसलिए खुश में वो डांस कर रहे हैं, रिजॉइस कर रहे हैं.
Born on the 20th of June 1958 in Uparbera village of Odisha's Mayurbhanj district, Murmu belongs to Santal ethnic group.
समाज सेवा में उसका मन बहुत लगा रहता था, जिसके कारण हर एक जो निचले स्तर के लोग हैं, चाहे आदिवासी हैं, दलित लोग हैं, चाहे पीछे जो लोग हैं, उनको आगे कैसे लाया जाए.
There is no greater sorrow than losing loved ones, and Draupadi Murmu has faced this sorrow like a mountain many times. She married Ram Charan Murmu, a banker who died in 2014. The couple had 2 sons and a daughter. Her husband and 2 sons died within 4 years' time. Her daughter, Itishri Murmu, works as a banker in Odisha and is married to rugby player Ganesh Hembram.
Like any other mother, कभी-कभी strict भी है, कभी-कभी soft.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Oh, sorry.
मेरे बातें सुन लो मित्रों, लिख लो है काम की मित्रों। मेरे इंडिया की गलियों में फेंको मत सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक। धरती ये कहती है मदर नेचर प्लास्टिक क्यों रहती है? Why to spoil it? I keep saying all night long. Single use plastic ban, poly ban, single use plastic ban. घर से थैला लाओ मैन हो।
नेचर है सबसे बोली, से नो टू पॉली।
नेचर की बेबसी है, that's why ये पॉलिसी है। प्लास्टिक को ना है कहना,
भारत को स्वच्छ है बनाना।
सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक वाले ग्लास, चम्मच, कांटे सब बैन। अब जाके मिलेगा जरा नेचर को चैन। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन, पॉली बैन, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन। घर से थैला लाओ मैन हो।
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary at these times only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari, in association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paul Mistaha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Enforcement Directorate arrests Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to be produced in court on Monday. Partha admitted to Kolkata hospital after claiming he felt unwell in the lockup. ED arrests Bengal Minister's close aide Arpita following a seizure of 21 crore rupees in cash and 20 mobile phones in West Bengal. Recruitment scam. During arrest, Arpita alleged vendetta politics of the BJP. Smiriti Irani slams Congress over the Goa bar controversy, says her daughter's character being assassinated, challenges Rahul to fight from Amethi once again. Showdown over Delhi excise policy escalates. AG seeks report on erring officials from Chief Secretary. BJP workers hit the streets outside Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. NIA takes charge of Patna PFI terror module probe. Sensational Ghazwa-e-Hind link to accused emerges. At least 28 accused have been identified, 3 arrests made. News just coming in right now. Monkeypox has been declared a global health emergency. The WHO has said monkeypox is a public health emergency. There are already 3 confirmed cases of monkeypox which have been detected in the state of Kerala in India. My colleague Milan Sharma is now joining me live on this. Milan, give us more details. How worried should people be? And those, of course, in India, how worried should they be?
Well, Paulami, this is something that the WHO had to do because when the outbreak of monkeypox started, they were reporting about 3,000 cases in just about 47 countries, but in 15 countries, I beg your pardon. And now we're looking at around 16,000 cases globally. And of course, there have been 5 deaths that have been reported globally. Although the number is minuscule, but remember how the WHO had dragged its feet on declaration of COVID-19 as a national and international pandemic emergency. So today, of course, in the briefing that was held by the WHO, they have declared this as an international public health emergency of concern. Of course, India also has 3 cases now in Kerala. And all 3 cases are stable, but we know that if not treated on time, monkeypox can become dangerous as pustules develop on the body, and it may lead to further complications as well. Remember, what we do have a vaccine that works against smallpox that can also work against monkeypox. So there isn't, a concern, and monkeypox is not even airborne. But still, the WHO does have to take this into consideration and has to sound that alarm bell.
Right. Milan, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Shifting focus now, in a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. After Partha Chatterjee complained of illness in the lockup on Saturday, the court allowed him to be admitted to a state-run hospital. He will be produced before the court once again on Monday. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee has also been arrested. India Today exclusively accessed video footage of more than 21 crore rupees cash recovered from Partha's aide Arpita's residence on Friday during raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED so far has recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and over 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. BJP mocked the TMC, saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents. TMC sources tell India Today that there was a strong demand within the party to remove Partha Chatterjee as TMC's General Secretary, but no action so far has been taken.
आज भारत की मान्यता विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रही है और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस व्यक्ति के बारे में वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री ममता जी ने काफ़ी कुछ पहले से प्रशंसा किया हुआ था कि आप अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं। 21 करोड़ का भंडार मैनेज करना, मैं मानता हूँ ममता जी के लिए एक प्रशंसा वाली बात थी।
बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Teacher recruitment is one of the sacred thing in our system. If somebody is boggling in all this area, this is very unfortunate. law should take its own course up to the logical end. This is very unfortunate incident in the land of Ma Saraswati.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রীর অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল।
What do you have to say about the 21 CR which has been confiscated from the ladies' house who is very close to Mr. Partha Chatterjee? ED didn't go and keep that 21 crores over there. ED didn't go and keep the diamonds and ornaments and, hundreds of envelopes, having a lot of money inside those envelopes, and it is written on top, Government of West Bengal Education Department. ED didn't go and keep those in her house, right? Another lady, another girlfriend of Mr. Partha Chatterjee, whose name is Mona Lisa, on whose name we are seeing there are 10 flats. So ED didn't go and keep those flats in her name, right?
The arrest of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection to the SSC recruitment scam has raised a storm in Bengal. While BJP has alleged that Partha's arrested aide Arpita had the patronage of Mamta herself, TMC has claimed that it is yet another attempt by the centre to malign Bengal government's image using central agencies. Here's more on that.
Massive setback for Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested in teacher recruitment scam by the ED. His arrest came hours after a marathon interrogation for over 23 hours that began on Friday morning. During the raids, ED recovered 21 crore rupees in cash, foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and 20 mobile phones from Partha's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's home. Arpita has also been arrested by the agency after the huge recoveries from her premises. In a video exclusively accessed by India Today, an envelope addressed to the Higher Education Minister is seen in the stash. Partha was the Education Minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. Rubbing salt into the wounds, BJP leaders mocked Mamta Banerjee, saying, "Picture abhi baki hai."
यही पार्था बाबू ने 5 वाइस चांसलर को लेकर धरना दिया था। बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Union ministers dared Mamta Banerjee to face real questions by ED and not cry foul.
और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास।
The time for dharna and the time for drama is over. The time to answer real questions is here. Where did that money come from? And who was responsible for that money being diverted in that manner, in that fashion?
TMC, however, has distanced itself from Partha's aide and described the raids as a ploy by centre to harass its political opponents. Bengal Assembly Speaker alleged he has not received any information about Partha's arrest. He termed it as constitutional failure by the central agency.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রীর অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
Mamta, known for her fiery attacks on central agencies, had accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting political rivals on Friday.
ওদের মেরুদণ্ড বেঁকা, ওদের মেরুদণ্ডে একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, অন্যদিকে জিএসটি। আমাদের মেরুদণ্ড সোজা, আমরা মাথা উঁচু করে চলি।
with Didi's strongman now in the ED net, what will her next move be? Bureau Report, India Today.
West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Over 21 crore cash was recovered from Arpita's residence on Friday during ED raids. Here's a report on who Arpita Mukherjee is and her connection to this case.
Bengal recruitment scam explodes. With Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee under ED scanner, spotlight stays on his close aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. It was her home from where Rs 21 crore was recovered by the central agency. Sources in the ED say the cash seized is linked to the alleged recruitment scam involving the West Bengal School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. So the question arises, who is Arpita Mukherjee? A very close aide of TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita is a model and actor. She has acted in Bengali, Odia and Tamil films, including hits like Mama Bhange and Patna. Arpita was also the face of promotional campaigns Naktala Udyan Sangh, which is one of the biggest Durga Puja committees in Kolkata in 2019 and 2020. She has been living in a luxury flat in South Kolkata for the past few years and was visited frequently by Partha, the sources said. BJP, which is going all guns blazing at the Mamata Banerjee government over the scam, is also linking the West Bengal Chief Minister with Arpita. Saffron Party's IT Chief Amit Malviya shared a video on Twitter and claimed she was appreciated by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Malviya said, and I quote, "Not too long ago, Mamata Banerjee from an open platform praised Partha Chatterjee's close aide, from whose residential premise ED seized a small sum of 20 crore. Mamata knew of her and the good work she was doing. Make no mistake, Partha wasn't scamming on his own accord." More facts are likely to come to fore as ED continues to tighten its grip on Partha's aide Arpita Chatterjee. Bureau Report, India Today.
Silly Souls Cage Cafe in Goa's Asagaon has landed in a controversy for allegedly holding an illegal bar license. Goa Excise Commissioner has issued a show cause notice to Silly Souls Cafe owners for flouting Goa excise norms. The notice alleges the owners of the restaurant got the license in an illegal and fraudulent manner by providing fabricated documents. The show cause notice further alleges that the liquor license was renewed last month despite the license holder having passed away on May 17, 2021. Smiriti Irani fired back at the Congress, who earlier accused Smriti's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. The union minister said that her daughter is a college student and there is no need to malign her character. Smriti said that she will also send a legal notice to Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera over the issue.
You owe it to this country, you owe it to the youth of this country. You cannot mislead the youth of this country to play Lulu Mall while your own children indulge into such illegal activities thanks to the patronage provided by you, Smiriti Irani.
So to the gentleman who sat there, giggled as they assassinated my daughter's character, I will see you in the court of law and in the court of people. And to the Gandhi family, which directed that this press conference be held against my child, I tell you this: send Rahul Gandhi back to fight the Lok Sabha election in 2024 from Amethi and he will lose again. That is my promise as a BJP worker and as a mother to that 18-year-old child.
स्मृति ईरानी जी हमेशा राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया गांधी जी को लेकर कुछ ना कुछ बोलती रहती हैं, पर वो तो बेबुनियाद ही बात है। हम तो कागजी बात कर रहे हैं। हम आरटीआई के माध्यम से जो जानकारी हासिल की गई है उसी के आधार पर हम आरोप नहीं लगा रहे हैं। जो आरटीआई से जानकारी आई है हम आपके समक्ष में, जनता के समक्ष में रख रहे हैं। तो इसमें दोनों की तुलना मत कीजिए।
जयराम रमेश ने कहा कि वो आरटीआई के आधार पर मेरी बेटी पर, जो 18 साल की है, राजनीति में नहीं है, कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट है, आरटीआई के आधार पर वो मेरी बेटी पर आरोप मढ़ रहे हैं कि क्या आरटीआई की उस एप्लीकेशन में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? क्या उसके जवाब में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ताओं ने कटाक्ष करते हुए, हंसते हुए ये कहा कि मैं सोनिया और राहुल के खिलाफ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती हूं। हाँ, करती हूं, करती रहूंगी।
कल से कांग्रेस सवाल कर रही है और आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके भी हम केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी से कह रहे हैं, स्मृति ईरानी जी चुप्पी तोड़िए और बताइए कि क्या आपने अपनी सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए, अपनी ताकत का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, गोवा में आपकी भाजपा की सरकार है, क्या आपने दबाव बनाया? आपकी फर्जी डिग्री थी, पूरा देश जानता है स्मृति ईरानी जी, आज तक आप अपनी असली डिग्री नहीं ला पाई। आज आपकी बेटी भी कागजों में फर्जी वाड़ा कर रही है।
There's a massive showdown in the national capital over the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi on Saturday protesting outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Congress workers also staged a dharna outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Protests come after a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation. Saxena has directed the Chief Secretary to submit a report detailing the role of officers and civil servants in the illegal formulation, amendments and implementation of the Delhi excise policy. Appropriate action is to be taken against erring officials as per the LG office.
अगर दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार किया होता ना, पिछले 7 सालों में मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारी सरकार को अंदर कर दिया होता। हर कोशिश के बावजूद भी वो 1 पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार ना पहले साबित कर पाए हैं, ना आज साबित कर पाएंगे। लेकिन मोदी जी ने एक चीज जरूर साबित कर दी है कि पूरे देश में अगर उन्हें एक आदमी से डर लगता है तो वो आदमी अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तभी हाथ धो के अपनी सारी एजेंसीज को अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायकों के पीछे लगाया हुआ।
आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे साफ लगता है बार बार जब कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया पर हमला होगा, मनीष सिसोदिया, बिकॉज़ उन्हें मालूम है। और ये आरोप हमने 3 जून 2022 को हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दिल्ली के अनिल चौधरी जी दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को मिले जाकर डेलीगेशन में सबूत दिए। दीप मल्होत्रा अकाली दल का पंजाब से विधायक को क्या केजरीवाल सरकार ने टेंडर दिए या नहीं, उसकी कंपनी को जो है सारे नियमों को ताक पे रखकर। ये वही अकाली दल है जिसका नेता मजीठिया से लिखित में अरविंद केजरीवाल और संजय सिंह ने माफी मांग रही थी। आज उन्हीं अकाली दल के नेताओं को हम जानना चाहते हैं और सीबीआई की जांच में साफ होगा कि आपने उन्हें लाइसेंस दिए या नहीं दिए।
कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आरोप लगाया सरकार के ऊपर कि वो उनको नीचे दिखाना चाहते हैं। आपका नहीं नीचे
साहब, ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड करप्शन का केस, इसमें कौन किसको नीचे दिखाना चाह रहा है भाई?
जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली की महिलाओं के, दिल्ली के लोगों के प्रचंड विरोध के बावजूद भी गली गली में शराब की दुकान खोलना, उन्होंने न दिल्ली की जनता की सुनी, न तो हम सांसदों की सुनी। हम आज बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त कर रहे हैं कि इस पे सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हुई है। जिन लोगों ने नियमों को ताक पे रख के इस प्रकार से अनियमितता किया, दिल्ली को शराब नगरी बनाने की कोशिश की, उनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो जांच के बाद।
Aam Aadmi Party faces massive backlash after Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi excise policy. BJP and the Congress staged massive protests in the national capital, demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia for alleged kickbacks from the liquor mafia.
A massive showdown has erupted in the national capital over Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. Hordes of Delhi BJP workers descended at Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Protesters clashed with police and broke barricades.
हम तो जवाब मांगने आए हैं, हम तो पूछने आए हैं। बड़ी बात करता था केजरीवाल कि हमारे लोग घर आ रहे हैं। मैं आया हूँ जवाब दें। सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन इस्तीफा कब देंगे?
बेईमानों का राज है। अरविंद केजरीवाल बहुत बड़ा बेईमान, बड़ा झूठा, मक्कार मुख्यमंत्री है।
जो नई शराब नीति अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार लाई है, इसमें हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है।
Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was detained during the protest. The other opposition party in Delhi, the Congress, staged protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. They burnt drums and placed an effigy of the chief minister on a donkey. Protests came a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation and undue benefits worth 140 crore rupees to licensees. Meanwhile, the political slugfest between BJP and AAP continued.
केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा लूट लिया, शराब माफिया को माला माल कर दिया और इन गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों पर जहां एक और एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई की जांच के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिखा है, आप उस पर बिल्कुल चुप रहे, मूक दर्शक बनकर रहे और इधर उधर की बात करते रहे।
एलजी तुम्हारा, सीएस तुम्हारा, सारी एजेंसियां तुम्हारी, ईडी सीबीआई सब तुम्हारी, फर्जी मामले लिखने हैं, लिखो। तो ये चोर बेईमान लोग हैं, इनकी किसी बात पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। इन्होंने देश को बर्बाद किया है, लूटा है, महंगाई के गर्त में झोंका है।
While BJP accused Aam Aadmi Party of focusing on pleasing liquor barons with new excise policy during the pandemic, AAP hit back saying Modi government is trying to create false cases to trap their leaders. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Congress versus Congress war explodes again in Rajasthan. Congress MLA Bharat Singh Kundanpur wrote a letter to Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and asked him to sack the state's mining minister Pramod Bhaya, alleging mining mafia in the state. Here's the report.
It's Congress versus Congress again in Rajasthan, this time on the issue of illegal mining. Seer Vijay Das, who attempted self-immolation at Deeg in Bharatpur to protest against illegal mining, passed away after battling for life for 2 days. He and other seers were on protest, demanding a ban on stone mining in Bharatpur for more than 550 days. His death prompted Congress MLA Bharat Singh Kundanpur to write a letter to Chief Minister Gehlot. Congress MLA didn't shy away from asking the Chief Minister to sack his mining minister Pramod Jain Bhaya and went on to call the minister the biggest mining mafia of the state. Another Congress MLA, Wajib Ali, also raised questions over the seer's death.
जिस प्रकार से बाबा विजय दास जी ने आदना का प्रयास किया, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। उन्होंने पहले ही चेतावनी दे दी थी और कई बार वार्ता भी हुई, उसके बावजूद उनका आदना का प्रयास प्रशासन की नजरों के सामने या तो निश्चित तौर पे ये प्रशासन की चूक है।
Minister Pramod Jain Bhaya rubbished the allegations.
उनके व्यक्तिगत विचार हो सकते हैं। माइनिंग विभाग में जो काम किया हमने, अवैध खनन में भी पिछली जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हम कार्यकाल देखे हैं 3.5 साल का, और इस कांग्रेस सरकार के 3.5 साल के कार्यकाल से तुलना करें तो हमने ज़्यादा अवैध खनन के प्रकरण दर्ज किए हैं, ज़्यादा वसूली की है।
The BJP launched a scathing attack and asked if lives of sadhus even matter to Congress.
No action was taken by Gehlot government. In fact, it defended the mining mafia and those who are indulging in illegalities and corruption. Will Mr. Gehlot take action against those who are guilty? Will Mr. Ashok Gehlot be accountable for the death of Sadhu Vijay Das?
सरकार बाबा विजय दास की हत्या की पापी है, उसको हत्या के लिए उकसाने का पाप यदि किसी ने किया है तो अशोक गहलोत सरकार ने किया है।
Congress is in power in only 2 states, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. The party is facing dissent in both states that go to polls next year. The grand old party needs to sort out feuds within to battle the BJP in the assembly elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side of this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
The Congress versus Congress. Congress versus Congress war explodes again in Rajasthan. Congress MLA Bharat Singh Kundanpur wrote a letter to Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and asked him to sack the state's mining minister Pramod Bhaya, alleging mining mafia in the state. Here's a report.
First time after rebellion of Eknath Shinde, Aditya Thackeray has come out of Mumbai, Shiv Samvad Yatra. We can see the crowd clearly, but it looks like a long struggle for you.
It may be a long walk, but this is the real walk. This is the walk of the people who are with us and who love us.
Also, it looks like you have a lot of hope from the Supreme Court. You have been saying this government will fall down. You think Supreme Court verdict will be in your favor?
We have full faith in the judiciary. If you look at the way this government is formed, it is absolutely illegal and against the Constitution of India.
A lot of questions are being raised on the leadership because we are here doing a yatra, but still the incoming in Eknath Shinde camp continue.
Look, I mean the current leadership of two people of Maharashtra, they are busy trying to form the cabinet, which is again illegal. They're not bothered about the floods in Maharashtra. They're not bothered about the heavy rainfall. The only thing they're bothered about is breaking the Shiv Sena and finishing off the Thackeray's.
What do you say about the precedent which has been set by Eknath Shinde by forming such a government in future? No party will be safe.
It is an absolutely immoral government, a government that believes in instability. And unfortunately, if this becomes precedence, this will be across the country. There will be a lot of instability in our country.
Are there talks between you and Eknath Shinde camp coming together as possible in future?
I am only talking with the people. To those who have gone there betraying us, I've told them if you want to come back, the doors are always open.
Thank you very much. That was Aditya Thackeray.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
है ना?
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Arpita Mukherjee. My guest today is a global management powerhouse. He's a management guru in his own right, a very, very respected business consultant, in fact, an advisor and guide to some of the world's largest corporations and some of the world's best-known CEOs. He also happens to be a best-selling author whose books have sold millions of copies over the years. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome on the show the one and only Dr. Ram Charan. Ram, it's wonderful to have you on the show today.
Thank you, Uday. I'm honored to be on the show. And I love to learn what's happening and love to learn your questions.
Okay. My first question is about the global situation, Ram, on which you've been writing very actively. But, because this Ukraine war has actually exposed many of the Western countries, for example, like Germany, who've been dependent on natural resources like gas from Russia. But you've been pointing out that even countries like America need to reassess how dependent they want to be on a country like China going forward. So do you think the Ukraine war brings to a head this question that you've been pointing out, or this issue that you've been pointing out for many months now, that the large global Western economies actually need to take a hard look at how they are running their economies today?
Absolutely, that the world has reset, global reset, major discontinuity, where now the people have woken up from the Russia and Ukraine war, that there are bifurcation where countries want to go. China is totally explicit. They want self-sufficiency. And Western countries had outsourced their supply chain to one country. So they are highly dependent on China. And no good business will be dependent on one supplier. So this is now going to be reset. It is creating shortages and it is creating higher prices. Energy prices, energy problems are getting quite big, and so is the food. So now every country has to think about how they become self-sufficient and with whom they got to trade but no country can afford a dependence on another country for supply chain.
How long will this process of disentanglement take, Ram, in your eyes? And what could be, because these processes are built over many decades, are never easy to disentangle. Do you see a lot of collateral damage happening while this plays out?
Yes. The transition in some sectors and products has begun. It's slow. And people have to come to terms that we have to accelerate. For example, in the cell phones, Apple has been very wise. They had begun earlier. They are now building supply chains also in other countries, including India. They're also building onshoring, and they're getting their suppliers who happen to be Taiwanese and having them build factories for assembly in the United States. So that has begun. It requires determination, resilience, and so on. And this will take some time, but it requires that people be determined and do it. Technologies are available. They are the ones that went to China from Taiwan, Hong Kong, Europe, Australia, and the United States. They are there, engineering and technology. So we need to start. Governments may have to help.
Ram, on the point that you are mentioning, I just want to ask you, what kind of pushback do you see from countries like China and Russia? Because they also surely can see this transition which is going on. Do you expect them to take it easily or lying down, or do you expect some kind of a hostile pushback from these economies?
No, there will be actions and reactions, no doubt. There'll be hard negotiations, hard bargaining. If you look at United States and China, China needs things from the United States, so there will be bargaining on some technologies and whatnot. And there will be areas where there will be a tariff or there will be import controls. All this is going to happen because it is not going to be one-way street.
Now, this axis which is forming, which is, say, countries like China and Russia on one side, where do you see India fitting into this picture? Because India so far kept its options open. Do you think it can get off by towing a kind of a middle path in this whole wrangling game which is going on?
Yeah, India is very crucial in minimum two ways. One, that the people in the West, America, Europe, have now realized that they cannot have total sufficiency of supply chain. They want to come to India. Our Honorable Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, said that how he's meeting people in Geneva, in Davos, they all want to come now because India has transparency. It has a great proven legal system. Here, the business people do want cost of capital, and the government of India is very much getting opened up to invite FDI. So India will receive a lot of FDI, a lot of supply chain ideas and plants going to be here. And so India has a good growth opportunity, and India has to deal with the trade deficit it is incurring with China. In the last 22 years, it has incurred about $700 billion worth of deficit. Last year, they had $70 billion of deficit in trade. All those things have to be taken into account and build the supply chain gradually in India.
But do you think we are up for the challenge, Ram? I mean, that's my critical question to you, because, you know, India has done very well on the services front. But you've sat on the boards of companies like Hindalco. Do you think Indian manufacturing can actually become a global powerhouse? Because so far, we've not been a manufacturing powerhouse in the way some of the other Asian economies have.
Yeah. So first, Hindalco is global. Hindalco has business in packaging in the United States, totally global, in every which way you look at. There are other businesses in the Birla Group that are totally global. Now, but the basic intent of the question is our ability to have cost structure, high quality, export, and competitive. We can't do that because the prices we pay for imports are nominal, but they are based on subsidies and the currency parity that is largely artificial. That needs to change. So, for example, in the case of China, 1999, it was 450 renminbi to the dollar. It's now 680. And according to the old way of rules, if you have such a large surplus like 3.4 trillion China has, you should be revaluing your currency. They have not. And if you revalue the currency, those things will be not competitive. These are the issues going to be ironed out as we go forward. We cannot say that we are a prisoner of a country. We got to unlock it.
Do you see any systemic issues other than the currency exchange or the foreign exchange issue that you spoke about? Any other systemic issues having dealt with Indian companies in the past which might be holding back or which could come in the way of India actually exploiting the opportunity?
Yeah, no. Currency issue, subsidies issue, they're all there. But we need to go on our own because we can compete. We have new technology, new automation. We have the artificial intelligence. Our people in AI and so on are the largest and the best in the world. They are working outside India and inside India. We just have to work. And the work means the industry people must figure out the facts, define what they need, and join the government initiative. It's going to require both sides working together, pick each industry sector, which sectors first, which sectors second. For example, in pharmaceuticals, API is a big important sector. We can do that. We have a reasonably good pharmaceutical industry. We import APIs. So let's pick together, see what we need, do the facts, go on the industry basis to the ministers, show them, and they will collaborate.
What about the issue of talent or skilled manpower, Ram? Because that seems to be another interesting challenge. Because on one hand, we have very high levels of unemployment. On the other hand, companies keep complaining that they don't have enough employable talent in the country. How do you see that from an Indian perspective?
Yeah, this is a very good point over there. We got to go category by category. And we know many people want to come home from overseas. And we are even getting things today, you don't have to code, machines will do the coding. We have that today. So we pick sector by sector, and in that sector, see what we need, where is it worldwide, go at it. We may not be able to do for all the sectors at the same time. So we're going to sequence that.
But what do you think is going on with a sector like information technology? I mean, there is a huge attrition problem out there in that sector. And that's where this whole talent deficit seems to be showing up most acutely.
No question. We are doing things. We are getting training. We have people putting online. I met one yesterday that I was going to train these people in less than 10 weeks in a certain areas online, test them, and they are available. We may have to import for the critical, very critical jobs like the general intelligence. But idea here is we should avoid generalities. We should go sector by sector. We sequence them. We have the talent. Certain areas we may have to go outside and subcontract that.
And, we were speaking about manufacturing as a sector earlier. But in your interactions with large Indian corporations, do you get the feeling that Indian companies are ready to adopt digital in a big way? Because, many of the old world companies may not actually have made that digital transformation. How digital ready do you find in the old Indian corporations that you speak to?
I had one in the last 5 days. They got the message. They're really, the new generation in those families are appalled why the father didn't move. Because they now know they can't live without it. They will become uncompetitive. Family will lose wealth. So that's beginning to come. The second dilemma was that we have to do it internally. Well, no, you got to outsource. There are a ton of outsourcing companies in India that are doing the work for the outsiders. So we plan this bite by bite and sequence it, build it. More people will get trained for it and go for it. We cannot do the whole elephant in one bite.
Yeah. So you're saying it's an intergenerational issue where the older promoters are resistant to the idea, but the new generation who are probably going to succeed, they are more keen to adopt digital?
Absolutely. Well, see, the other day I was listening to Shalil, the CEO of Infosys. One of the greatest things he did in the last 5 years is to make that Infosys towards the digital area. And now he's succeeding. I see the gentleman running the executive chairman of Wipro, Rishabh Premji, exactly is going that way. TCS has been doing it before. So I see that. I see in Tata's, they build that super app. I see in Adani's, how they're building that. I see in Birla's, how they're doing that. So this is beginning. My joy is the companies in India that are $200 million in sales, and they are family owned, and somehow they are able to make a good living, building forward. They can't wait to get some help, low-cost loans, and they're willing and they want to scale up. For them, technology isn't a problem. They know how to get joint ventures and licenses. They have land, the low-cost loans, and marketing talent they need. I had one company the other day from Indore, about $100 million company is putting $75 million investment. Government helping the whole sector in the garment business, and is putting the money in and is going to expand it. It was great to see that how these people are moving to scale up. Just think about 100 million in sales is putting 75 million in a new plant. Dollars. So there's a lot of a spirit here.
Now, sure. No, what I was going to ask you is, these are companies which are large. Many of them are actually established, profitable companies who are trying to make a digital transformation to stay competitive. But there's a very large number of companies who you are probably talking to, who are new companies, who have no profits today to speak about, who are raising billions of dollars of private equity money, but they will probably come to you to ask, what is the route to profitability? What do you tell them?
So the profitability, the key point here is that those who are using AI, first they got to realize that AI is getting commoditized. Second, we have now companies, Indian-based, Trivandrum, Bangalore, Gurgaon, Pune. These are small companies that are doing digitization at very low cost. And so search those companies, they can do that.
Now, actually, I meant the digital unicorns, the fintechs and edutech companies who have raised lots of money. I mean, the promoters are billionaires, but they are not showing any kind of profits today. What do you think of their ability to churn out profits in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
That's a very good point there. Just imagine that in the case of digitization, there is a fixed investment to build the data, the algorithms, the tests. And once it is built, then you increase sales. The cost of increased sales by unit is close to zero, and it creates exponential profit. That is the new model of the artificial intelligence-based machine learning based business models.
So you do believe that many of these unicorns will actually survive this kind of market downturn that we're seeing today?
Yeah. That is in the initial stages. That has nothing to do with their unicorn. It is a normal thing for any startup company. There will be a slip in between the cup and the lip. Their business models may be wrong. They have not done the enough understanding of the customer. Many of them have been funded without any real thinking. Those things going to happen.
Okay.
Many of the
this is not the only reset which is happening globally. What we spoke about earlier, the geopolitical reset that we spoke about earlier, Ram. There is another very fundamental reset which is going on in the financial systems, which is that loose monetary policy is being unwound and interest rates are finally going back to some semblance of normalcy, and that is causing a huge amount of upheaval in the Western world. How do you see the companies that you speak to dealing with this reset which is going on financially?
Yeah, I think the people getting first, if I have not misunderstood, is that we're going to have a recession. That's the viewpoint, not a fact. We're going to have inflation. That's the viewpoint. It will be a fact. We could go into hyperinflation. So there is a very simple rule that you do not carry much debt. You must have a dry powder. You're going to manage by the cash, not by EPS. And you're going to trim the unnecessary things you're going to have. And you're going to go through those 3, 4, 5 years. And you will see the economy, the structure would have changed to see the new opportunities going forward. We had very good time for several years pre-COVID. And now we funded so much that we're creating inflation. To curb inflation, we're going to create recession. So we're going to go through that cycle. And the financial markets are going to react as they have. And I think one can argue they're going to react further because the psychology of fear and psychology of continued price increases is actually happening right now.
So you have no doubt in your mind that this will have to end in a recession, that we will not get off light?
I'm very clear we're going to have that.
Ram, I want to ask you about your Indian experience. Of course, you were born here, but over the years you've worked with so many Indian companies and CEOs. Can you share any anecdotes with us on how that experience has been, and who are the large corporations or the CEOs who've actually made an impression on you?
Yeah, I think the without naming them, I find the CEOs here, they can manage any business anywhere. They are the best business acumen people you find, separate from strategy. They are very, very conscious of structure. We have people who are best in terms of consumer observations. I had a great experience on the Hindalco board. Mr. Birla is absolutely outstanding, and he is able to cut through the clutter very fast. And it was a great delight to see that. I see Mr. Irani is very imaginative and very, very respectful of people. And so I have those. I had worked with the board of Marico, and these people add huge value to the company. Mr. Harsh Mariwala is fantastic entrepreneur and a great person. I've known him for 30 years. So these are some of the great, but I have also the small companies where these people are unsung heroes and they're building India going forward.
What about globally? I mean, you've worked with big global corporations as well. I mean, if I were to ask you to name just 1 or 2 global CEOs who were truly exceptional among the hundreds that you have worked with over the years, who would you single out?
So I will tell you about an unsung hero. His name is Ed Woolard. He was the former chairman CEO of DuPont. He joined the board of Apple in 1997. And when he joined the board, he saw the company was going to go broke within a year or so. He saw the board, showed them it will. They asked him to sell the company. Nobody was there to buy it. And he kept saying that the brand refuses to die. Company should not die. He brought Steve Jobs back single-handedly. It's in my book, Boards That Lead.
When you look back at such a long career that you've had, do you sometimes feel that you feel tired or burnt out? Because you basically have carved out a life living in hotels and airplanes and airports. I mean, that's what most of your life is. Do you ever have any regrets or feel that you've run too long a race, feel tired about it?
I'm 83. I wake up at 4. I take a 1-hour walk every single day. Tiredness comes from boredom, not from active mind.
Great. That answers my question, Ram. And on that note, I shall thank you for your time. It's been a great pleasure hearing your thoughts. Thank you very much for joining in today.
Wonderful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paula Mistaha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Enforcement Directorate arrests Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to be produced in court on Monday. Partha admitted to Kolkata hospital after claiming he felt unwell in the lockup. ED arrests Bengal minister's close aide Arpita following a seizure of 21 crore rupees in cash and 20 mobile phones in West Bengal recruitment scam. During arrest, Arpita alleged vendetta politics by the BJP. Smiriti Irani slams Congress over the Goa bar controversy, says her daughter's character is being assassinated. Challenges Rahul to fight from Amethi once again. Showdown over Delhi excise policy escalates. LG seeks report on erring officials from Chief Secretary. BJP workers hit the streets outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. The World Health Organization declares monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. News just coming in right now. Is there a Karnataka cabinet rejig on the cards? Cabinet expansion soon. Chief Minister Bommai, in fact, is to travel to Delhi tomorrow. Could there be a cabinet expansion on the cards? Sources have told India Today that cabinet expansion is likely in August. Cabinet expansion if the High Command of the Bharatiya Janata Party agrees. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now joining me live from Bengaluru on this. Nagarjun, give us more details about this visit of the Chief Ministers to Delhi tomorrow.
Well, the Chief Minister is landing post the noon in Delhi and he's going to take off at 10 a.m. But what we are picking from the sources is that cabinet expansion is on cards and he's going to discuss this with the Prime Minister, Home Minister and the party president. And if all goes well, August first week will be the expansion in Karnataka here. And also there are 5 vacant spots at this point of time. And recently Ishwarappa also got a clean sheet. He was the last minister to resign from the cabinet after the allegations of corruption had come and one of the contractors had committed suicide. Post that, he has got a clean sheet from the CID police right now and they have filed a charge from the Udupi police, beg your pardon, and then they have given a clean sheet. So he is also putting pressure that as an OBC leader, he has to come back into the cabinet. So 5 vacant spots to be filled in and few of the ministers who have not performed as per the High Command is likely to be dropped is what we are picking up. If everything goes well and if High Command gives the permission, August first week will be the cabinet expansion here in Bengaluru.
All right. Nagarjun, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. So, Chief Minister Bommai is to travel to Delhi tomorrow and there's a lot of buzz on a possible cabinet expansion in the Karnataka government come August. In a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. After Partha Chatterjee complained of illness in the lockup, the court has allowed him to be admitted to a state-run hospital. He will be produced before the court once again on Monday. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee has also been arrested. India Today exclusively accessed a video of more than 21 crore rupees cash being recovered from Partha's aide Arpita's residence on Friday during the raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED so far has recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and over 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. BJP mocked the TMC saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents. TMC sources in fact told India Today that there was a strong demand within the party to remove Partha Chatterjee as the TMC's Secretary General, but that indeed was not done at the moment. No action has been taken.
আমরা সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে পূর্ণ আস্থা রাখছি আইন এবং বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপর এবং বিচারে যদি পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে যে অভিযোগের কথা বলা হচ্ছে সেগুলি যদি বিচারে সত্য বলে প্রমাণিত হয় সেক্ষেত্রে নিশ্চিতভাবেই সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দলগতভাবে এবং সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের সরকার তার বিরুদ্ধে যা ব্যবস্থা নেওয়ার নিশ্চিতভাবেই সেই ব্যবস্থা নেবে।
যে আমাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস অন্যায় করে না, অন্যায় সহ্য করে না, কিন্তু বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপরে আমাদের পূর্ণ আস্থা আছে। যদি বিচার ব্যবস্থায় দেখা যায় যে কেউ দোষী, নিশ্চিতভাবে কঠোরতম শাস্তি তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস নেবে। কিন্তু কোনো ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার কেউ হলে সেইটা নিশ্চিতভাবে আমরা তার प्रतिरोध करब, प्रतिवाद करब।
आज भारत की मान्यता विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रही है और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस व्यक्ति के बारे में वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री ममता जी ने काफ़ी कुछ पहले से प्रशंसा किया हुआ था कि आप अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं। 21 करोड़ का भंडार मैनेज करना, मैं मानता हूँ ममता जी के लिए एक प्रशंसा वाली बात थी।
बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Teacher recruitment is one of the sacred thing in our system. If somebody is boggling in all this area, this is very unfortunate. Law should take its own course up to the logical end. This is very unfortunate incident in the land of Maharashtra.
The arrest of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection to the SSC recruitment scam has raised a storm in Bengal. While BJP has alleged that Partha's arrested aide Arpita had the patronage of Mamta herself, TMC has claimed that it is yet another attempt by the centre to malign Bengal government's image using central agencies. Here's more on that.
Massive setback for Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested in teacher recruitment scam by the ED. His arrest came hours after a marathon interrogation for over 23 hours that began on Friday morning. During the raids, ED recovered 21 crore rupees in cash, foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and 20 mobile phones from Partha's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's home. Arpita has also been arrested by the agency after the huge recoveries from her premises. In a video exclusively accessed by India Today, an envelope addressed to the Higher Education Minister is seen in the stash. Partha was the Education Minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. Rubbing salt into the wounds, BJP leaders mocked Mamta Banerjee, saying, "Picture abhi baki hai."
यही पार्था बाबू ने 5 वाइस चांसलर को लेकर धरना दिया था। बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Union ministers dared Mamta Banerjee to face real questions by ED and not cry foul.
और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
The time for dharna and the time for drama is over. The time to answer real questions is here. Where did that money come from? And who was responsible for that money being diverted in that fashion?
TMC, however, has distanced itself from Partha's aid and described the raids as a ploy by centre to harass its political opponents. Bengal Assembly Speaker alleged he has not received any information about Partha's arrest. He termed it as constitutional failure by the central agency.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন, বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
Mamta, known for her fiery attacks on central agencies, had accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting political rivals on Friday.
ওদের মেরুদণ্ড বেঁকা, ওদের মেরুদণ্ডে একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, অন্যদিকে জিএসটি। আমাদের মেরুদণ্ড সোজা, আমরা মাথা উঁচু করে চলি।
With Didi's strongman now in the ED net, what will her next move be? Bureau Report, India Today.
West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Over 21 crore cash was recovered from Arpita's residence on Friday during ED raids. Here's a report on who Arpita Mukherjee is and her connection to this case.
Bengal recruitment scam explodes. With Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee under ED scanner, spotlight stays on his close aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. It was her home from where Rs 21 crore was recovered by the central agency. Sources in the ED say the cash seized is linked to the alleged recruitment scam involving the West Bengal School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. So the question arises, who is Arpita Mukherjee? A very close aide of TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita is a model and actor. She has acted in Bengali, Odia and Tamil films, including hits like Mama Bhange and Partner. Arpita was also the face of promotional campaigns Naktala Udyan Sangh, which is one of the biggest Durga Puja committees in Kolkata in 2019 and 2020. She has been living in a luxury flat in South Kolkata for the past few years and was visited frequently by Partha, the sources said. BJP, which is going all guns blazing at the Mamata Banerjee government over the scam, is also linking the West Bengal Chief Minister with Arpita. Saffron Party's IT chief Amit Malviya shared a video on Twitter and claimed she was appreciated by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Malviya said, and I quote, "Not too long ago, Mamata Banerjee, from an open platform, praised Partha Chatterjee's close aide, from whose residential premise ED seized a small sum of 20 crore. Mamata knew of her and the good work she was doing. Make no mistake, Partha wasn't scamming on his own accord." More facts are likely to come to fore as ED continues to tighten its grip on Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Bureau Report, India Today.
Silly Souls Cafe and Bar in Goa's Asagaon has landed in a controversy for allegedly holding an illegal bar license. Goa Excise Commissioner has issued a show cause notice to Silly Souls Cafe owners for flouting Goa excise norms. The notice alleges the owners of the restaurant got the license in an illegal and fraudulent manner by providing fabricated documents. The show cause notice further alleges that the liquor license was renewed last month despite the license holder having passed away on May 17, 2021. Smiriti Irani fired back at the Congress who earlier accused Smiriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. Union Minister said that her daughter is a college student and there is no need to malign her character. Smriti said that she will also send a legal notice to Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera over the issue. Meanwhile, the Congress fired fresh salvos at Smiriti Irani. Congress spokesperson Pawan Khera said that Smiriti Irani is lying as she earlier had mentioned that she is proud of her daughter's restaurant in Goa.
You owe it to this country, you owe it to the youth of this country. You cannot mislead the youth of this country to play Lulu Mall while your own children indulge into such illegal activities thanks to the patronage provided by you, Smriti Irani.
So to the gentleman who sat there, giggled as they assassinated my daughter's character, I will see you in the court of law and in the court of people, and to the Gandhi family, which directed that this press conference be held against my child. I tell you this. Send Rahul Gandhi back to fight the Lok Sabha election in 2024 from Amethi and he will lose again. That is my promise as a BJP worker and as a mother to that 18-year-old child.
स्मृति ईरानी जी हमेशा राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया गांधी जी को लेकर कुछ ना कुछ बोलती रहती हैं, पर वो तो बेबुनियाद ही बात है। हम तो कागजी बात कर रहे हैं। हम आरटीआई के माध्यम से जो जानकारी हासिल की गई है उसी के आधार पर हम आरोप नहीं लगा रहे हैं। जो आरटीआई से जानकारी आई है हम आपके समक्ष में, जनता के समक्ष में रख रहे हैं। तो इसमें दोनों की तुलना मत कीजिए।
जयराम रमेश ने कहा कि वो आरटीआई के आधार पर मेरी बेटी पर, जो 18 साल की है, राजनीति में नहीं है, कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट है, आरटीआई के आधार पर वो मेरी बेटी पर आरोप मढ़ रहे हैं कि क्या आरटीआई की उस एप्लीकेशन में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? क्या उसके जवाब में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ताओं ने कटाक्ष करते हुए, हंसते हुए ये कहा कि मैं सोनिया और राहुल के खिलाफ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती हूं। हाँ, करती हूं, करती रहूंगी।
कल से कांग्रेस सवाल कर रही है और आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके भी हम केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी से कह रहे हैं, स्मृति ईरानी जी चुप्पी तोड़िए और बताइए कि क्या आपने अपनी सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए, अपनी ताकत का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, गोवा में आपकी भाजपा की सरकार है, क्या आपने दबाव बनाया? आपकी फर्जी डिग्री थी, पूरा देश जानता है स्मृति ईरानी जी, आज तक आप अपनी असली डिग्री नहीं ला पाई। आज आपकी बेटी भी कागजों में फर्जी वाड़ा कर रही है।
There's a massive showdown in the national capital over the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi on Saturday protesting outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Congress workers also staged a dharna outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Protests come after a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation. Saxena has directed the Chief Secretary to submit a report detailing the role of officers and civil servants in the illegal formulation, amendments and implementation of the Delhi excise policy. Appropriate action is to be taken against erring officials as per the LG office.
अगर दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार किया होता ना, पिछले 7 सालों में मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारी सरकार को अंदर कर दिया होता। हर कोशिश के बावजूद भी वो 1 पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार ना पहले साबित कर पाए हैं, ना आज साबित कर पाएंगे। लेकिन मोदी जी ने एक चीज जरूर साबित कर दी है कि पूरे देश में अगर उन्हें एक आदमी से डर लगता है तो वो आदमी अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तभी हाथ धो के अपनी सारी एजेंसीज को अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायकों के पीछे लगाया हुआ।
आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे साफ लगता है बार बार जब कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया पर हमला होगा, मनीष सिसोदिया, बिकॉज़ उन्हें मालूम है। और ये आरोप हमने 3 जून 2022 को हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दिल्ली के अनिल चौधरी जी दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को मिले जाकर डेलीगेशन में सबूत दिए। दीप मल्होत्रा अकाली दल का पंजाब से विधायक को क्या केजरीवाल सरकार ने टेंडर दिए या नहीं, उसकी कंपनी को जो है सारे नियमों को ताक पे रखकर। ये वही अकाली दल है जिसका नेता मजीठिया से लिखित में अरविंद केजरीवाल और संजय सिंह ने माफी मांग रही थी। आज उन्हीं अकाली दल के नेताओं को हम जानना चाहते हैं और सीबीआई की जांच में साफ होगा कि आपने उन्हें लाइसेंस दिए या नहीं दिए।
कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आरोप लगाया सरकार के ऊपर कि वो उनको नीचे दिखाना चाहते हैं। आपका नहीं नीचे
साहब, ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड करप्शन का केस, इसमें कौन किसको नीचे दिखाना चाह रहा है भाई?
जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली की महिलाओं के, दिल्ली के लोगों के प्रचंड विरोध के बावजूद भी गली गली में शराब की दुकान खोलना, उन्होंने न दिल्ली की जनता की सुनी, न तो हम सांसदों की सुनी। हम आज बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त कर रहे हैं कि इस पे सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हुई है। जिन लोगों ने नियमों को ताक पे रख के इस प्रकार से अनियमितता किया, दिल्ली को शराब नगरी बनाने की कोशिश की, उनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो जांच के बाद।
Aam Aadmi Party faces massive backlash after Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi excise policy. BJP and Congress staged massive protests in the national capital demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia for alleged kickbacks from the liquor mafia.
A massive showdown has erupted in the national capital over Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. Hordes of Delhi BJP workers descended at Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Protesters clashed with police and broke barricades.
हम तो जवाब मांगने आए हैं, हम तो पूछने आए हैं। बड़ी बात करता था केजरीवाल कि हमारे लोग घर आ रहे हैं। मैं आया हूँ, जवाब दें। सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन इस्तीफा कब देंगे?
बेईमानों का राज है। अरविंद केजरीवाल बहुत बड़ा बेईमान, बड़ा झूठा, मक्कार मुख्यमंत्री है।
जो नई शराब नीति अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार लाई है, इसमें हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है।
Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was detained during the protest. The other opposition party in Delhi, the Congress, staged protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. They burnt drums and placed an effigy of the chief minister on a donkey. Protests came a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation and undue benefits worth 140 crore rupees to licensees. Meanwhile, the political slugfest between BJP and AAP continued.
केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा लूट लिया, शराब माफिया को माला माल कर दिया और इन गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों पर जहां एक और एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई की जांच के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिखा है, आप उस पर बिल्कुल चुप रहे, मूक दर्शक बनकर रहे और इधर उधर की बात करते रहे।
एलजी तुम्हारा, सीएस तुम्हारा, सारी एजेंसियां तुम्हारी, ईडी सीबीआई सब तुम्हारी, फर्जी मामले लिखने हैं, लिखो। तो ये चोर बेईमान लोग हैं, इनकी किसी बात पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। इन्होंने देश को बर्बाद किया है, लूटा है, महंगाई के गर्त में झोंका है।
While BJP accused Aam Aadmi Party of focusing on pleasing liquor barons with new excise policy during the pandemic, AAP hit back saying Modi government is trying to create false cases to trap their leaders. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side of this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Russia and Iran reached a tentative deal of $40 billion to develop future oil and gas projects. Gazprom and the National Iranian Oil Company signed an MOU to aid in the development of oil and gas fields. The deal coincides with Putin's visit to Tehran for a summit with his Iranian and Turkish counterparts. The deal will also include Gazprom in the completion of liquefied natural gas projects and the construction of gas exports pipelines. Iran owns the largest supply of natural gas reserves, followed by Russia. Both of them are subject to US sanctions. The deal also comes at a unique time when the energy market is strained and suffering from a fuel price rise.
«Газпром» всегда выполнял, выполняет и намерен выполнять все свои обязательства.
Europe is shutting down Russian energy flowing there. Subsequently, Moscow is turning to other countries to send energy supplies. For instance, Russia and China have deepened their energy ties. In the next 2 years, they will run a gas pipeline which will run 2,600 kilometers.
You are watching India Today.
The celebration of India's 75th independence year has become a point of embarrassment for the AAP government. The Aam Aadmi Party government has painted pictures and caricatures of many freedom fighters to celebrate their lives and legacy. But in Jamia Nagar's Freedom Fighter Fountain, a picture of a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar, Maulana Mahmudul Hasan, has been displayed alongside freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev and Shahid Ashfaqullah Khan. The flex board that was put up by the AAP party several months ago should have had the photograph of Mahmood Hassan Deobandi, one of the co-founders of the Jamia Millia University, who contributed to India's freedom struggle. Sources have claimed that even after several months of the board being there, this error has not been rectified by the party.
India will celebrate its 75th independence this year, which is why nationwide, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is also being celebrated. You will see the photographs of all those great legendary freedom fighters who gave their life for the independence and the freedom of this country. I'm in Jamia Nagar and there's a board called the Freedom Fighters Fountain that has been put across here by the Aam Aadmi Party. As you can see, Chief Minister Delhi Arvind Kejriwal and Amanatullah Khan, who is the MLA from the area, happen to have their faces on this board. And below that you will see all these leaders: Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Ali Johar, Shahid Ashfaqul Khan, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev, everyone who has been instrumental in India's freedom struggle. But one photo that I would like to bring your attention to is the picture of Maulana Mahmudul Hasan, who is a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar. This seems to be a grave error which has not been corrected for many months, because this freedom fountain has been here for many months now. And perhaps they don't know who the freedom fighters of India's struggle are. And if it's a serious lapse on their part, shouldn't the board have been changed, or shouldn't the picture at least have been replaced from here? With Pradeep Gupta in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today. you.
Fashion Files, I'm Chaiti Narula, and today I've got with me in the studio the doyen of Indian couture in India, Tarun Tahiliani. He's a man who has the gift of the gab like no other. And Tarun, I'm only wondering, how am I going to wind up the show in half an hour? That's my first question to you. How am I going to do that?
Well, I think we'll talk for about 10 minutes and just let it run.
Let it run
yeah,
back.
I think that might be the best way.
I want to talk about...
One question.
Okay,
for
done.
sure.
I want to first talk about the India Couture Week and, you know, back in its physical form from the digital era of the pandemic that we've come out from. I believe you're not a big fan of digital fashion shows, and why is that so?
Well, you know, the thing is that I've always felt that the beauty about a fashion show is, besides the energy and everything, is that you see quality, you see things up close. I think one of the big things that have happened in film, and certainly much more on a small phone where most people look at digital, is that you can substitute a cheap polyester for a silk.
Yeah.
And if you're doing something that involves luxury, where it's about how you feel and how things touch, obviously you can't, you know, duplicate that experience, but by sitting there, you can at least evaluate it. So if critics are going to look at things on a phone, I don't think that's okay. Suzy Menkes, I always said to people who never do this, you go physically to a show because you feel it, then you go and see the clothes and you touch them. In India, when we talk about couture, it's really about Indian craft.
Yes.
We are nothing without the craftsmen of this country. And I'm very excited that this is back, because they really took a beating during the pandemic. I mean, you know, when suddenly everything shuts down and there's no weddings and nothing, Indian wedding clothes represent, whether weaving, embroideries, different techniques, the highest form of Indian craft. And it's done in giant swords, you know, because it's so excessive, and that's Indian tradition. So they really lost out, and I think, and I hope that this Couture Week will bring everything back. Couture in India basically means it's around the wedding. In India, we don't have a black tie, we don't have a museum opening, there's no, you know, opera opening. Everything is around the wedding. So that's what feeds couture.
Since we're talking about bridal couture as well, let's focus a little on the bright reds that have always ruled the roost in India. And, you know, that's what an ideal bride always was for years together. But ever since the pandemic era, we're seeing the hues also change. I would like to call them Tarun Tahiliani pastel hues that I've seen your couture transform into as well. So,
well, you know, the thing is that I think it's very well to superimpose ideas and think, look, we're not Indians living in villages anymore. So while a hot pink and lime green and all this ethnic is beautiful, or a woman in Rajasthan sashaying by, or in Kutch, suddenly in the urban milieu, it's very different. And besides that, I think when people sat at home for a large part of those 2 years and went back to just being themselves, really what did it do? If you weren't starving, it allowed you to go back to being yourselves. You might have seen a lot of content and read a lot, but you were still, don't have to project. And I think in an urban milieu, we are all global. You and I, we are very proud Indians, but we're speaking in English. We're educated in top English schools. So there's a new kind of life that's emerged from this globalization. Fashion has taught me India like nothing has, because I've traveled, I work with craftsmen. But now to suddenly be bright pink and things, one thing for a Gujarati to do at the dandiya, but it's not the life I've grown up in. So when my kids got married, they were beige and cream. They dress and live in the color palette that they do normally. It's also a fact that we wear a lot of Western clothes, and so we're kind of restricted. There's nothing wrong with color. Please wear it the way you want. But I think that I keep telling people when they say, oh, you know, one night we're going to do a black tie and I'll wear some gown, and the next night I'll do Jodha Akbar at the wedding. I'm like, wait. You're not a movie star.
Correct.
You're not playing 5 different roles. You are yourself. Can you please just stick to what works for you?
So you believe in shedding the weight of the bridal couture and keeping it simple. Is casual couture where you're heading now?
I think that...
As we are turning out to be global citizens more
in fact, just on the way, I was talking to my head designer, Mansha Sani, and I said, you know, we are starting one of the pieces with a beautiful sculpted corset, and we should have just done it with heavy pants, with a line of embroidery down the side, because it can't be only for the brides and their families. And as couture abroad is worn for special occasions. And I must tell you that because people are paying for that special thing that's also sculpted to your body to make you feel a certain way, when you buy better and you love it, it makes it more sustainable. If you're not caught up about never being seen in the same thing twice, which Instagram has sadly done to a lot of people, I mean, it just goes to show how shallow everything is. Buy something you love and wear it 100 times. Surely you're worth more than what the pendant or the dress. I mean, it's what you have to say. And I think in today's world, if someone wears things 5 times, I think that's super cool.
So sustainability for you then does not really mean about that go and pick up that sustainable section and go and shop there in the mall, but it means that wear it over and over and over again, that one piece that you own. But you know, you see millennials, you see Gen Z, you think they're going to be able to do it. I mean, sustainable clothing, when you go to buy, the price points are of course higher, etc. I'm not even getting into that. But do you see millennials and Gen Z really living up to sustainability in fashion?
You know, I think that I find a lot of them actually are beginning to be bothered, right? They're going to outlive all of us. And they're going to have to deal with the crap the planet is going through right now and the spiral. So if they don't actually get up and take it... So sustainable is not going and buying some organic cotton thing necessarily. That's what everyone thinks it is. Sustainability is even if you like something in polyester, that you wear it 100 times so that you're not consuming as much. Apparently 90 billion pieces of clothing are put into landfills every year.
I know.
Okay. 90 billion, and the landfills are overflowing. Look at the landfills in Delhi, and then you've got Africa and parts of India where people don't have 2 garments. So everything has become so lopsided, and we're seeing the effects on it on our planet. I mean, you know, it's getting exacerbated every day. I just think that know who you are, love what you have. Don't define yourself only by what's physically on your body, but what lies within, and let this be an expression of yourself. That's all you have to do.
Yes, and I agree with you, and most of the designers I've been speaking to have been speaking the same language over and over again. But in this day and age of Instagram and social media and looking a certain way, do you think we can repurpose our garments as well? Are you somebody who are also creating couture in a way that can be repurposed? Because your pieces are just so beautiful, I don't feel like tampering with them.
So we always, when the brides come in, it's one of the services we do. We say, okay, you wear this at your wedding. Then you take the choli and you wear it with a plain sari or a concept sari. You take the dupatta and you do beautiful kalidar kurta. Today, young women will wear a lehenga with a satin shirt to another friend's engagement. So you make this into 4 things. And that way you split that one beautiful bridal, which you're unlikely to wear in its entirety unless you've got a sibling's wedding. And then you wear it in 4 or 5 different ways. And you know, India was the home of mix and match. Today, a woman will come and say, I want a black petticoat with the... I said, you've got 100 black saris. Our grandmothers, they mix the choli, they mix the thing. They didn't have this luxury and they looked unique. I always say this one thing. If 3 women walk in the same Prada dress into a room, they have a crisis. 3 women walk in the same handloom sari. Because of the shape of the body and the way you drape, that's why I'm such a fan of the draped form. Everyone looks unique. You don't have to have this crisis. And that is Indian fashion. So, you know, let's keep the best of what our heritage is. Yes, you bring tailoring in, you use fabrics in a new way. Look at the choices you'll have as Indian women. You can go from a sari to a dhoti to a black tie dress to a corset, nowhere in the world. Surely within this, you can find ways to purpose and repurpose and wear things beautifully. And remember, you're always worth more than what you just wear.
Okay, and what is Tarun Tahiliani's ideal 2022 bridal wear?
So we've spent a lot of the time during the pandemic because, you know, it had got to a pitch before where I heard of a bride whose lehenga snapped and fell off at her reception. A friend of mine who does weddings said this bride was weeping. She couldn't get out of the car, so 4 people had to physically carry her with the lehenga. And you can't be sustainable because you can't wait to get out of it. We worked on the under construction, on making embroideries weightless. I want to see a bride leave the wedding party at 6 in the morning dressed in bridal, not that she's run up and changed her black dress and rubber chappals at 11 p.m. as you often see. So she's made her big Jodha Akbar
appearance.
And you know, she's dying, so she has to change. So we worked on comfort because you're never going to repeat something you're not comfortable. I mean, some of the sweaters I have from Brunello Cucinelli, they feel so good, I'll wear them 5,000 times till they shred. So the first thing that you got to do to get people to really want something again and again and to wear is to feel so magnificent and caressed in it that they want to feel it on their skin. That's the beginning of luxury. Luxury has no other meaning. If it doesn't feel good on you, what does it mean?
Well, that's beautiful. That's amazing. I want to come back to a collection that was inspired from the Mahakumbh, and you said that was one of your best collections. What really happened there? I believe it's a very hysterical story. I was reading somewhere.
It was hysterical. But you know, the thing is,
what happened? I want to know what happened.
I will tell you. Over the years, you know, we think of Indian fashion as embroidery, and we think of it as color, and we think of textile. What we've lost is actually is the way Indians drape fabric. That's unique. I always say when I speak, if I fell out of a plane 200 years back and I landed somewhere, hopefully alive, I could tell which part of the country I was in by the way people draped fabric.
Yes.
Because, so, and to go further with the story of the sari, if you're walking in Kutch and you got all those men in Saurashtra who are walking, they wear the kedu, they wear the big turbans, they're basically shepherds, and they have those dhotis. But even though they're all wearing the identical piece of fabric, they look unique because the drape just alters to each body and everyone's hand is different. And I've loved draping. And so as we've lost draping, today now when someone has to wear a sari, they want a sari draper who puts 30 pins into them. I mean, it's mad. So we've started doing structured draping because I really believe once people get comfortable with the idea, when it's partially done, it's like being on a bicycle with to help, you know, those little side wheels. You'll slowly then, you know, go back to the sari or carrying a dupatta or being comfortable handling it. If you wear Western clothes or a dress, it's fine. You don't, you know, you're not, your body's not used to it like our grandmothers or mothers who just automatically adjusted themselves.
Correct.
So I love the structured drape, and what better place to see draping than at the Mahakumbh, where every sadhu and, you know, devotee has come in lungis and kurtis, and I mean, it was the most insane thing I've ever been to. We were woken up, and I thought, you know, how we must blend in with the crowd. So I took many meters of saffron fabric. So we all wrapped ourselves, and who was in my party with me. And we went at about 1:30 in the morning. It was the most insane thing. Someone thought I was a Baba. They put me on top of this chariot. I was fanning some old man who was the head of some akhada. I was listening to my own trance music. People were weeping and flinging this. It was fantastic. I got back at 2 in the afternoon. I didn't even want to go to the Ganges, but we stripped and dived in. We were so caught up in that moment.
Right.
And I want to tell you, 5-7 years prior to this, I was going up to Ananda, and we passed Rishikesh or whatever, and there was some baby cow, and I was like, oh, wow, gross. If someone had told me that you're going to be jumping in there, immersed in it, but that's what fashion's taken me to. It's taken me to places in India that all of us from South Bombay and South Delhi turned our nose up, and I've had the most wonderful time. I don't need to go to the Burning Man. I'm just going back to the Mahakumbh. And I photographed, Rohit Chawla was with me, and he photographed thousands of sadhus, and then we put them up, and we started to draw and drape looking at them. So we use something that's so abstract, just because there's no embellishment. The embellishment is flowers, this thing, Rudraksh. It was stunning. I looked at some of those images. I said, if John Galliano had done this on the runways of Paris, everyone would have been in awe.
Correct.
We have to learn, just because we're Westerners, to appreciate and see the beauty of what is around us.
I also want to focus a little on fashion as a business as well. And of course, now you've got capital infusion. So what your expansion plans really look like?
Well, we've started a secondary line called Tasva because while we're working with all this craft, it's becoming more and more expensive. Unfortunately, our artisans' children don't want to do it. They'd rather come to the city and be a peon in an office like this, because in the village it's considered like a, you know, a step up. So there's that part, and we're trying to use the craft, like instead of doing a full chicken thing, do a shirt with one beautiful motif, so you can wear blue jeans. You know? But we started. It's been a dream of Kumar Mangalam Birla, who has been very inspirational in this, to do a beautifully cut and well-purposed, affordable line for menswear, which will then go into women's, called Tasva, the best version of oneself. And to use, obviously not all cottons, but we'd use some silks, and we use some blended fabrics with viscose to meet price points. But they're cut beautifully, they're made beautifully, and you can go in and buy great ensemble for 3,500 rupees for a guy. Beautifully cut, lovely colors. So we're working with weavers, we're working with this. When I went back after the pandemic, when we were sourcing, I'd say, my God, he'd show me something, I'd say, wow, ye 600 rupees ka hai? And I'd look, what amazing thing. I didn't know they'd switched viscose from silk, but they said if we don't do it, we'll go out of business too. So we said, okay, as long as I can put on a sample and I can wear it for the day and it feels okay on my skin, we'll pass it. So we're taking great tailoring techniques. You know, India's now, all of us in India, are using our tradition and mixing it with technology. Whether you do it in the studio, in fashion, anything. And that's the way of the future. Again, going back to, at whatever price you buy things that you love, you will use them again and again.
And speaking of, fashion and the business side of it as well, I just want to speak a little about empowerment of artisans as well. If you saw the Paris Haute Couture week that just wound up, for the first time, the Indian artisans were acknowledged, where the French tailors end up always taking all that
and whose
credit.
show was this? That's amazing.
That's Rahul Mishra's show.
Oh, that's wonderful. Look at it. I mean, again, I've always said, I said at the beginning, we are nothing without these craftsmen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So in a sense, are many designers today empowering rural India? Is there a lot of focus on the artisans and karigari coming out of these villages, empowering and somewhere promoting reverse migration as well?
So one of the things that happened was after that terrible first lockdown, and people were fleeing, and a lot of them happened to be Muslims, so they were much more insecure, unfortunately. The one craft that always got done in their homes and in their villages was chicken curry, because it's done by women. And so for years we set up little centers in there, and we did bigger centers with creches so they could bring their babies. We didn't want the work going home because they eat pan. Now we learned that this is possible because the pandemic has said everybody's scuttling home, and he said, do they need to come back? There might be another thing, there might be another wave. So we've set up centers all over, and there has been a tremendous reverse migration. They live with their families, so socially it's much better. They're at home, the money goes much further away. They're not running a separate establishment, 10 people to a room living in Delhi or Mumbai. And it's wonderful. We needed to break a mindset. The pandemic forced us. So there's a lot more work being done. And when that work, the high quality work is being done in the villages or the towns, and everybody else sees it, there's a better chance that they will engage with it than it's some foreign thing that's, happening in a city and chalu kamya hota hai, You raise standards, everybody benefits around.
And you're one of the oldest hands as far as this fraternity is concerned, and everyone in the fraternity looks up to you. People who report on this look up to you. The people in the fashion industry do. Now, from the emerging lot that you're seeing, who are also showcasing globally, which one do you think has the best amount of promise in terms of design?
Well, I've been a fan of Rahul Mishra's from the first show that he did for the World Board collection, which I went to see. That's how he was picked, and one thing led to another. It was very different to what he does today, but it was beautiful and precise. And in fact, I never go to shows, but I'm going to. We just text each other, and I'm going to see his show on Saturday.
Yes.
Because there's so much craft and beautiful ari work, and he's trying some new shapes. I think there's a lot of great work. I think that
And Rahul Mishra, because of the way he thinks as an artist and makes his creations the three-dimensional and the way he does the karigari, what is it about Rahul Mishra that's...
I think that he's been very focused on whatever he did. He maintained a certain standard, and definitely over the last few years, he's developed a very strong point of view that you can kind of spot. It might translate into a lehenga, and it might be... I mean, I think there's a little pressure sometimes, unfortunately, in haute couture, if you show in that week, to create shapes and this and that, I mean, there's just pressure to create it. Maybe embroidery is not enough there. Because at many levels, he's a great ready-to-wear designer. And then in India, it's not so much about shape. It's Indian women and families at their special occasions want beautiful. We all have a deeply instinctive love of great craftsmanship, right? But I think there are others coming along too. I mean, something as simple as a Rajesh Pratap Pintak shirt, which has been there for 30 years, is as beautiful today as it was before. What people do in chicken curry, I mean, there's so many, I wouldn't even know where to start. And there are many people who may not be global or going that route, but their work is not of any less significance because of what they do and the clusters they engage with. I mean, I'll often go to Laila Tabji's Dastakar when she has the... And I'll always find 2-3 people over there who you start then working with, And I'm telling you, I've learned India through fashion.
I also want to focus a little bit on your journey from the Doon School, and then you went to National Institute of Fashion. You even went to Wharton.
Unfortunately, I first breezed into the Wharton School of Business. I must be the only person who graduated who doesn't know how to read a balance sheet, because I really had no interest. My my best friend was studying there, so I went. I didn't know what to do. I liked economics. And I came back and I was working in this dreadful company, family-owned, selling oil-filled equipment, believe it or not, to ONGC. And I thought, I can't do this. And we had this defunct showroom, and it was an India Today cover story, let me tell you, that inspired what today has become. I always say this. They did in 1987 a cover story with Feroz Gujral on the cover, styled by Rohit Khosla, and a hot pink dhoti and a turban, which was the signature. And it said the new fashion burgeoning something. And they covered some boutiques, and Ravi Saw and Beena Modi. And my wife looked at it, and she had just moved here from the States. She said, I can't get anything that fits me. And the idea of Ensemble was born. With her and Rohit Khosla, they were shooting the Vimal campaign, and I had gone along. And we opened in this defunct machine tool showroom, Ensemble, to promote Indian design. Both Indian designers who were doing beautiful work and needed to showcase it, or Western brands like Neil BF or Oscar de la Renta, who were doing beautiful embroidery in India. You know, it was a very different India then. And it's not that it was commercially successful, but it just was the right place at the right time and excited people. I mean, we were on the cover of Bombay magazine, which was also in India. A week later, I didn't even know what a placket was. I've been embarrassed for about 6 years because people just assumed I knew everything, and I knew nothing.
So fashion happened by chance. So what do you have to tell many who are aspiring to be in this fraternity, who love sketching? I do remember.
So I sketched.
You know, I've been.
But there was nothing to do with it. And then we were broke, and Sal went to model for Pierre Cardin because he came to, that's how I saw my first show. We weren't exposed. Fashion was taught in polytechnics, home science, you know, how to mend underwear and socks, I suppose, you know, I don't know. And so I've always said, you've got to, if you've got a passion, today's India, like never before, has opportunity for you out there. But please don't think that fashion is what you see up here, beautiful models on the ramp. Tomorrow I have 20 minutes to show a collection we work for 6 months on, day and night. So it can skid off the rails, it could be misunderstood, it might be misrepresented. It's dog work, but when you love something and you're passionate about it, it ceases to be work.
So you say that fashion is not just about beautiful models walking down the ramp and what we sit there and look at the couture week, etc. Then what is fashion according to you?
Fashion is the deep underbody where you have an idea, you take something out of a head, or you look at the comb, or you look at an embroidery, whatever it is that gets your goat. And you create. Look, fashion is a mirror of society. Fashion evolves, fashion leads, you know, there's so many facets to everything. You know, it's got to fit people, you've got to produce. It's the easiest thing to skid off the rails. There are many brilliant people all over the world. Some of my favorite designers, Claude Montana and all abroad, who were never heard of again, who just went defunct because they couldn't manage one. Fashion is a wheel like any other business. Design is only one part. How you manufacture, how you distribute, how you this thing, everything. I mean, my parents wanted me to be an engineer. We're like, what are they thinking? Anyway.
But back in the day, did you ever think you're going to be one of the biggest couturiers in this country?
I didn't know what a placket was. I didn't know what fashion was. So there's nothing to think.
Right.
You dive off a cliff and you go with the flow, and then you just go with that journey.
Very lovely to hear that, and thank you so much for joining us today in our studio.
My pleasure. I'm glad you dragged me here.
So this is Chaiti Narula signing off, and of course that's Tarun Tailiani in an exclusive conversation here on the Fashion Files on India Today. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for your time.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines to be tracking at the top of this hour. ED arrests Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee to be produced in court on Monday. Partha admitted to Kolkata hospital after claiming he felt unwell in the lockup. ED arrests Bengal Minister's close aide Arpita following a seizure of 21 crore rupees in cash and 20 mobile phones in the West Bengal recruitment scam. During arrest, Arpita alleged vendetta politics by the BJP. Smiriti Irani slams Congress over the Goa bar controversy, says her daughter's character is being assassinated, challenges Rahul to fight from Amethi once again. Showdown over Delhi excise policy escalates. Lieutenant Governor seeks report on erring officials from Chief Secretary. BJP workers hit the streets outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. The World Health Organization declares monkeypox as public health emergency of international concern. In a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. After Partha Chatterjee complained of illness in the lockup, the court has allowed him to be admitted to a state-run hospital. He will be produced before the court once again on Monday. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee has also been arrested. India Today exclusively accessed a video of more than 21 crore rupees cash being recovered from Partha's aide Arpita's residence on Friday during the raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED so far has recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and over 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. BJP mocked the TMC saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents. TMC sources in fact told India Today that there was a strong demand within the party to remove Partha Chatterjee as the TMC's Secretary General, but that indeed was not done. At the moment, no action has been taken.
আমরা সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে পূর্ণ আস্থা রাখছি আইন এবং বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপর, এবং বিচারে যদি পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে যে অভিযোগের কথা বলা হচ্ছে সেগুলি যদি বিচারে সত্য বলে প্রমাণিত হয়, সেক্ষেত্রে নিশ্চিতভাবেই সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দলগতভাবে এবং সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের সরকার তার বিরুদ্ধে যা ব্যবস্থা নেওয়ার নিশ্চিতভাবেই সেই ব্যবস্থা নেবে।
যে আমাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস অন্যায় করে না, অন্যায় সহ্য করে না, কিন্তু বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপরে আমাদের পূর্ণ আস্থা আছে। যদি বিচার ব্যবস্থায় দেখা যায় যে কেউ দোষী, নিশ্চিতভাবে কঠোরতম শাস্তি তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস নেবে। কিন্তু কোনো ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার কেউ হলে সেইটা নিশ্চিতভাবে আমরা তার প্রতিরোধ করব, প্রতিবাদ করব।
आज भारत की मान्यता विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रही है और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
इस व्यक्ति के बारे में वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री ममता जी ने काफ़ी कुछ पहले से प्रशंसा किया हुआ था कि आप अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं। 21 करोड़ का भंडार मैनेज करना, मैं मानता हूँ ममता जी के लिए एक प्रशंसा वाली बात थी।
बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Teacher recruitment is one of the sacred thing in our system. If somebody is boggling in all this area, this is very unfortunate. Law should take its own course up to the logical end. This is very unfortunate incident in the land of Ma Saraswati.
The arrest of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection to the SSC recruitment scam has raised a storm in Bengal. While BJP has alleged that Partha's arrested aide Arpita had the patronage of Mamata herself, TMC has claimed that it is yet another attempt by the centre to malign Bengal government's image using central agencies. Here's more on that.
Massive setback for Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested in teacher recruitment scam by the ED. His arrest came hours after a marathon interrogation for over 23 hours that began on Friday morning. During the raids, ED recovered 21 crore rupees in cash, foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and 20 mobile phones from Partha's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's home. Arpita has also been arrested by the agency after the huge recoveries from her premises. In a video exclusively accessed by India Today, an envelope addressed to the Higher Education Minister is seen in the stash. Partha was the Education Minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. Rubbing salt into the wounds, BJP leaders mocked Mamta Banerjee, saying, "Picture abhi baki hai."
यही पार्था बाबू ने 5 वाइस चांसलर को लेकर धरना दिया था। बहुत सारा घटना लोगों ने देखा है और सब ये घटना का उद्देश्य एक ही है कि सीबीआई से बचने के लिए, ये जो छापामारी इसको रोकने के लिए। आज स्थिति ये हुई कि लोग परेशान हैं, राजनीति को जो और बंगाल को जो कलुषित किया है उनको इसका सजा मिलना चाहिए।
Union ministers dared Mamta Banerjee to face real questions by ED and not cry foul.
और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि बंगाल में किस तरीके से जनता के पैसे को भ्रष्टाचार की बलि चढ़ाई जा रही है, ये स्वयं जनता पूर्ण रूप से जानेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास।
The time for dharna and the time for drama is over. The time to answer real questions is here. Where did that money come from? And who was responsible for that money being diverted in that manner, in that fashion?
TMC, however, has distanced itself from Partha's aid and described the raids as a ploy by centre to harass its political opponents. Bengal Assembly Speaker alleged he has not received any information about Partha's arrest. He termed it as constitutional failure by the central agency.
ইনভেস্টিগেশন চলছে, এই ব্যাপারে আমি এখন কোনো মন্তব্য করব না। এই ব্যাপারে আমার কোনো ভূমিকা নেই। যা আছে দলীয় স্তরে যারা রয়েছেন তারা তাদের বক্তব্য রাখবেন। আমাদের বিধানসভার পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী উনি ছিলেন, এখনও পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রী রয়েছেন। সেই দিক থেকে নিশ্চয়ই পরিষদীয় মন্ত্রীর অনুপস্থিতিতে যারা পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্বে রয়েছেন তারা কাজ করবেন। বিধানসভা তো অচল হয়ে যাবে না।
Mamta, known for her fiery attacks on central agencies, had accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting political rivals on Friday.
ওদের মেরুদণ্ড বেঁকা, ওদের মেরুদণ্ডে একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, অন্যদিকে জিএসটি। আমাদের মেরুদণ্ড সোজা, আমরা মাথা উঁচু করে চলি।
With Didi's strongman now in the ED net, what will her next move be? Bureau Report, India Today.
West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. Over 21 crore cash was recovered from Arpita's residence on Friday during ED raids. Here's a report on who Arpita Mukherjee is and her connection to this case.
Bengal recruitment scam explodes. With Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee under ED scanner, spotlight stays on his close aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. It was her home from where rupees 21 crore was recovered by the central agency. Sources in the ED say the cash seized is linked to the alleged recruitment scam involving the West Bengal School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. So the question arises, who is Arpita Mukherjee? A very close aide of TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita is a model and actor. She has acted in Bengali, Odia and Tamil films, including hits like Mama Bhange and Patna. Arpita was also the face of promotional campaigns Naktala Udyan Sangh, which is one of the biggest Durga Puja committees in Kolkata in 2019 and 2020. She has been living in a luxury flat in South Kolkata for the past few years and was visited frequently by Partha, the sources said. BJP, which is going all guns blazing at the Mamta Banerjee government over the scam, is also linking the West Bengal Chief Minister with Arpita. Saffron Party's IT chief Amit Malviya shared a video on Twitter and claimed she was appreciated by Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Malviya said, and I quote, "Not too long ago, Mamta Banerjee, from an open platform, praised Partha Chatterjee's close aide, from whose residential premise ED seized a small sum of 20 crore. Mamta knew of her and the good work she was doing. Make no mistake, Partha wasn't scamming on his own accord." More facts are likely to come to fore as ED continues to tighten its grip on Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Bureau Report, India Today.
Silly Souls Cafe and Bar in Goa's Asagaon has landed in a controversy for allegedly holding an illegal bar license. Goa Excise Commissioner has issued a show-cause notice to Silly Souls Cafe owners for flouting Goa excise norms. The notice alleges the owners of the restaurant got the license in an illegal and fraudulent manner by providing fabricated documents. The show-cause notice further alleges that the liquor license was renewed last month despite the license holder having passed away on May 17, 2021. Smriti Irani fired back at the Congress who earlier accused Smriti Irani's daughter of running an illegal bar in Goa. Union Minister said that her daughter is a college student and there is no need to malign her character. Smriti said that she will also send a legal notice to Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera over the issue. Meanwhile, the Congress fired fresh salvos at Smriti Irani. Congress spokesperson Pawan Khera said that Smriti Irani is lying as she earlier had mentioned that she is proud of her daughter's restaurant in Goa.
You owe it to this country, you owe it to the youth of this country. You cannot mislead the youth of this country to play Lulu Mall while your own children indulge into such illegal activities thanks to the patronage provided by you, Smriti Zubin Irani.
So to the gentleman who sat there, giggled as they assassinated my daughter's character, I will see you in the court of law and in the court of people. And to the Gandhi family, which directed that this press conference be held against my child. I tell you this, send Rahul Gandhi back to fight the Lok Sabha election in 2024 from Amethi and he will lose again. That is my promise as a BJP worker and as a mother to that 18-year-old child.
स्मृति जुबिन ईरानी जी हमेशा राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया गांधी जी को लेकर कुछ ना कुछ बोलती रहती हैं, पर वो तो बेबुनियाद ही बात है। हम तो कागजी बात कर रहे हैं। हम आरटीआई के माध्यम से जो जानकारी हासिल की गई है उसी के आधार पर हम आरोप नहीं लगा रहे हैं। जो आरटीआई से जानकारी आई है हम आपके समक्ष में, जनता के समक्ष में रख रहे हैं। तो इसमें दोनों की तुलना मत कीजिए।
जयराम रमेश ने कहा कि वो आरटीआई के आधार पर मेरी बेटी पर जो 18 साल की है, राजनीति में नहीं है, कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट है, आरटीआई के आधार पर वो मेरी बेटी पर आरोप मढ़ रहे हैं कि क्या आरटीआई की उस एप्लीकेशन में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? क्या उसके जवाब में मेरी बेटी का नाम है? कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ताओं ने कटाक्ष करते हुए, हंसते हुए ये कहा कि मैं सोनिया और राहुल के खिलाफ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती हूं। हाँ, करती हूं, करती रहूंगी।
कल से कांग्रेस सवाल कर रही है और आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके भी हम केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी से कह रहे हैं, स्मृति ईरानी जी चुप्पी तोड़िए और बताइए कि क्या आपने अपनी सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए, अपनी ताकत का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, गोवा में आपकी भाजपा की सरकार है, क्या आपने दबाव बनाया? आपकी फर्जी डिग्री थी, पूरा देश जानता है। स्मृति ईरानी जी, आज तक आप अपनी असली डिग्री नहीं ला पाई। आज आपकी बेटी भी कागजों में फर्जी वाड़ा कर रही है।
There's a massive showdown in the national capital over the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi on Saturday protesting outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Congress workers also staged a dharna outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Protest come after a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation. Saxena has directed the Chief Secretary to submit a report detailing the role of officers and civil servants in the illegal formulation, amendments and implementation of the Delhi excise policy. Appropriate action is to be taken against erring officials, as per the LG office.
अगर दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार किया होता ना, पिछले 7 सालों में मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारी सरकार को अंदर कर दिया होता। हर कोशिश के बावजूद भी वो 1 पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार ना पहले साबित कर पाए हैं, ना आज साबित कर पाएंगे। लेकिन मोदी जी ने एक चीज जरूर साबित कर दी है कि पूरे देश में अगर उन्हें एक आदमी से डर लगता है तो वो आदमी अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तभी हाथ धो के अपनी सारी एजेंसीज को अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायकों के पीछे लगाया हुआ।
आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे साफ लगता है बार बार जब कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया पर हमला होगा, मनीष सिसोदिया, बिकॉज़ उन्हें मालूम है। और ये आरोप हमने 3 जून 2022 को हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दिल्ली के अनिल चौधरी जी दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को मिले जाकर डेलीगेशन में सबूत दिए। दीप मल्होत्रा अकाली दल का पंजाब से विधायक को क्या केजरीवाल सरकार ने टेंडर दिए या नहीं, उसकी कंपनी को जो है सारे नियमों को ताक पे रखकर, ये वही अकाली दल है जिसका नेता मजीठिया से लिखित में अरविंद केजरीवाल और संजय सिंह ने माफी मांग रही थी। आज उन्हीं अकाली दल के नेताओं को हम जानना चाहते हैं और सीबीआई की जांच में साफ होगा कि आपने उन्हें लाइसेंस दिए या नहीं दिए।
कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आरोप लगाया सरकार के ऊपर कि वो उनको नीचे दिखाना चाहते हैं, आपका नहीं नीचे
साहब, ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड करप्शन का केस, इसमें कौन किसको नीचे दिखाना चाह रहा है भाई?
जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली की महिलाओं के, दिल्ली के लोगों के प्रचंड विरोध के बावजूद भी गली गली में शराब की दुकान खोलना, उन्होंने न दिल्ली की जनता की सुनी, न तो हम सांसदों की सुनी। हम आज बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त कर रहे हैं कि इस पे सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हुई है। जिन लोगों ने नियमों को ताक पे रख के इस प्रकार से अनियमितता किया, दिल्ली को शराब नगरी बनाने की कोशिश की, उनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो जांच के बाद।
Aam Aadmi Party faces massive backlash after Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi excise policy. BJP and Congress staged massive protests in the national capital demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia for alleged kickbacks from the liquor mafia.
A massive showdown has erupted in the national capital over Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. Hordes of Delhi BJP workers descended at Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Protesters clashed with police and broke barricades.
हम तो जवाब मांगने आए, हम तो पूछने आए। बड़ी बात करता था केजरीवाल कि हमारे लोग घर आ रहे हैं। मैं आया हूँ जवाब दे, सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन इस्तीफा कब देंगे?
बेईमानों का राज है। अरविंद केजरीवाल बहुत बड़ा बेईमान, बड़ा झूठा, मक्कार मुख्यमंत्री है।
जो नई शराब नीति अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार लाई है, इसमें हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है।
Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was detained during the protest. The other opposition party in Delhi, the Congress, staged protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. They burnt drums and placed an effigy of the chief minister on a donkey. Protests came a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation and undue benefits worth 140 crore rupees to licensees. Meanwhile, the political slugfest between BJP and AAP continued.
केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा लूट लिया, शराब माफिया को माला माल कर दिया और इन गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों पर जहां एक और एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई की जांच के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिखा है, आप उस पर बिल्कुल चुप रहे, मूक दर्शक बनकर रहे और इधर उधर की बात करते रहे।
एलजी तुम्हारा, सीएस तुम्हारा, सारी एजेंसियां तुम्हारी, ईडी, सीबीआई सब तुम्हारी, फर्जी मामले लिखने हैं, लिखो। तो ये चोर बेईमान लोग हैं, इनकी किसी बात पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। इन्होंने देश को बर्बाद किया है, लूटा है, महंगाई के गर्त में झोंका है।
While BJP accused Aam Aadmi Party of focusing on pleasing liquor barons with new excise policy during the pandemic, AAP hit back saying Modi government is trying to create false cases to trap their leaders. Bureau Report, India Today.
The celebration of India's 75th independence year has become a point of embarrassment for the AAP government. The Aam Aadmi Party government has painted pictures and caricatures of many freedom fighters to celebrate their lives and legacy. But in Jamia Nagar's freedom fighter fountain, a picture of a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar, Maulana Mahmudul Hasan, has been displayed alongside freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev and Shahid Ashfaqullah Khan. The flex board that was put up by the AAP party several months ago should have had the photograph of Mahmud Hasan Deobandi, one of the co-founders of the Jamia Millia University, who contributed to India's freedom struggle. Sources have claimed that even after several months of the board being there, this error has not been rectified by the party.
India will celebrate its 75th independence this year, which is why nationwide Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is also being celebrated. You will see the photographs of all those great legendary freedom fighters who gave their life for the independence and the freedom of this country. I am in Jamia Nagar and there's a board called the Freedom Fighters Fountain that has been put across here by the Aam Aadmi Party. As you can see, Chief Minister Delhi Arvind Kejriwal and Amanatullah Khan, who is the MLA from the area, happen to have their faces on this board. And below that you will see all these leaders: Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Ali Johar, Shahid Ashfaqul Khan, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev, everyone who has been instrumental in India's freedom struggle. But one photo that I would like to bring your attention to is the picture of Maulana Mahmudul Hasan, who is a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar. This seems to be a grave error which has not been corrected for many months, because this freedom fountain has been here for many months now. And perhaps they don't know who the freedom fighters of India's struggle are. And if it's a serious lapse on their part, shouldn't the board have been changed, or shouldn't the picture at least have been replaced from here? With Pradeep Gupta in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side of this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Anger over 17-year-old's suicide in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi is not dying down anytime soon. The final rites of the student have been done amid the raging issue. Here's a report.
A 17-year-old girl dies by suspect suicide at a private school. The protest that followed, seeking justice for the victim in Kallakurichi district of Tamil Nadu, turned violent. Many found the violence uncharacteristic and raised questions about a possible conspiracy behind it. The Madras High Court, which has been hearing a petition by the family for a fair investigation, also observed that the violence appeared organized and not reactionary in nature.
17 years of her life, this is where Srimati the class 12 student who had allegedly died by suicide in Kallakurchi had lived. From nephews, nieces, aunts, uncles, she had lived here all her life at Kadalur district, here in Vepur as well, in a small village. This is her house, which you can clearly see has been completely deserted ever since the riots happened on 17th of July, that is on Saturday.
Many in the villages claimed not many locals took part in the violence. A few mentioned the existence of WhatsApp groups that spread the word on protests.
நாங்கள் ஆக்சுவலாக இங்கே வில்லேஜில் தான் இருந்தோம். ஆனால் ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் தகவல் வந்துச்சு. அது இங்கே லோக்கலில் யாரும் கலந்துக்கல. பட் அதர் பக்கத்தில் கிராமத்துலேருந்து கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்க. அதற்கு அந்த வன்முறை பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நிறைய பேர் அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. அது ஆக்சுவலாக எங்களுக்கு எதுவும் தெரியாது.
The Madras High Court, in its interim order, directed the police to identify all protesters and recover the loss caused by the violence. The courts came down heavily on the crowds that vandalized the Sakti Matriculation School in Kanyamur School.
We have to identify. The effort is already on. Specific task is given to SIT. The teams are on the ground.
After the police's stern warning, the attackers dumped furniture and material they looted right outside the school overnight. It's been a week since the girl died, and the parents have finally agreed to take her body and perform the last rites. The High Court has ordered a 3-doctored panel of Puducherry's Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research to assess the second autopsy report that was conducted. A report is to be given within a month's time. Meanwhile, the State Commission for Protection of Child Rights Officers on their inspection have found the school was not registered under the state's Hostel Act.
The hostel did not have a license, they did not have a registration under the Hostels Act. Here in Tamil Nadu we have the Hostels Act, so any private hostel, whether they have children or women, they have to be registered under the Hostels Act. So that is a violation there in this case.
The death of the 17-year-old girl has shook Tamil Nadu. The families of school students are hoping for a quick probe by the cops and swift justice. With Apurva Jayachandran from Kallikurchi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Who is India's most valued celebrity? Nope, not her and not him either. Hrithik Roshan has retained his spot in the latest rankings at number 10 with a net worth of 368 crores. Their worth has been derived from their endorsement contracts. Ayushmann Khurrana has come a long way from his roadies days and developed an amazing brand value for himself, but in this list, he has dropped to the 9th spot from 6th where he was in 2020. There is hardly a tops list which doesn't feature his name. Salman Khan's name features on this list at number 8. Deepika Padukone continues to rule the Indian film industry and her brand value continues to grow. She is tied with
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
She couldn't have missed her favorite cousin's wedding, despite being thousands of kilometers away. Divya, who lives in Canada, shot this viral video of her performance to surprise her family in India. Her dance steps went viral, garnering over 10 million views. A video shared by Delhi Police's Twitter handle has gained the attention of the netizens. In the video that is doing the rounds on the internet, a car can be seen moving very fast, and then Kareena Kapoor's character Pooh comes on the red light, asking why anyone can ignore her.
कौन है ये जिसने दोबारा मुड़ के मुझे नहीं देखा?
Netizens are appreciating this unique way to teach the importance of traffic lights.
कि मुझे नहीं देखा?
ऐ जाते हुए लम्हों जरा ठहरो जरा ठहरो.
Social media users are loving a video of an Indo-Tibetan border police jawan singing "Sandesh se aate hain" from the movie Border.
जो एक बात दिल में है उनसे कहूँ तो चलूँ तो चलूँ तो चलूँ तो चलूँ तो चलूँ ऐ जाते हुए लम्हों.
The soldier, identified as Vikramjit Singh, can be heard singing the song in the video.
मैं कहीं भी रहूं ऐ सनम मुझको है जिंदगी की कसम फासले आते जाते रहें प्यार लेकिन नहीं होगा कम.
The lovely voice of the ITBP Jawan will undoubtedly touch your soul and give you goosebumps.
मुझको है जिंदगी की कसम फासले आते जाते रहे प्यार लेकिन नहीं होगा कम.
The video earned a lot of praise and adoration from online users.
देखूं उन्हें छू लूं जरा बातें दो कर लूं जरा बाहों में भर लूं और इस चांद से माथे को चूम लूं तो चलूं तो चलूं.
The 44th Chess Olympiad, which begins on July 28th, has inspired the renowned Napier Bridge in Chennai to be painted in the shape of a checkerboard. The video shows a car passing along the bridge, which looks animated, painted in chessboard colors. While Swiggy and Zomato share a fierce competition relation, a recent video showing friendship between two of their delivery persons is winning hearts. The Swiggy agent on a bike is seen tagging along his Zomato friend on a bicycle. The heartwarming video establishes the duo knows how to deliver warm friendship with piping hot food. Always heard that sharing is caring, and humans do share to show how much they care. However, have you ever encountered any chimpanzee caring for its tortoise friend? See this video of interspecies friendship to find out. There are crazy things people do just to attract viewers, and what you're going to see is a lot more crazier. A Chinese man trying to eat his lunch inside a river. Yes, you heard that right. It doesn't matter how much it gets crazier, people are still gonna do it. Who doesn't like dolphins? They are cute, playful, and filled with life. A video of a trainer playing with dolphin is catching attention on the internet. The dolphin proving more than a mouthful for the trainer, who is seen heavily outgunned when it comes to squirting water from mouth. Cute reaction of this baby who thought she's about to be eaten by her dad. The father takes a playful bite of her arm, and the smiling child's adorable reaction melted many hearts. Here is a video to give you some adrenaline rush. Ubud, located in upland of Indonesia, is well known for its traditional paddy fields and rainforest. And this woman swinging her way up and away can give you some serious vacation goals.
Social media users have been in stitches over the epic blunder of the woman assigned with photographing a beautiful proposal at the beach. On Facebook and other social media platforms, the woman's epic fall was captured on video. It shows the woman tripping 3 times as she attempts to record her sister's beach marriage proposal. A video depicts an adult elephant herd foraging and looking for food late at night next to the road. Their kids were playing with each other in the middle of the road while they gazed. It is just too adorable to stand watching the baby elephants joyfully wrestle and twist their trunks. A young child is seen approaching an Indian Army Jawan and 3 other security officers who are stationed on what looks to be a metro platform in an undated viral video. The girl bows down and touches his feet to express respect after the Jawan leans over to talk to her and pull her cheeks. The soldier then gives a loving head stroke after observing her gesture. A cop is seen placing the shoes on Thor's paws in the first video. He added that the pavement on the road is so hot that it will undoubtedly harm a dog's paws. He also suggests that when taking their pets for a walk, people on the internet should make sure they are wearing protective footwear. Netizens are in love with this video. The monsoon in India can cause havoc with flooding and inundation, but it also brings to the life the forest and ghats in luscious tones of green. The Dudhsagar waterfall in Goa, which is known for its beautiful splendor, serves as a good example. On social media, a video of a waterfall cascading through a canopy of lush greenery has gone viral.
IFS officer Sakit Badola recently shared a video of an elephant family playing inside a waterhole. The fun video has garnered plenty of views and likes. The video is from the Rajaji Tiger Reserve in Uttarakhand. Badola posted the video with an inspiring quote, leaving the social media motivated. Sand art artist Sudarshan Patnaik recently shared a photo congratulating the newly elected President of India, Draupadi Murmu. The sand art is so accurate that the netizens cannot stop themselves from sharing it.
Hello, musicians.
If you are a vlogger and you're planning to shoot a video in metro, then you should think twice. Recently, a woman posted a video of dancing inside a metro train in Hyderabad. She grooved to the peppy promo song from the movie Anite Sundar Inki, where on one hand the internet loved her dancing skills, on the other hand a complaint has been filed against her for dancing in public. Ranveer Singh recently did a nude photo shoot for the Paper magazine and has set the internet on fire. The bold photos of Ranveer Singh is gaining praises worldwide. The internet has now created a meme fest of the photos. Take a look at these hilarious memes.
कितनों की लव स्टोरी
Recently, the full song of Kesariya from the movie Brahmastra was released, and the internet is just not liking the weird rhyming of love story. Now, a singer named Harsh has posted a video on Instagram where he has replaced the word love story with a perfect romantic line, and the internet is just loving this version. The pizza has gone through much evolution, but a black cheese pizza by Engineers Cafe in Mumbai serves this unique black hole pizza, which has a black base and black cheese oozing out of it. While some were adventurous enough to try it out, many others were repelled by the look of the pizza. A scary incident on the Indian railways. This group of people trying to cross a railway track even as the train hurtles towards them from the another direction. One woman is even seen jumping back just seconds before the train crosses. The man who shared the video on Twitter did so with a warning message. It's your life, your choice. This viral video has got over 9 million views, and all it does is show a quick way to knot a tie. A man shares a hack using a tie can be knotted in a mere 10 seconds. Many viewers were left stunned and educated by the hack, but traditionalists were not too impressed.
I love you still, and you know I always will. Till the end of time, I won't change my mind.
Who would have thought a video of an elderly couple crossing the road in rain would get 26 million views?
I swear so, I will be there.
But the netizens couldn't stop gushing over the couple, who they believed are the epitome of love. The video was shared with the caption, "Isn't that mesmerizing to have the idea of eternal love in the world where nothing lasts?"
Forever, I swear so, I will be there.
Animal videos are extremely popular on social media. No wonder this video of a dog riding a horse is going viral too. A white horse can be seen carrying a small brown and white dog on its back. The dog seems to be enjoying the horse ride. The video left Twitterati very, very amused.
Well, have you come across the video or image that has shocked you, but something doesn't feel right about it? And no need to worry, India Today's fact team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing rounds on social media.
Almost 2 months have passed since former Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson Nupur Sharma made controversial remarks on the Prophet. From FIRs to court cases to violent protests to even gruesome murders followed. Now, a new video of Sharma has been making the rounds with the claim that it captures her latest opinions in the context of all that has happened. However, India Today Anti-Fake News War Room's investigation found that the video is 4 years old and it is a part of a speech Sharma delivered at a 2018 event in Maharashtra. If social media posts are to be believed, even death might now be a costly affair in India. A tweet is being widely shared on social media criticizing the goods and services tax, claiming you cannot die without paying 18% GST for a crematorium. The tweet contained a postcard featuring the photo of the Minister of Finance, Nirmala Sitharaman. It also listed a number of goods and services and the corresponding tax levied on them. However, India Today Anti-Fake News War Room's investigation found that there is no 18% GST on crematorium services. A disturbing video has been making the rounds on social media, showing a truck crushing a man under its wheels. In the video, it appears as if the man ran towards the truck and jumped in its path. Those sharing this video claimed this incident took place on the morning of July 20th in Deoband, Uttar Pradesh.
They also claimed the man was a Muslim and the truck was transporting Kavadiya pilgrims. However, India Today Anti-Fake News War Room's investigation found the video is nearly 5 years old. Additionally, the police concluded that the man in the video died by suicide. Several western Indian states have been hit hard by heavy monsoon rainfall. About 100 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. A video of a bridge, supposedly from this region, collapsing has gone viral on social media. The video shows a massive block of bridge tipping over, crumbling into a river as turbulent muddy waters exert force on it. However, India Today Anti-Fake News War Room investigation found the video was nearly 2 years old and not recent. Also, this video is from Jammu.
You are watching India Today.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took 13 billion.
You are watching India Today.
There's a massive showdown in the national capital over the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. BJP workers took to the streets in Delhi on Saturday protesting outside Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Congress workers also staged a dharna outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Protests come after a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation. Saxena has directed the Chief Secretary to submit a report detailing the role of officers and civil servants in the illegal formulation, amendments and implementation of the Delhi excise policy. Appropriate action is to be taken against erring officials as per the LG office.
अगर दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार किया होता ना, पिछले 7 सालों में मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारी सरकार को अंदर कर दिया होता। हर कोशिश के बावजूद भी वो 1 पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार ना पहले साबित कर पाए हैं, ना आज साबित कर पाएंगे। लेकिन मोदी जी ने एक चीज जरूर साबित कर दी है कि पूरे देश में अगर उन्हें एक आदमी से डर लगता है तो वो आदमी अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तभी हाथ धो के अपनी सारी एजेंसीज को अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायकों के पीछे लगाया हुआ।
आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे साफ लगता है बार बार जब कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया पर हमला होगा, मनीष सिसोदिया, बिकॉज़ उन्हें मालूम है। और ये आरोप हमने 3 जून 2022 को हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दिल्ली के अनिल चौधरी जी दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को मिले जाकर डेलीगेशन में सबूत दिए। दीप मल्होत्रा अकाली दल का पंजाब से विधायक को क्या केजरीवाल सरकार ने टेंडर दिए या नहीं, उसकी कंपनी को जो है सारे नियमों को ताक पे रखकर, ये वही अकाली दल है जिसका नेता मजीठिया से लिखित में अरविंद केजरीवाल और संजय सिंह ने माफी मांग रही थी। आज उन्हीं अकाली दल के नेताओं को हम जानना चाहते हैं और सीबीआई की जांच में साफ होगा कि आपने उन्हें लाइसेंस दिए या नहीं दिए।
कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आरोप लगाया सरकार के ऊपर कि वो उनको नीचे दिखाना चाहते हैं, आपका नहीं नीचे
साहब, ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड करप्शन का केस, इसमें कौन किसको नीचे दिखाना चाह रहा है भाई?
जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली की महिलाओं के, दिल्ली के लोगों के प्रचंड विरोध के बावजूद भी गली गली में शराब की दुकान खोलना, उन्होंने न दिल्ली की जनता की सुनी न तो हम सांसदों की सुनी। हम आज बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त कर रहे हैं कि इस पे सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हुई है। जिन लोगों ने नियमों को ताक पे रख के इस प्रकार से अनियमितता किया, दिल्ली को शराब नगरी बनाने की कोशिश की, उनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो जांच के बाद।
Aam Aadmi Party faces massive backlash after Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi excise policy. BJP and Congress staged massive protests in the national capital demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister and Excise Minister Manish Sisodia for alleged kickbacks from the liquor mafia.
A massive showdown has erupted in the national capital over Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. Hordes of Delhi BJP workers descended at Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's residence. Protesters clashed with police and broke barricades.
हम तो जवाब मांगने आए हैं, हम तो पूछने आए हैं। बड़ी बात करता था केजरीवाल कि हमारे लोग घर आ रहे हैं। मैं आया हूँ, जवाब दें। सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन इस्तीफा कब देंगे?
बेईमानों का राज है। अरविंद केजरीवाल बहुत बड़ा बेईमान, बड़ा झूठा, मक्कार मुख्यमंत्री है।
जो नई शराब नीति अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार लाई है, इसमें हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है।
Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was detained during the protest. The other opposition party in Delhi, the Congress, staged protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. They burnt drums and placed an effigy of the chief minister on a donkey. Protests came a day after Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena sought a CBI probe into the excise policy, flagging procedural lapses in its implementation and undue benefits worth 140 crore rupees to licensees. Meanwhile, the political slugfest between BJP and AAP continued.
केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा लूट लिया, शराब माफिया को माला माल कर दिया और इन गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों पर जहां एक और एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई की जांच के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिखा है, आप उस पर बिल्कुल चुप रहे, मूक दर्शक बनकर रहे और इधर उधर की बात करते रहे।
एलजी तुम्हारा, सीएस तुम्हारा, सारी एजेंसियां तुम्हारी, ईडी सीबीआई सब तुम्हारी, फर्जी मामले लिखने हैं, लिखो। तो ये चोर बेईमान लोग हैं, इनकी किसी बात पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। इन्होंने देश को बर्बाद किया है, लूटा है, महंगाई के गर्त में झोंका है।
While BJP accused Aam Aadmi Party of focusing on pleasing liquor barons with new excise policy during the pandemic, AAP hit back saying Modi government is trying to create false cases to trap their leaders. Bureau Report, India Today.
The celebration of India's 75th independence year has become a point of embarrassment for the AAP government. The Aam Aadmi Party government has painted pictures and caricatures of many freedom fighters to celebrate their lives and legacy. But in Jamia Nagar's Freedom Fighter Fountain, a picture of a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar, Maulana Mahmudul Hassan, has been displayed alongside freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev and Shahid Ashfaqullah Khan. The flex board that was put up by the AAP party several months ago should have had the photograph of Mahmood Hassan Deobandi, one of the co-founders of the Jamia Millia University, who contributed to India's freedom struggle. Sources have claimed that even after several months of the board being there, this error has not been rectified by the party.
India will celebrate its 75th independence this year, which is why nationwide, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is also being celebrated. You will see the photographs of all those great legendary freedom fighters who gave their life for the independence and the freedom of this country. I'm in Jamia Nagar and there's a board called the Freedom Fighters Fountain that has been put across here.
by the Aam Aadmi Party. As you can see, Chief Minister Delhi Arvind Kejriwal and Amanatullah Khan, who is the MLA from the area, happen to have their faces on this board. And below that you will see all these leaders: Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Ali Johar, Shahid Ashfaq Ul Khan, Shahid Bhagat Singh, Shahid Sukhdev, everyone who has been instrumental in India's freedom struggle. But one photo that I would like to bring your attention to is the picture of Maulana Mehmadul Hasan, who is a Bangladeshi Islamic scholar. This seems to be a grave error which has not been corrected for many months, because this freedom fountain has been here for many months now. And perhaps they don't know who the freedom fighters of India's struggle are. And if it's a serious lapse on their part, shouldn't the board have been changed, or shouldn't the picture at least have been replaced from here? With Pradeep Gupta in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
GST Council headed by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman approved changes in tax rates for goods and services. GST is a single indirect tax levied by the central government. Let's take a look at the list of items reflecting revised rates. Unpacked, unlabeled and unbranded items such as fried food items sold in packets in shops will be exempted from goods and services tax. Daily use items, services and utilities would be exempted from the GST. This includes bread, hearing aids, educational institutions, incense sticks, utensils, tractors and agri-related machinery. Bank checkbooks will be levied with a fee of 18% GST. Earlier, there was no GST charge for checkbooks. It has been raised from 0 to 18%. For instance, the leaflets of checkbooks kept open in the bank will now be chargeable. Maps, charts and atlases have moved from 0 to 12%. For instance, a country map or an atlas book will be expensive now for students. Hotel rooms that cost below Rs 1,000 will be charged 12% of GST. In short, if you book a room and the tariff is less than Rs 1,000, then you will have to pay 12% GST for it. Hospital rooms with a daily tariff of over Rs 5,000 are to become taxable under the 12% GST slab. The packaged food items will cost you 18% more. Earlier, 12% GST was charged on these. Pre-packed and labeled meat, except frozen, fish, curd, lassi, paneer, honey, dried leguminous vegetables, dried makhana, wheat and other cereals, wheat or messlin flour, jaggery, puffed rice, all goods in organic manure and coir pith compost. Pre-packaged or non-branded food items are agri-products. Earlier, these were under the 5%.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with Dell, advice and expertise to help your business grow. EcoLink LED lights and fans.
You are watching India Today.
In a massive setback to Mamata Banerjee, her minister Partha Chatterjee has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged teacher recruitment scam. After Partha Chatterjee complained of illness in the lockup, the court has allowed him to be admitted to a state-run hospital. He will be produced before the court once again on Monday. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee has also been arrested. India Today exclusively accessed a video of more than 21 crore rupees cash being recovered from Partha's aide Arpita's residence on Friday during the raids by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED so far has recovered foreign currency worth 54 lakh rupees, gold worth 79 lakh rupees and over 21 crore rupees in cash. Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when the alleged illegal appointments were made. BJP mocked the TMC saying, "Ye to bas trailer hai, picture abhi baki hai." TMC described the raids as a ploy by the BJP government at the centre to harass its political opponents. TMC sources in fact told India Today that there was a strong demand within the party to remove Partha Chatterjee as the TMC's Secretary General, but that indeed was not done. At the moment, no action has been taken.
আমরা সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে পূর্ণ আস্থা রাখছি আইন এবং বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপর, এবং বিচারে যদি পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে যে অভিযোগের কথা বলা হচ্ছে সেগুলি যদি বিচারে সত্য বলে প্রমাণিত হয়, সেক্ষেত্রে নিশ্চিতভাবেই সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস দলগতভাবে এবং সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের সরকার তার বিরুদ্ধে যা ব্যবস্থা নেওয়ার নিশ্চিতভাবেই সেই ব্যবস্থা নেবে।
যে আমাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস অন্যায় করে না, অন্যায় সহ্য করে না, কিন্তু বিচার ব্যবস্থার উপরে আমাদের